For 91. The old woman sneered, "You hurt the foundation of my sister's cultivation. This debt will be settled. So what if you're an earth immortal sword cultivator with a divine weapon? You still can't escape." Qin Pingon remained silent. Seeing that the city lord's carriage was about to arrive, the old woman began to chant and cast spells. The withered trees began to move as if they were human feet, plowing the soil, and soon a large open space was cleared. As the carriage slowly descended, two female ghosts in green holding ivory jade tablets were the first to land. They threw the tablets in their hands and a burst of white light like spring water flowed to the ground. The dense forest turned into a white jade square, abnormally flat and spotless. Qin Pingon did not want to touch the water when it passed by his feet. He gently jumped up and waved his hand to control a withered branch that was half a man's height. With a shake of his wrist he nailed it to the ground. Qin Pingon stood on the withered branch. When he followed Mao Xiaodong to fight the enemy in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, Mao Xiaodong specifically explained the power of a tactical array master. The two ghosts in green looked at each other and smiled. They did not expect that the foreign expert who made concubine by suffer so much was as timid as a mouse. The old woman sneered, "This young master is really courageous." Qin Pingon replied, "Old mama has good eyesight." The two beautiful ghosts in green found it interesting and covered their mouths to laugh. In the Ghost Valley where ghosts and monsters roamed everywhere, it was rare to see a living person, let alone an interesting man from the Yang realm. A huge carriage that looked like a woman's boudoir slowly landed on the ground. Immediately, two female ghosts dressed in luxurious clothing opened the curtains with gentle movements. One of them bowed and said softly, "City Lord, we've arrived." Qin Pingon raised his head and looked over. In the middle of the chariot sat a little girl wearing a phoenix coronet. The rouge on her face was a little too thick. Her eyes were blank as if she was a soulless puppet. Her skirt spread out like a huge lotus leaf, occupying most of the chariot. It made the little girl look like a small lotus with its sharp horns. It was very comical. The city lord of Greasy Skin City was named Fan Yunluo. After her death, she took over the city and specialized in recruiting female ghosts. Ghosts had their own duties in Greasy Skin City and she hated men. She gave herself the title of Marquis Rouge Powder, because she was born with such an exquisite body. Although she was extremely short, it was said that her bones and flesh were well proportioned. She was also good at poetry and singing, and there were countless men who bowed down to her. When she was alive, she was a princess who was extremely doted on by the emperor. Her body was as light as a swallow, and in history there was a story of a palm dance that was passed down. The other female ghost in the palace dress felt helpless and had no choice but to remind him again, "City Lord, wake up, we're here." The little girl quivered and shook her head. She was still a little confused, but her eyes gradually regained clarity. She yawned and stretched out her hand to cover her eyes. There was a silk glove on her hand, and it was flowing with a precious light, revealing a fine jade-like wrist. Fan Yunluo looked down at the bamboo hat man standing on the withered branch. "Is it you, an unromantic guy who caused my beloved Bai to be seriously injured and have to sleep in the soul-cleansing pool? Do you know that she has received my order to come here and discuss a business deal with you that will bring in a lot of money every day? Good intentions will be met with retribution." Fan Yunluo saw that the young man did not show any signs of speaking, but she was not angry. She continued, "That's right, where did you hide the snowflake robe? It's not like my beloved Bai gave you a token of love, so why are you hiding it? Take it out, it's her beloved object and she treasures it as much as her life. Without it she will die of sadness. Our Greasy Skin City was kind enough to cooperate with you, but you returned the favor with evil intentions. Let's not talk about this first. In the Ghost Valley we still have to rely on our fists to do the talking. You got the snowflake robe, so you have the ability. Now name a price and I'll buy it back." Qin Pingon asked with a smile. In City Lord Fan's eyes, "How much is this robe worth?" Fan Yunluo said seriously, "It should be worth at least 3 to 5 pieces of grain rain money. It's also my beloved Bai's favorite, so I redeemed it for her. Since I open my mouth I should at least double it. Then I'll take it as 8 pieces of grain rain money." Qin Pingon asked, "Next City Lord Fan, are you going to ask me how much your little life is worth? Then after deducting 8 pieces of grain rain money and returning the Greasy Skin City's robe, you'll hand over a large sum of money as an apology?" Fan Yunluo's eyes lit up and she leaned forward. Her young face was full of curiosity. How can you be so clever? Don't tell me you can read my mind? How can you know what I'm thinking? She shook her big sleeves. Very well, after you pay and apologize, I'll give you a great fortune. I guarantee you'll make a lot of money, so don't worry. Qin Pingon asked, what kind of business? She stretched out her 2 hands and smiled. Hand over the snowflake robe and the grain rain money, and then we'll talk about this business that will let your children and grandchildren enjoy wealth. Qin Pingon asked, why didn't City Lord Fan look for the sackcloth sect cultivators or other traveling experts to do this business? She narrowed her eyes. That bunch of old fogies who only want to slay demons are never greedy for money, but they look down on this business. Ordinary chi refinement warriors, if their realm is too low they can't support it, wasting my greasy skin city's energy. If their realm is too high, it won't be easy to talk about splitting the profits. Who knows, we might even have to resort to underhanded means. These are all troublesome matters that disturb my dreams. After saying these words, Fan Yunluo still stretched out her hands and did not retract them. There was a hint of anger on her face. Don't you know that it's very tiring for you to let me freeze like this? Qin Pingon was lost in thought. Many big and small cities in the southern part of the Ghost Valley, including Greasy Skin City, generally maintained a subtle state of harmony with the sackcloth sect cultivators. However, it was extremely difficult to communicate with the Skeleton Beach cultivators. Therefore, many city lords would rely on their own resources and foresight to find one or several cultivators to help them build bridges so that they could do business with the outside world. Otherwise, the otherworldly items in the Ghost Valley could not escape the awkward situation of sitting on mountains and eating empty land. No matter how much yin qi there was in the Ghost Valley, it was still a quantitative one. As long as the realm of the otherworldly items in the Ghost Valley was high enough and their vision was broad enough, they could more or less see the traces of the flow of qi in the Ghost Valley. Therefore, the growth of each strong heroic spirit meant the loss of the rest of the otherworldly items. This was a game of chess. The fight for territory had always been about you having more than me. There was no possibility of both sides making money peacefully. More than half of the northern territory of the Ghost Valley was occupied by Jing City of Bones. Jing City of Bones also frequently sent troops to the south to invade and return. Therefore, the matter of opening source became the top priority of the southern city lords. On the surface, the sackcloth sect guarded the exits of the memorial archway. It looked like they were besieging the city, but in fact they did not prevent the southern city lords from cultivating puppets to trade with the outside world. It was not that they did not have their own plans. They did not want the southern city to be too weak. They did not want Jing City to succeed in unifying the Ghost Valley. The old woman sternly said, "How dare you? The city lord is asking you a question and you still dare to be in a daze?" She was no different from Concubine Bai, who was wearing half of her face makeup. She was also one of the 4 trusted ghost generals of Greasy City of Fan Yunluo. When she was alive, she was a teaching nanny in the Imperial Palace. At the same time, she was also a consecrator of the Imperial Palace. Although she was a chi cultivator, she was also good at close combat. Therefore, when Concubine Bai was severely injured, the Greasy City still dared to let her come and greet Qin Pingon. Otherwise, if they lost 2 ghost generals at once, the small Greasy City would be in danger. The surrounding cities were not easy to deal with. Fan Yunluo suddenly raised a hand, indicating that the old woman should not rush him. She showed a hint of vigilance. The young paladin slowly raised his head and took off his bamboo hat. The bamboo hat disappeared into thin air. This made the old woman and the 2 youths in the carriage slightly nervous. Sure enough, he was a guy who had immortal treasures such as the Fengtsuan tomb and the small arsenal. Qin Pingon casually put the bamboo hat into an item close to him. The bamboo hat was a common item. It was a suggestion from Wei Pai and Julien to remind Qin Pingon that when he was in the Jianghu, when he wore the bamboo hat, he should pay more attention to his aura and not leak too much so as not to be too conspicuous and alert the enemy. Especially in the deep mountains of the Great Swamp where ghosts ran rampant, Qin Pingon had to be more careful. Otherwise, it would be like wandering between tombs in the wilderness at night with a lantern, playing gongs and drums, imitating Pei Qian and pasting a talisman on their foreheads. It was no wonder that the little ghosts were frightened and cowered, but the big ghosts would come to the door angrily. Qin Pingon had actually already discovered this when he was in the mountains of Hunan. At that time Qin Pingon was puzzled. The golden gallbladder had been shattered. Logically speaking, the awe-inspiring image of with morality, all evil will be repelled, should have collapsed and disappeared along with it. Xing Yi, Ma Duyi and Gu Qin at that time were even more confused, not knowing the reason. Returning to his hometown, arriving at Luopa Mountain Bamboo House, following the rise of Qin Pingon's realm, as a martial artist of the sixth realm, he could actually already skillfully restrain his aura. But to be careful, Qin Pingon still wore the bamboo hat when he traveled to the central part of the Aquarius continent, as a form of self-reflection. After Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat, he still deliberately suppressed his aura. He smiled and said, "In the past I was forced by circumstances and had no choice but to do business with people who clearly had a death grudge against me. Now that I have skin and skin with you, it can't be said that there isn't much of a grudge between us. No matter how you look at it, we should discuss it properly. At the very least, we can still try and see if business can be done regardless of benevolence and righteousness. However, I've thought it through just now. Of course, we can do business." Qin Pingon once again took out the snow-white silk scarf-like snowflake robe. "This robe can be returned to Greasy Skin. In exchange, you tell me the whereabouts of the Earth Immortal Ghost. I'll do this business. As for the rest, forget about it." Fan Yunluo slowly stood up. Even though she was standing in the carriage, she was still no taller than the two young female ghosts dressed in palace attire below the steps outside the carriage. Fan Yunluo said with a straight face, "You've been nagging for so long. At first glance, you don't look like someone who has the guts to destroy jade and common stone. I hate bargaining the most in my life. Since you don't appreciate it, I'll peel off a part of your soul and leave it in Greasy Skin to light a lantern. Then we'll do business. You asked for it. You didn't want to earn a lot of money and can only earn a small profit to survive." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I've learned my lesson. Therefore, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." In the North Continent, talking nonsense was the worst way. Didn't the saint of the academy personally come out and beat the three great cultivators into admitting their mistakes? Qin Pingon glanced at the canopy in the sky. He originally wanted to do it step by step, starting with the relatively weak Aurus Core Ghost. Now it seemed that he had to change his strategy. Single-handedly fighting the entire Greasy Skin City was also a rare opportunity to gain experience. And because Greasy Skin City was located in the southernmost part of the Ghost Valley, not far from Lon Musk Town, Qin Pingon could either fight or retreat. But Qin Pingon had already made up his mind. Since he had started fighting, he would not leave any future troubles. Even if every time he retreated, it would be for the next battle with the ghost in Greasy Skin City. Otherwise, if he went north alone, he would have to constantly worry about sneak attacks from behind. That would be the real sloppiness. And in this way he might even be able to save a golden contraction talisman. Previously, when Qin Pingon was traveling north, he always felt that the yin-yang barrier of the Ghost Valley was a yin-yang barrier. After careful consideration, if he used all his strength to attack with the sword deity, he might be able to temporarily split open a gap. But if he split open a path, he would be exhausted. Once he was too far away from the small door, it would still be difficult to leave. So Qin Pingon planned to write another golden contraction talisman. With two in hand, he would be far away from the heaven and earth barrier. Even if there were strong enemies waiting to intercept him halfway, he would still have a chance to escape from the Ghost Valley and reach the Skeleton Beach. But this matter could not be rushed. He had to draw the talisman in a secluded place. Otherwise, once his identity was exposed, not to mention 2 golden contraction talismans, even 20 of them would be useless. There were many immortal masters in the Ghost Ridge Valley, not to mention the Jingguan City Lord who was in the Pure Jade Realm. It should not be difficult for him to leave the Ghost Ridge Valley, but he was afraid that the Hemp Sect cultivators would occupy the Skeleton Beach and wait for him. But the Hemp Sect might instead hope that this Pure Jade Realm ghost could leave the Ghost Valley. Without a leader, the Ghost Valley had always been fighting and scheming against each other. For thousands of years, there had been fierce killing and grudges between each other. Once there was no leader, it would be like a plate of loose sand. Fan Yunluo warned her subordinates telepathically, "Be careful of the sword on his back. It is very likely that it is a magic weapon that only an Earth Immortal sword cultivator can possess." Fan Yunluo's eyes were burning. She rubbed her palms and her gloves shone brightly. This was one of the reasons why she, the Marquis of Rouge, could build a city in the south of the Ghost Valley and stand tall. Fan Yunluo twitched the corner of her mouth. As long as she could capture this young man, it would be an extremely considerable unexpected windfall. The green robe on his body was not bad, and the wine pot on his waist might have been cast by a master to make it look even better. Together with the sword, not only would the tribute to the White Cage City this year be settled, she could choose between the green robe and the red wine pot. Greasy City would also have a large surplus. As long as she could expand her army by more than 1,000, she might not have to rely on others and struggle at death's door. After all, when she sent Concubine Bai, who did not have high combat power but was good at hallucination, to test the waters, she was prepared for both sides. If the bone was hard to chew, then she would take a step back and do business for a long time. But if this person had a precious treasure but was not capable, then it was no wonder that Greasy City would be able to take advantage of the situation. In the Ghost Valley, not to mention eating people, even ghosts would be eaten. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and put it over his shoulder. Go and play with it yourself. Remember to kill with one blow and don't damage the opponent's skeleton. I want to keep the skeletons of these female ghosts as my capital. If they're broken, they won't sell for a good price. Then Qin Pingon patted the blade's strengthening gourd. Same principle. A long golden line swept out from behind Qin Pingon. The blade's strengthening gourd on his waist also flew out 2 snow-white and ghostly green fireflies. On the white jade square, dozens of female otherworldly items from Greasy City had formed a circle. They only felt a beam of golden light pass by them. Their eyes burned as if they were looking at the scorching sun. In the next moment they were all gone. A bit of light even pierced through their eyebrows. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry. He rolled up the sleeves of his green robe, jumped down from the dead wood under his feet and walked straight to the carriage. Protective feelings for the fair sex. In the dilapidated ancient temple of the Combe country, the straw sandals youth once punched a female ghost's head like rain, and directly smashed the charming ghost who was showing off her charm. In the city god pavilion of the beautiful clothes country, he once fought with Sher Ro, who was still a withered bones beautiful ghost at that time. In the earliest days, Kai Xianxia in the Yunxia mountain was suddenly hit by a piece of porcelain in his neck in a shabby alley. The old woman was trembling with fear, as if she was hesitating whether to protect the city lord and block this person's path with her life. Fan Yunluo's face was as cold as ice, but in the next moment, it suddenly bloomed like a spring flower. She smiled charmingly and said, "Sword Immortal, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? The price is negotiable. After all, Sir Sword Immortal has the final say." Qin Pingon suddenly exerted force under his feet, and a spider web appeared. The white jade square, which was made by the 2 jade tablets of the female ghost who had opened the way, was suddenly smashed like porcelain, and the fragments sputtered in all directions. Qin Pingon was in a straight line and rushed towards the carriage. The 2 female ghosts tried to stop him, but they were directly sent flying by Qin Pingon's majestic fist aura from both sides. Fan Yunluo's expression changed slightly. She waved her sleeves, and the lotus leaf-like skirt that occupied a large part of the carriage fluttered. She giggled, but the hatred in her eyes was clearly visible. She said in a coquettish voice, "I'm afraid of you. See you later. If you have the ability, come to the City of Skin and whisper sweet words with me." The carriage swayed, and the 2 maids in palace attire were directly shaken off the carriage and they fell to the ground. Qin Pingon leaped high and stretched out his hand. The sword Immortal, who had telepathy, swept over and was held in Qin Pingon's hand. He slashed down with his sword. The huge carriage nimbly rolled and barely dodged the sword. Then, it instantly sank into the ground of the dense forest, and there was a dull sound as it escaped through the ground. Qin Pingon tapped the tip of his foot, and stepped on the flying sword Chu-yi that had rushed over. His figure rose more than 100 feet, and following the sounds and movements underground, he finally focused his attention on one direction. The sword Immortal in his hand swept out, and like an arqueballista arrow, it shot out. The carriage hurriedly changed its trajectory and dodged the sword Immortal's thrust. With this slight obstruction, Fan Yunluo's escaping speed inevitably slowed down. Qin Pingon stepped on Chu-yi, and time after time he lightly touched the surface of the water. He raised his arm high and punched the ground. Under the ground there was a rumbling sound, like spring thunder in the netherworld. Waves of treasure light swayed under the ground, and there was a series of curses from the city lord of Greasy City. Finally, his voice became softer and softer, and it seemed that the carriage had escaped into the depths of the forest. Qin Pingon knew that this was the secret art of the carriage's underground escape, and there must be some restrictions. The more it floated on the surface, the faster the carriage would be, and the deeper it burrowed into the ground, the more obstructions there would be under the strange soil of the Ghost Valley. At first, Fan Yunluo thought that she was lucky, but now that she suffered a great loss, she could only choose the lesser of two evils. She would rather return to Greasy City slowly, and avoid his fist aura that shook the earth and the Sword Immortal's assassination. The Sword Immortal and Qin Pingon's minds were connected and he stepped on it. He did not rise too high and kept it as close to the ground as possible. Then he rode the sword to Greasy City. As for the flying swords Chu Yi and Chu Yi, they followed the carriage underground. No matter what, he could not let Fan Yunluo hide in Greasy City too easily. Moreover, Qin Pingon wanted to try and see if the Greasy Skin City's city-protecting great array could withstand his sword. On top of a small mountain, Qin Pingon stopped the Sword Immortal. There stood a white bone ghost wearing a scholar's robe without any flesh and blood, with a sword at his waist. He smiled and said, "Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Why did you have to kill Fan Yunluo? She has always bullied the weak and feared the strong, and she is the best at judging the situation. You don't have to worry about her pestering you. She has been smart for so many years, and more than once she has to suffer in silence. She has long been used to it. Since she is scared out of her wits, she will only lower her head and apologize. Moreover, if you really kill Fan Yunluo, you will break a rule set by Zhu Quan and the city lord of Jingguan City. You will be killed by a group of city lords and you will have to leave the Ghost Valley. Let me kindly remind you, if you go further north, even if you ride the sword close to the ground, you will be discovered by the nearby city lords." Qin Pingon asked, "You are?" The skeleton swordsman in scholar's robe smiled and said, "Fan Yunluo coincidentally helped to block the disaster. She is a Jindan ghost in name in my city, but that is all. I advise you to quickly return to the Crow Ridge, or else you will have worked for nothing, and the Jindan ghost will take away all the spoils of war. Let's say in advance, the Ghost Valley's monarch and minister, master and servant, is a joke. No one takes it seriously, even the Heavenly King will not recognize it. Believe it or not, it is your business." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "So it is the city lord of White Cage City." The skeleton with the scholar's robe and the sword hanging from its waist looked ridiculous, but it did not give people a sense of absurdity. It nodded and smiled, "Nice to meet you." Qin Pingon thought for a while. Qin Pingon smiled and patted the blade's strengthening gourd. The flying swords number 1 and number 15 flew back into the gourd. Qin Pingon's hands were in his sleeves, his left hand was holding a golden material withdrawal talisman, his right hand was holding the walnut bracelet. "City Lord, do you have any other suggestions?" The strongest Een spirit in the south of the Ghost Valley shook its head. "No." Qin Pingon rode the Sword Immortal, drawing an arc and flying away. The city lord of White Cage City lightly stomped his feet. "Come out." A carriage rolled out from the foot of the hill. This treasure of Greasy Skin City was severely damaged, showing the power of the sword and fist. Fan Yunluo sat in the carriage, covering her face with her hands, crying. At this moment she really looked like an innocent girl. The skeleton in green robe and sword laughed. When will you not do a business that does not lose money? Why don't you think about it, a young man who is cautious everywhere, but dares to go directly to Qinglu town, is he here to die?" Fan Yunluo was like a pear blossom in the rain, lying in the carriage, wailing and complaining. Returning to the Crow Ridge, Qin Pingon sighed in relief. Except for the old woman who was gone, the rest of the dead female ghosts, otherworldly items and bones were still there. For 92. Compared to when he was chasing after Fan Yunluo, Qin Pingon purposely flew higher into the sky. The gold core ghost in the White Cage City indeed quickly led the way and left. It was not that Qin Pingon did not want to pay a price and try to wipe them out in one go. At the very least he should have fought them for a while. Originally, Qin Pingon's first choice for this trip to Qinglu town was this group of wandering ghosts in the southern part of the Ghost Valley. However, the appearance of the Lord of the White Cage City, Pu Meng, made Qin Pingon change his mind. The words of this heroic spirit recorded in the Rest Assured collection were almost cumbersome. They were not stingy at all. When Qin Pingon first read this book, he almost thought that the head cultivator who wrote the Rest Assured collection was an admirer of this Pu Meng. The bloody words of praise in the book did not affect Qin Pingan's decision. What really made Qin Pingan keep the peace were the words, "peak nascent soul." Since the other party finally appeared in person but did not choose to make a move, Qin Pingan was willing to take a step back. Qin Pingan looked at the sparkling and translucent white bones on the ground. There were no less than 20 of them. After being killed by the sword Immortal Chuiwu and Chuiwu, the ghosts and souls of these greasy women had long dissipated and became the essence of this small world. Just as Qin Pingan was about to collect the white bones, he suddenly frowned. He steered his sword Immortal and was about to leave the place. However, after some thought, he paused for a moment and kept most of the white bones, leaving only 6 or 7 glistening white bones in the forest. Only then did he leave Crow Ridge on his sword at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the 2 figures on the winding path from afar, Qin Pingan was relieved. However, he was still not at ease. He sheathed his sword, put on his bamboo hat and landed on the ground in a secluded place. He walked to the road and stood there, quietly waiting for the couple to come closer. The couple also saw Qin Pingan. Just like before, they planned to take a detour and pretend to look for some herbs and stones that could be exchanged for money. However, they found that the young ranger only took off his bamboo hat and did not move. The couple looked at each other and felt somewhat helpless. They could only bite the bullet and walk back to the road. The man in front and the woman behind, they walked towards Qin Pingan together. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. They silently prayed for the protection of the 3 pure ones. When the couple came closer, Qin Pingan held his bamboo hat with one hand and pointed to the dense forest behind him with the other. He said, "Just now at the Crow Ridge I fought a fierce battle with a group of malicious ghosts. Although I won by a narrow margin, there were many ghosts that escaped. It is inevitable that there will be a fight later. If you are not afraid of being implicated by me, you must be more careful if you want to continue north." The couple looked at each other in dismay, their expressions miserable. The toll fee paid by the memorial archway was 5 snowflakes per person. However, for a rootless cultivator of the 5 states like the husband and wife, they were not chi cultivators who were proficient in ghost Dao spells. Once they entered the Ghost Valley, they would be consuming their aura all the time. Not to mention that it was unbearable for both their body and mind. For this reason, they had specially bought a bottle of expensive elixir so that they could travel as far as possible in the Ghost Valley. They could rely on unexpected gains to make up for it. Otherwise, if it was only for stability, they should have chosen the road that had been worn out by their predecessors in Lawnmusk Town. As long as one could become a cultivator and set foot on the road of immortality, no one would be stupid. Especially when it came to making money, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was exhausting and scheming. The couple's faces were pale. The young woman tugged at the man's sleeve. "Forget it. This is our fate. It is better to cultivate slowly than to die." The man shook his head and held the woman's hand. He said softly, "You can't wait any longer. When the water is full, the moon is full. If you drag it on, it will only harm you. A good thing will become a disaster." The man let go of her hand and faced Qin Pingan. His eyes were firm. He clasped his fists and thanked him. On the road of cultivation there are many unexpected situations. Since our realms are low, we can only resign ourselves to fate. We can't blame young master. My wife and I still have to thank young master for his kind reminder. Qin Pingan asked, "Madam, are you about to enter the cave-dwelling realm, but your foundation is not stable and you need to rely on immortal coins and artifacts to increase the possibility of breaking through?" The woman sighed softly. The man nodded. "Young master, you have sharp eyes. That is indeed the case." Qin Pingan asked, "May I ask how big is the gap?" The man said helplessly, "For us, the amount is huge. Otherwise we would not have come to the Ghost Valley. We are really forcing ourselves to break through the gates of hell." Qin Pingan tentatively asked, "How much immortal coins are you short of?" The man hesitated for a moment and said bitterly, "To tell you the truth, a few years ago my wife and I traveled to more than a dozen countries, and finally found an immortal shop on the west side of the Skeleton Beach. We chose a natal item that was most suitable for my wife to refine. It was already the most fair price, but we still needed 800 snowflakes. The shopkeeper was kind enough to keep the spiritual weapon that we didn't need to worry about the sales. As long as we collected enough immortal money within 5 years, we could buy it at any time. We are both rogue cultivators of the lower 5 realms. We have traveled the markets of various countries and are willing to earn any money, but unfortunately, we are not capable enough and still lack 500 snowflakes. The woman's heart was filled with sorrow. In fact, her husband still had some things that he did not say, but it was really difficult to say. This time, in order to enter the Ghost Valley to earn 500 immortal coins, the bottle of elixir used to replenish chi had cost more than 100 immortal coins. Just now, the money that they earned along the way was converted to immortal coins. 1 immortal coin was not even enough to buy 1 immortal coin. Money in the Ghost Valley was not so easy to earn. They saw that the young ranger with a sword on his back seemed to be hesitating. He reached out and pressed the vermilion wine pot on his waist. He should be thinking about something. The husband and wife did not say anything else so as not to be suspected of complaining. On the road of cultivation, if a rogue cultivator met an immortal of a higher realm, it was already a great blessing for both sides to be able to live in peace. They did not dare to expect more. After many years of wandering the Jianghu, this pair of Dao companions were used to the scene of rogue cultivators dying. They had seen so many that even the sadness of the death of a rabbit was gone. When the young ranger raised his head, the husband and wife's hearts tightened. Qin Pingon asked, "I entered the Ghost Valley this time to gain experience. At first I did not have the intention to seek wealth, so I did not bring anything to store things. I did not expect that previously in the Crow Ridge, I was inexplicably besieged by fierce ghosts. Although the consequences are endless, but it can be considered a small harvest. You see, you husband and wife just happen to have a big box. Even if you help me take away those bones, I estimate that you can sell them for a few immortal coins. At the Naiha market you can sell the bones first, then wait for me for a month. If you wait for me you can get a 20% share of the profits. If I don't appear then you don't have to wait for me. No matter how much immortal coins you sell, it will be the private property of you husband and wife." The woman was stunned. Just as she was about to speak, the man grabbed her hand and tightly gripped it, cutting her off. "Young master, have you ever thought that if we sold white bone, obtained snow and money and then left, wouldn't young master be worried?" Qin Pingon laughed. "Since I dare to do this kind of business, do you think I won't be able to find you 2 wild cultivators afterwards?" The man asked again, "Why doesn't young master simply leave the Ghost Valley with us? We husband and wife can be young master's porters and earn some hard-earned money. As long as we don't lose, young master can sell the bones himself." Qin Pingon frowned. "I said this trip to the Ghost Valley is to sharpen my cultivation, not to seek wealth. If you are worried about a trap, then forget it." The man glanced at the dense forest in the distance and laughed. "Then I will follow young master to the Crow Ridge. Wind fall from the sky, such a wonderful thing. If we miss it we will suffer the wrath of heaven. Young master can rest assured, we husband and wife will definitely wait for a month in the Naiha market." The man did not allow his wife to refuse. He let her take down the big box, 1 in each hand, and followed Qin Pingon to the Crow Ridge. When he saw the 5 skeletons that were in excellent condition he was dumbfounded. He carefully put them into the wooden box. And the young man with the bamboo hat squatted not far away, looking at some rusty armors and weapons. Finally, when the pair of Dao companions each carried the heavy box, walking on the path back, they felt like it was a lifetime ago. They could not believe it. The man was silent for a long time, then grinned. "It's like a dream." The woman whispered, "Is there really such a good thing in the world?" The man looked back, but that person's figure was long gone. He turned back and comforted, "Master's actions are unexpected, just treat it as if we met a sword immortal." The man gradually came back to his senses and whispered, "Think about it, how many wild cultivators dare to say, no matter what, they can sell it for some money? Such a tone, can we say it out loud? Even if we bite the bullet and pretend, can we say it so naturally to this young master? I guess this person must be a direct disciple of one of those immortal mansions with the word, sect. Definitely not a wild cultivator like we guessed at the beginning. That's why he can be so generous and act so heroic. And that sentence threatening us, listen to it, it can be guaranteed that his family background is shocking." For 93. The man who had been sleeping soundly in the depression of the mountain cliff shook his sleeves. The mountain stream water was like snow-white pearls falling into the water. He smiled and asked, "Young master, now that things have come to this, what do you say?" Qin Pingon said, "I don't have much money, so I won't fight with you." The man was overjoyed and nodded, "Then I'll owe you a favor. The old fox of West Mountain was not happy. He used his wooden staff to hit the ground heavily and then stretched out 2 fingers, pointing at Qin Pingon and the ragged man. This old man said, "Whoever has money will be my son-in-law, there is no need to talk about feelings. You're a young man wearing a bamboo hat, yet you're so generous. I've purposely tested your character time and time again, but I've always let you pass. Now that things have come to this, all that's left is for the rice to be cooked. If my daughter follows you, she won't have to worry about food and clothes for the rest of her life, wearing gold and silver. Maybe she will be more like a rich young lady than those female officials under Fan Yunluo in Greasy City. As for that beggar, he has been drinking the northwest wind here for several months. What kind of bird is he? This old man's heart is like a mirror. No matter how big the world is, it's not as big as his words. No, my daughter was born to enjoy life, she can't bear hardships. This old man will definitely not watch my precious daughter jump into the fire pit." Qin Pingon's horizons were broadened. In these years of traveling, he had seen mountain gods get married, he had seen fox demons seduce scholars, he had seen city god take concubines, but he had never seen someone casually marry off their daughter. The ragged man helplessly said, "Father-in-law, I don't have any money on me, not even a single piece of snow. This son-in-law can't cheat you. But before I came to this ghost valley, I did a big business deal. I had no choice but to sell an armory close to me, along with the immortal money and many magic tools at a low price. But I'm actually not poor." The old fox was furious. He used his wooden staff to hit the ground several times and hissed, "You're cheating me again. Get lost, this old man's dog eyes only recognize money." Qin Pingon took out a handful of snow and spent it. "I only have this much immortal money on me." Old Fox Xian said with a sickly voice, "Child, you always beat around the bush when you speak. I can't tell if it's true or false, but it doesn't matter. It's better than that beggar. You are my son-in-law. In the future, the expansion of our West Mountain Fox clan will depend on you, son-in-law. While you are still young and strong, you should put in more effort. By the way, my daughter is called Wei Taijin, her maiden name. She also has a younger brother, Wei Gaowu, who is a good-for-nothing. Once you enter a family, you are a family. In the future, remember to take care of this brother-in-law of yours. In the future, when you leave the Ghost Valley with him, if you have the opportunity, help him marry 17 or 18 immortal girls." But Qin Pingon reached out to the man. The man smiled knowingly and said, "You can lend me this immortal money. It's even better to give it to me. This way I'll have money." Old Fox Xian's eyes spun. Could it be that the beggar had invited helpers to join forces to kidnap his daughter? The young girl hiding behind the small dark green umbrella timidly asked, "Young master, I only want to ask one thing. Did you see a golden hairpin at the bottom of the water?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said honestly, "I didn't see it." The young girl faintly sighed and slowly got up. Her figure was graceful, but she was still hidden deep inside the dark green umbrella. She was just like the owner of the umbrella. There was a hole the size of a stone, which somewhat ruined the scenery. The young girl's voice was actually cold and clear, but it had a natural foxy charm. This was probably the innate ability of foxy charms in the world. "Young master, don't blame my father. Just treat it as a joke." The young girl pulled Old Fox Xian's sleeve and said softly, "Father, let's go." The old man fiercely glared at the young man wearing the bamboo hat. The more he looked like a swindler. He coldly snorted, "The matter of marriage is not a game. We'll talk about it later." Old Fox Xian and the young girl holding the umbrella hurriedly left. Because of their messy footsteps, the dark green gourd hanging on the wooden staff swayed incessantly. Once the 2 foxy charms left, the mountain stream quickly regained its silence. The birds were gone. The mountains and rivers were tranquil. There was actually a deathly stillness in the tranquility. Qin Pingon put away the handful of snow and put it into his sleeve. The man laughed, "Count it as me, Yang Chongxian, owing you half a favor." Qin Pingon shook his head, "No need to be so polite. I was just thinking that it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." The man did not say anything else. He was probably so hungry that he had no strength left. He found a slightly flat cliff and lay down in a daze. Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and stared at the mountain stream that was like the specks of fireflies in the summer night. Since he came to Treasure Mirror Mountain, he naturally came for opportunities and artifacts. Although there was not much hope, everything depended on effort. There were indeed opportunities in the world that came by lying down. but in the end they were few and far between. More of them were the methods that wild cultivators used to earn money. Swallows held mud in their mouths and ants moved. Once they were lucky enough to encounter a true cultivation opportunity, danger and fortune coexisted. They had to be extremely careful. They might even have to risk their lives. Just like that pair of Dao companions of the lower 5 realms who should already be in Limbo Pass Bazaar. Until they reached Crow Ridge they had searched and picked up many things. In fact, they did not even earn a single drop of snow. If they continued to head north to Qinglu town they might both die. They were worthy of being Dao companions. They would really become a pair of dying mandarin ducks. As for the name Zhou Xian, Qin Pingon ran through it in his mind. He did not have the slightest recollection. There was no record of it in the Rest Assured collection. He should not be the godlike city lord of heroic spirit in Ghost Valley, or some powerful Een spirit that did not listen to orders in White Cage City. He should be a strange person who came here to gain experience. As for his cultivation, he should not be underestimated. This was because Qin Pingon was completely unable to see through his roots in depth. Just like the black-robed elder who walked through the memorial arch with him. His divine aura was restrained and his true spirit was hidden deep. Qin Pingon still guessed that he was at least an earth immortal sword cultivator of the Golden Core realm. Of course, there was a greater possibility that Zhou Xian was simply an alias. Qin Pingon's fear towards Pu Qing of White Cage City was more because the other party's cultivation was too high. But for some reason this Zhou Xian gave Qin Pingon a sense of danger more than Pu Qing. This was definitely not because Zhou Xian's cultivation was higher than Pu Qing's peak nascent soul realm. Even if Qin Pingon could not see through this person's depth, he could vaguely feel that compared to Pu Qing, who seemed to be one with the heavens and earth, Zhou Xian was still a little lacking. On the path of cultivation this was often a natural moat. The man who called himself Zhou Xian lay on the other side of the river, crossed his legs and smiled. If you came for the biggest opportunity in Treasure Mirror Mountain, I advise you to forget about it. I also advise you to stop looking at the water to look for treasures. If you look at it for too long, your soul will suddenly tremble at some point. You will lose control of your body and your mind will be unstable. Your soul will leave your body and flow into the mountain stream like water, and it will be difficult to retrieve it. During this process, those below the Earth Immortal realm will be unaware. If I tell you about the secret of Treasure Mirror Mountain quietly eating people's souls, I will repay the half a favor I owed you before. This mountain stream was created when the mirror fell to the ground. This was what the Hemp Sec's Relax collection purposely said to scare people. It was not that those old antiques who dealt with dead people and underworld artifacts in the past were worried that outsiders would steal their opportunity. It was just that this item was difficult to find. If normal cultivators entered the mountain to look for treasures, they would easily end up like the birds and skeletons at the bottom of the water, becoming the essence of the mountains and rivers. Not only that, half of the souls of Earth Immortals would be imprisoned in the water and could not escape. The remaining half would enter the cycle of reincarnation. Even if they could be reincarnated and continue to be human, for Qi cultivators, having an incomplete soul was a great taboo. As for why I can cultivate here, naturally I came prepared. Zhou Xian spoke halfway. If he spoke too much, the other party might become suspicious. Languid, he swung one of his legs and said, "My temperament is unstable. I like to learn a bit of everything, but I am not proficient in it." After hearing this, Qin Pingon retracted his gaze and put on his bamboo hat again. He planned to leave the Mirror Treasure Mountain. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the strange flowers and herbs of the Celestial Mountain's secret realm, had to be obtained in the right way and obtained in the right way. Both were indispensable. They were extremely particular about the right time, right place and right people. Who was where, what time and what day, what method was used and what secret treasures were used to carry it. Everything was interlinked. A high realm was far from enough to decide everything. There was a clear record in the Relax collection that the City Lord of Celestial Ancestral City was determined to obtain the opportunity of the Mirror Treasure Mountain. However, after 100 years of hard work he still could not solve it. Since he had already started, he went all out. Other than the ghosts in his own city, he also borrowed more than 1,000 otherworldly items from the surrounding 3 cities that were on good terms with him. He also borrowed a group of talisman warriors from Bailong City who specialized in moving mountains. He tried to directly move the Mirror Treasure Mountain and move the entire mountain to Celestial Ancestral City. However, after spending a lot of manpower and resources, in the end it was still futile. It could be seen that the opportunity of the Mirror Treasure Mountain was hard to grasp. If he wanted to obtain the painting of the heavenly official and goddess of the Mural City, he could only rely on his own life. And if he wanted to take the mirror, he did not even know what he had to rely on. The hemp sect did not know, nor did the Ghost Valley. However, Qin Pingon quickly changed his mind. In any case, he should at least give it a try. He had to change some of his deep-rooted old-fashioned ideas. He could not always think that he could not grasp an additional opportunity. The old fox of West Mountain walked down the Mirror Treasure Mountain. He held his staff in one hand and twirled his beard in the other. He sighed along the way. The young girl was a little absent-minded. The old man suddenly asked, "Taizhen, why don't you marry the ghost commander of Three Fighters City? That otherworldly item is one of the best generals under the command of the city master of Three Fight City. It's not an ordinary otherworldly item. Compared to those creatures with big bloody mouths or skeletons that don't even have half a piece of flesh, it's still pretty neat. In our place, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a handsome young man." The young girl frowned. The old man helplessly said, "Yes, in the past that Daoist Yun you said that your ideal husband must be someone who can see the deep stream and the golden hairpin. But how many years have passed? 200 years? 300 years? In the marketplace outside the Ghost Valley at your age the grandson of the grandson of the grandson should have already married and had children." The young girl was bored to death. She gently twisted the small green umbrella with a hole in it and turned her head to look at the mountainside of the Mirror Treasure Mountain. She muttered, "Father, don't rush your daughter. Let's wait a little longer. At most 100 years. If you still can't wait, then I will marry." The old man lamented, "Then you must marry into a rich family. It is best not to be too crafty. You must be filial and know how to treat your father-in-law well. Apart from a generous betrothal gift, you must also show your filial piety to your father-in-law from time to time. And you, after you get married, don't become a spilled water. For the rest of your father's life, whether or not I can live a comfortable life depends on you and my future son-in-law." The young girl hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, "Father, is it really like what the ghost commander of Three Fighters City said? If I marry him, the city lord of Three Fighters City will help you build an ancestral temple on the Mirror Treasure Mountain and become a water god that eats incense?" The old man sneered, "Human words cannot be trusted, let alone this kind of nonsense. Don't you know how precious the water god of the Ghost Valley is? There are so many city lords in the north and south, how many are there? Although with our background, we don't dare to dream of forming a golden body or becoming a mountain deity. Who would dare to go against the rules of the scholarly saints? However, it's still a water god, so it's still possible. Unfortunately, Father knows his own weight and doesn't have that fate. The water immortal technique that Father cultivates in the Remnant Secret Manual, secretly drinking a bit of Mirror Treasure Mountain's water luck, relying on a stupid method to increase my cultivation bit by bit, is already the limit." The young girl smiled sweetly. "Father, you are afraid that becoming a god will have to suffer the pain of being skinned to the bone and frying the soul in oil, right?" The old man was also a thick-skinned person. That is natural. In this world, whether it is the living or the dead or us mountain spirits and swamp spirits, when we walk this path, we are all rushing to enjoy happiness. Why is it relatively easy for the dynasty's heroic spirits to become gods? That is because they have the protection of the country's fate and merit. Why is it so dangerous for spirits and swamp spirits to become gods? Isn't it because they are too far away from the secular world? They can't save up merit and have to take credit from the heavens. Father has been in this Ghost Valley. How many living people have I seen in my life? What kind of merit is there? Moreover, every time I see one, I will trap them to death. I tricked so many chi cultivators to go to the mountain stream to watch the water, causing them to lose their souls. For these hundreds of years, every time it is the Qingming festival, I will go around Mirror Treasure Mountain and burn incense. Do you think it is fun? This is because I feel guilty in my heart." The old man stomped his feet for no reason and said angrily, "Daughter, you are so beautiful, why do those city lords look down on you? Otherwise, don't even talk about a sparrow turning into a phoenix. Even if you become a favored concubine of a certain city lord, your father and that useless younger brother of yours will also have a meteoric rise in their lives. Why would we need to stay in this godforsaken Mirror Treasure Mountain and stare at each other, eating and waiting for death? Just look at that big pervert in Powderlang City. He was saying that he wanted to marry you in a palanquin. Why is it that after all these years he no longer has any desires? The young girl looked a little innocent. Whether someone likes you or not, can you force it? She had a pair of beautiful eyes. The old fox sighed. The West Mountain Fox clan was withering day by day. There were not many left. He heard that there was a place in Treasure Vase Continent where the Fox clan flourished. But the old fox firmly believed that his daughter, even if she went there, she would still be a stunning beauty. At the White Jade Plaza in front of the Greasy City's city lord's residence, it was sparkling like a mirror. A young girl clenched her fists and placed them in front of her chest. She frowned and pouted. Looking at the broken carriage, she wanted to cry but had no tears. She had suffered a great loss. After escaping twice, the Greasy City Lord did not rejoice at all. She only felt pain. The first time she admitted defeat. Her skills were not as good as others. It was a common thing in Guiming Valley. Many of the glorious city lords in history were not as good as her. They worked like cows for Bailong City and Xianxia City. They were worse than chickens and dogs. Chickens and dogs still dared to bark at passersby. Would those great ghosts who were once city lords dare to do so now? But the second time it seemed to be a light breeze. There was no blood stench at all. Instead, it was what made Fan Yunluo worried. The favor owed to the famous white-bone sword Immortal in Guiming Valley had always been repaid. There was no exception. Fan Yunluo sniffled and wiped her face. She walked around the precious carriage and touched it here and there. Her heart ached. If she wanted to repair it, she would need to spend a lot of money. In Guiming Valley, if she did not use her family's wealth, how hard would it be to earn some money? All of a sudden, Fan Yunluo banged her forehead against the carriage, causing a loud bang. She howled with all her might. Seeing this, the old woman who was lucky enough to return to the city alive became more and more guilty. Back then at Crow Ridge, she and the other female ghosts in palace attire fled in all directions. Some of them were unlucky, and when it rains, it pours. It would have been better for them to die under the sword of that young sword Immortal and be captured by that golden core ghost. She escaped quickly, and after that she even gathered a few female officials from the city to make up for her mistakes. But now, looking at the city lord's appearance, the old woman's heart was pounding. Looking at the city lord's attitude, could it be that he wanted her to take out her private savings to repair this treasure carriage? For a moment, the old woman had the idea of going to another city. In Guiming Valley, the big fish ate the small fish ate the shrimps. The shrimps at the bottom could only eat mud. Once there was a loss of soldiers, the consequences were unimaginable. It was easy to attract the covetous eyes of the surrounding forces. Once several forces secretly formed an alliance and swarmed together, Guiming Valley was destined to be torn apart. Here, as long as there was a fight, the biggest taboo was to be in a stalemate. Or to kill 1,000 of the enemy and lose 800 of your own men. This was because bigger forces would often take advantage of the situation. Two sides who fought to the death. If they worked hard for others, why bother? But once a city in Guiming Valley decided to make a move, most of the time, after weighing the pros and cons, decided to eat the prey. Therefore it was usually a sure thing to kill in one blow. Although Fan Yunluo had a cultivation base of gold core, Guiming Valley still appeared to be weak. Therefore Fan Yunluo liked to deliberately mystify things. For example, she revealed to the outside world that her relationship with the Linen sect was quite good. She recognized a direct disciple of the Linen sect's ancestral hall who was stationed in Qinglu town as her sworn brother. But the old woman knew everything and was just making up nonsense. If the other party was willing to nod his head, not to mention a sworn brother of the same generation, Fan Yunluo was willing to recognize him as her godfather, or even the old ancestor. Fortunately, that cultivator was devoted to Dao and did not care about worldly affairs. In the Linen sect, he was the same as Yang Lin of Wall Painting City. He was a proud son of heaven with a bright future. He was too lazy to care about the dirty thoughts of Guiming Valley. Guiming Valley was originally the lowest power among the southern cities of Guiming Valley. The group of female ghosts that she brought to Crow Ridge were all Fan Yunluo's confidants who could fight. This trip really hurt the foundation of Guiming Valley. Concubine Bai was already seriously injured, at least 60 years old, at most 100 years old. She could only lie half dead in that pool. Losing a bit of combat strength was nothing. Concubine Bai was not known for her combat strength, but she was secretly the mistress of Fenlang City's city lord. This was a fact that everyone in the southern part of Ghost Dawn Valley knew, and was not considered a secret. And the city lord's wife was not only the city lord's Dao companion, she was also the true manager. Because of concubine Bai, Fenlang City had always been extremely displeased with Greasy Skin City. The old woman slightly lowered her head, her face was gloomy and uncertain. She thought to go all the way. Why not steal the central magical instrument of Guiming Valley's Great City Defense Array and submit to the Lady of Fenlang City? As long as Fenlang City took over Guiming Valley, the next city lord of Guiming Valley might be the next city lord of Guiming Valley. There was hope that the position would belong to her. Guiming Valley, the northern and southern cities, a total of 36. The city lord had always been flowing water. The city was made of iron. When the city lord changed, it was just a change of name. This was an unwritten rule in Guiming Valley. It was said that it was passed down from Guiming Valley. When attacking a city there was strife. It did not matter if you eliminated the root of the problem. No matter how you devoured or killed ghosts, it did not matter. The only thing that was not allowed was wantonly destruction, to the extent of destroying the city into ruins. Unless you had the foundation and capital within 10 years, you could rebuild a city on the ruins. Otherwise, once the 10 years were up, the Guiming Valley's Great Earth Immortal Ghost Commanders would lead their troops to the south. That would really be a massacre. The old woman was hesitant. Although she was more inclined to betray Guiming Valley and the incompetent Fan Yunluo, she was still in a dilemma. This kind of filthy act of betraying one's master for glory was not very popular in Guiming Valley. Even if she changed masters, she would still be ostracized by the meritorious elders, who would take the opportunity to cause trouble. Her only hope was that the Madam of Guiming Valley, because she was also a woman, she would not care about these loyal and disloyal people. Fan Yunluo suddenly stopped her crazy actions and turned to the old woman. She said pitifully, "That Pooh from Guiming Valley, after saving me, said that there would be another tribute this year and he wanted double. Chong Momo, what do you think we should do? Our Guiming Valley only has a few remaining soldiers and defeated generals. Where can we find a good magic tool to enter Guiming Valley's eyes?" The old woman's heart trembled. She smiled and said, "City Lord, this is a blessing in disguise. It's a good thing. Since City Lord Pooh has spoken, our Guiming Valley will not have to worry about any thieves for at least 100 years. Fan Yunluo's young face was still clouded with worry, but Guiming Valley's income cannot make ends meet. Every time we have to empty our pockets to hold on for 100 years, we will still die later. The old woman could only squeeze out a smile and comforted him. "City Lord, you don't have to be discouraged. 100 years is neither long nor short. As long as luck changes once or twice, our greasy skin city may change into a first-class city in the south. At that time, not to mention Xianxia City in Guiming Valley, City Lord might even have to rely on City Lord Pooh." Fan Yunluo nodded. She stretched out her finger and rubbed her face like a kitten. She scratched the corner of her eyes and said doubtfully, "I am so heartbroken. Why don't I have a few tears? This is ridiculous." The old woman was speechless. Fan Yunluo waved her hand and kept the carriage in her sleeve. She walked to the gate of the mansion and shouted, "I will make a scarecrow and stab that bastard with the bamboo hat to death." The old woman followed behind, her mind turning rapidly. Was the city lord's words trying to beat her? Or was it unintentional? Fan Yunluo did not stop walking. She suddenly turned her head and asked, "Oh right, what is that person's name?" The old woman said awkwardly, "He didn't say his name." Fan Yunluo stopped and was dumbfounded. She suddenly waved her sleeves and stomped her feet. She said bitterly, "I can't make a scarecrow that I am best at." The old woman was helpless. How many scarecrows had been piled up in the boudoir of the city lord's mansion? When did it work? Fan Yunluo was short and her dress was big. Walking in the mansion, she looked like a walking carrot. At the deep stream of Mirror Treasure Mountain, Qin Pingon, who had made up his mind, used many methods. For example, he took out a fishing rod from the purple bamboo island in the Book Slip Lake. After aiming at an object at the bottom of the water, he did not dare to look too deep into the water. He quickly held his breath and threw the hook into the water. He tried to hook a few sets of sparkling white bones from the bottom of the water, or a few broken artifacts that emitted a faint golden light, and then dragged them out of the stream. However, Qin Pingon tried a few times and was surprised to find that the scene at the bottom of the lake was like a mirage. It was just an illusion. Qin Pingon did not believe it. He tried a few more methods, but he still could not take anything out from the bottom of the water. He thought that this deep stream might have nurtured the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, which formed a barrier similar to a mountain and river formation. In the end, he took out a yellow talisman paper and used it to open a path. He quickly threw it into the water and followed the path to the bottom of the water. However, the talisman burned very quickly in the gloomy water, so he still could not get anything out. Qin Pingon squatted by the water. He felt a little sorry for the talisman. Zhou Xian lay on the snow-white cliff on the opposite bank and laughed. Let's not talk about your fancy trick. In history, many Earth Immortal cultivators used all their magical weapons. There was even a cultivator who borrowed a priceless drinking water bottle and used their spiritual qi to operate their supernatural power to draw water from this stream. The water in the drinking water bottle was enough to drown a big city of a dynasty. However, they still could not take anything out from this stream. It was a terrible loss. Do you know the reason? Qin Pingon laughed. I hope Daoist Yang can enlighten me. When traveling outside, it was best to call out to fellow Daoists. Zhou Xian folded his hands as a pillow and basked in the sun. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. He slowly said, many mountains like to let the beautiful female cultivators use the mirror flower water moon spell as a means to make money. When the male cultivators in the world look at the bowl of water, the beautiful fairies in the water screen are close to them. They seem to be within reach, but how far are they? How long can your fishing line be? Can it be as long as 108,000 miles? Qin Pingon suddenly understood. I see. Seems that I thought too much. Zhou Xian said, in the world, unless it's the kind that just appeared, those who can see it will have a share. As for this mirror treasure mountain, it's been explored by countless cultivators for thousands of years. Without some luck, how can it be so easy to get it? I've been here for so many years and I've also waited bitterly. So you don't have to feel embarrassed. That year I used even more ridiculous methods. I directly jumped into the stream and wanted to explore the bottom. In the end, it was easy to go down but hard to return. I swam for a whole month and almost drowned in it. Qin Pingon sincerely praised. Daoist Yang has a high cultivation base. Zhou Xian sighed. It's passable. It's said that the Jingguan city's mayor went into the water to explore for a year, but he still couldn't find the golden hairpin that opens the door. Although the mayor is a dead thing and has a great advantage, even if I die and become a ghost, I believe that I can't last a year. Qin Pingon asked curiously, this mountain stream water, after all, is full of yin qi. Once you get out of the ghost valley and find a suitable buyer, maybe a few pounds of water can be sold for money. That cultivator who borrowed the water bottle stored so much mountain stream water in the bottle. Why did he not make a big profit but suffered a great loss? Zhou Xian laughed. When the water leaves the boundary of the mirror treasure mountain, the yin qi disperses very quickly. Unless it is hidden in a square-inch object, once it steals too much water of the mountain stream outside, it will burst like a flood. That year the cultivator of the upper 5 states was careless. When he arrived at the skeleton beach, he took out the water bottle of the magic treasure grade from the square-inch object. The water bottle with too much water couldn't withstand the impact of the yin qi and exploded on the spot. Fortunately, it was at the skeleton beach, not far from the swaying river. If it was somewhere else, this guy might be punished by the academy. Zhou Xian laughed. It's not difficult to sell 10 pounds of unrefined mountain stream water for a snow at the skeleton beach. The precondition is that you have to have a square-inch object and a square-inch object. Also, you have to have 1 or 2 magic treasures similar to the water bottle. If the quality is too high, it will ruin things. If the quality is too low, it will take up too much space. Those below the Earth Immortal realm don't dare to come here to take water. As an Earth Immortal, why would he want to spend money on a few snow? Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and put it into the mountain stream to fill it with water. After all, he was a half-baked qi cultivator who opened up the water mansion. When he paid to drink the gloomy tea from the tea stall by the swaying river, he also considered to make up for the water qi. If he could fill the gourd with mountain stream water, his trip to the Mirror Treasure Mountain would not be in vain. However, before leaving the Ghost Valley, he could indeed go to the Mirror Treasure Mountain again. There was no need to hope for the legendary water bottle. He could prepare more bottles and jars to store a few thousand pounds of mountain stream water. When he returned to the skeleton beach, he could see if he could do business with the tea stall owner. It would also be a good income. Yang Chongxian just glanced at the red wine bottle in Qin Pingan's hand and was slightly surprised. However, he didn't care too much about it. Thank you for your words. Qin Pingan stood up and clasped his hands. Since the Mirror Treasure Mountain is not destined to be with me, Yang Chongxian, goodbye. Yang Chongxian sat up and seemed surprised. You're leaving? Qin Pingan nodded and put on his bamboo hat. Yang Chongxian lay back on the stone cliff and began to close his eyes to rest. After a while he opened his eyes. You're really leaving? Should I say that you're decisive, or do you have no patience at all? Previously, when the person put away the bamboo pole, he obviously used a fengsuan item and didn't deliberately hide it. Just like how he generously put his feet into the water, it was actually a small gesture of goodwill. In this North Continent, if one wanted to fight less, one had to learn to show off one's family background. Otherwise, there were many insignificant ants who were not very capable but had a big temper. Even when you used your feet to crush them to death, they would still curse and spit at you until they died, unrepentant. Killing people could not be eaten. After encountering such situations many times, Yang Chongxian felt more and more sick and tired of it. It was really too boring. Gradually, his personality changed and he became more and more kind to others. For example, that old fox of the West Mountain had such a foul mouth. If it were him in the past, the old fox would have died at least 80 times, if not 100 times. After the young ranger left the Mirror Treasure Mountain, Yang Chongxuan's mood became slightly better. The other party's words had struck a chord with him. It was better to have less trouble. Moreover, this was a crucial period for Yang Chongxian to obtain fortuitous opportunities. He sat up and narrowed his eyes, staring at the deep stream that seemed like it could be seen through with one glance. The conjecture in the Rest Assured collection was wrong about this mirror. It was not a bright mirror at all, and it was definitely not a demon-revealing mirror that targeted demons and spirits. It was a long-lost Three Mountains Nine Marquises realm. It was also a half-immortal weapon. Qin Pingan was already far away from the Mirror Treasure Mountain. For this trip to the Mirror Treasure Mountain, Qin Pingan had already deviated from the Qinglu town route by a lot. It seemed like things like relying on luck were not suitable for him. If it was Lu Tai or that Li Huai, it would be hard to say. After leaving the Mirror Treasure Mountain, Qin Pingan still chose the lofty mountains and steep ridges, gradually moving closer to the Qinglu town side. That Jindan Yin spirit and its subordinates did not show up for a long time. This was also reasonable. After all, when he was at the Crow Ridge, he had pursued too much and did not deliberately hide his strength. The greasy skin city side led by Fan Yun Luo, a Jindan, was simply defeated like a landslide. He believed that those horse bandits that were able to roam the Ghost Valley for many years would not come of their own accord. On the road to the north, the mountains and rivers were unobstructed. Many demons and spirits that could cause the premature death of a middle five-realm cultivator were mostly cautious. They only glanced at Qin Pingan from afar and then retreated back to their nest in the forest. For example, the giant python and spider spirit on the Iron Chain Bridge. For that pair of Dao companions, perhaps they only needed to face them. They did not even need to take the risk to cross the bridge, and it would be a fatal disaster. On this evening, Qin Pingan was resting in a peach forest. Naturally, there was something strange in the peach forest. How could the peach blossoms still bloom in the middle of winter? However, Qin Pingan's trip to the Ghost Valley with his sword was not that there were many strange things, but that there were no strange things. Previously, outside the peach forest, there were two stone tablets of different heights erected. They looked like a pair of neighbors who were competing with each other. They were respectively engraved with the words, Great Moon Round Temple, and Small Xuandu Temple. If it was not for the word small before Xuandu Temple, Qin Pingan would not have walked into the peach forest even if he was beaten to death. Because the real Xuandu Temple was the only immortal sect under the Qingming heaven that dared to defy the control of the three sect masters. It was rumored that after Daoist Lao Er became the sect master of a sect, the only time he used the immortal sword in his own world was in Xuandu Temple. Although he was sure that the small Xuandu Temple written on the stone tablet was not the Taoist holy land that was well known in the world. Before Qin Pingan entered the forest, he stepped on the flying sword Chu E15 and ascended to the sky to look down. He discovered that this vast peach forest that covered an area of more than 1,000 acres did not have any temples or Daoist temples. This peach forest was not recorded in the Rest Assured collection of the Hemp sect. Presumably there were no evil ghosts or big demons. Qin Pingon discovered that there was not even half a peach tree branch around. There was only an exaggerated shade above his head. The fragrance of peach blossoms was not just pleasant. After smelling it for a long time, it was almost to the point of closeness. Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and sat cross-legged. He took out a Xianxia lantern lighting talisman from his sleeves and gently rubbed it. The talisman slowly burned at the same speed as the road in the Ghost Valley. It seemed that the Yin-Chi here was indeed ordinary. It was just that the fragrance of the peach forest was a bit excessive. Qin Pingon released his fingers and bent down to place the talisman in front of him. He then began to practice the sword furnace stance. He circulated the pure essential qi, like a fire dragon roaming around the qi residence. It was just enough to prevent the fragrance from invading his body. He did not want to fail miserably. Under the ground there was a burst of bell-like female laughter. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear. The laughter gradually stopped and changed into a charming voice. "This handsome little Langjun has entered my pink tent and smelled the fragrance of my hair. Your luck with women is not shallow. If I were you, I would never leave again. I would stay here forever." Qin Pingon opened his eyes and looked at the ground. There was a layer of mist on the ground, but it did not rise. It only swayed about a foot above the ground. Qin Pingon was a bit surprised. Why did the hemp sect intentionally ignore the existence of a peach demon like you? The entire peach blossom forest began to sway slowly, as if beauties in pink were dancing there. It was as if the thousands of peach trees in the forest were really just her hair. Qin Pingon found that the scene in his field of vision began to sway slightly. He did not know where she was hiding underground. She laughed and her seductive voice came from the ground. "Of course it's because the hemp sect cultivators are afraid of me. What else can they do? You're so handsome, but you're a little stupid. Otherwise you'd be a perfect match." After a while she suddenly stopped laughing and asked, how can you not move your body and heart? Is it a monk who has not shaved his head? A stinky cow nose without a Taoist robe?" Qin Pingon laughed. "If you continue to act mysterious, I'll cut down all the peach trees and let you become a nun." Instead of being angry, she laughed and said excitedly, "Oh, okay. I'll be waiting for your immortal swordsmanship." Qin Pingon looked up. A little Taoist child holding a horsetail whisk rushed over. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His genuine qi was dripping and he could not hide his overflowing spirituality. He was a master who was about to become an earth immortal of the Golden Core realm. The Taoist child's eyes were cold as he glanced at Qin Pingon. "This is the neighboring cultivation place of master and fellow Taoist. After 1,000 years, it's already recognized as a paradise in the Ghost Valley. They don't like to be disturbed by outsiders. Even Pu Chong of Bailong City would not easily enter the forest if it's not important. You're a cultivator, why are you arguing with this little peach demon? Leave quickly." Tao Mei was clearly very respectful of the little Daoist child. She only muttered with a slightly resentful tone, "What paradise? He just used an immortal's divine ability to forcefully detain me here to protect the remnant spirit qi of the Daoist temple from leaking out. How dare you?" The little Taoist child's face was fierce. He waved his horsetail whisk and a thunderbolt as thick as an arm instantly blasted into the ground. The peach demon groaned in the depths of the ground, and the peach flowers on the ground rustled and fell. Qin Pingon understood. In the Ghost Valley, there must be some masters who were not afraid of the baleful Yin Qi and had taken root here. In turn, they had to rely on the abundant Yin Qi that filled the heaven and earth, which was a good way to hone their skills. The little Taoist child was still angry. He twirled his horsetail whisk again and thunder and lightning intertwined to form an immortal fishing net. It sank into the ground and suddenly there was a rumbling sound from the ground. "If you don't punish me for 3 days, you'll become a troublemaker. If not for my master's mercy, how could a little peach demon like you, who only knows some tricks, establish yourself in the Ghost Valley? You even eavesdropped on my master and fellow Daoist's discussion of Tao, and relied on this opportunity to slowly cultivate to the Dragon Gate realm. You ungrateful spirit." The peach demon begged endlessly, begging the little Taoist child to be merciful. The more the little Taoist child spoke, the angrier he became. He waved his horsetail whisk again and caused a strange phenomenon in the sea of clouds. A hidden heavenly thunder of the sect was about to descend to teach the peach demon a lesson. Qin Pingon could only say, Little Taoist master, please calm down. I'll leave the peach forest now. A dark cloud left the sea of clouds and slowly sank alone. Thunder and lightning shuttled back and forth in an imposing manner. The little Daoist boy sneered. If we weren't cultivating in this peach forest, you would have been sucked dry of your Xianxia essence by this peach demon who is adept at the art of seduction. You're such an ungrateful thing. You're so pitiful. Master's right. You're just a mortal teacher who spends your days in the secular world. Qin Pingon took a step back and swiftly punched towards the sky above the sea of clouds, and with the clouds steaming swamp style, he dispersed the thunderclouds that were accumulating strength and waiting to strike, causing their vital energy to disperse in all directions. It was like a mountain gale was surging, and it brought calamity to the peach forest on the ground, causing the bright red peach blossoms to fall down like rain. The little Taoist child frowned and did not speak. He was not afraid, but he was a little surprised. Such a young master of martial Dao? Looking at the scene of the punch just now, it was condensed and grand. Although he had not reached the golden body realm, he was not far away. However, the little Taoist child had forgotten that he was also a Dragon Gate cultivator at such a young age. Although he had reached the cave abode realm too early, when his master taught him at that time, his master explained the many mysteries on the path of cultivation and asked him if he wanted to take this opportunity to maintain his appearance. At that time he was young and ignorant and felt that his body was just a stinky bag. Since it would not hinder his cultivation in the future, it would not be bad if he did not grow. Since then his appearance was fixed. In the following 60 years the little Taoist boy was almost green with regret. No matter what, he should have let his body grow until he was a man before stopping. Therefore every time he sneaked out to relax he would be very annoyed when he met Fan Yunluo, who looked like a little girl. The old monk would add fuel to the fire and tease him that he and Fan Yunluo were a golden couple. After Qin Pingon retracted his fist, he smiled. What you said is right. However, when it comes to reasoning, if you really want the other party to listen and not just for your own peace of mind, then the attitude and tone are also very important. It's not a bad thing to be calm and kind. The peach demon, who was almost scared out of its wits, hurriedly agreed. That's reasonable. We should listen to what you said. The little Taoist child held the snow-white long tail with the bone of a hero's spirit in his arm and hesitated. Fighting over a disagreement was not something that the Taoists of Zhou Xian Temple should do. However, since the other party was a martial artist who came to the Ghost Valley to train, it was not wrong for them to exchange pointers, right? Master would not blame him, right? At this moment, a golden-armored strongman strode over and looked at the back of the little Taoist child. He said in a low voice, Su Ming, Immortal invites this young master to the temple. The little Taoist child said angrily, How can this guy enter our Zhou Xian temple? The golden-armored strongman ignored the little Taoist child's anger and turned to Qin Pingon, who had just put on his bamboo hat. Young master, our Immortal invites you. If you are not in a hurry, you can come to our Zhou Xian temple for a cup of 1,000-year-old peach tea. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and declined. I have mistakenly entered the peach forest and disturbed your Immortal's cultivation. I really do not dare to disturb your temple. I will take my leave now. The golden-armored strongman nodded. In that case, I will not ask you to stay. If you want to drink tea in the temple in the future, just come here and ask the peach demon to lead the way. Qin Pingon turned and left the peach forest. The little Taoist child named Su Ming snorted. It's better that he left. We can save a cup of peach tea that Bones Poo only drank 3 times. Tao Mei said flatteringly from underground. That's right, that's right. This person is so blind that he missed out on such a great fortune. The next time he comes to the peach forest, I will hide and never see him again. Su Ming said angrily, How dare you play with Master's decree? The peach demon immediately begged for mercy. I dare not, I dare not, I dare not. In a quaint Taoist temple filled with peach trees, an old Taoist with white hair and a ruddy complexion was sitting opposite a skinny old monk. The old monk was as thin as a match, but he wore an unusually large kasaya. The old Taoist smiled. How was this punch? The old monk slowly said, It's easy to break if it's too hard. The old Taoist glanced at the cup of tea on the table and asked again, Do you think we should keep this cup of peach tea? Do you think that young man will return to the peach forest and drink it in one gulp in this temple? The old monk's expression was wooden. The more you speak, the more mistakes you will make. The old Taoist did not wear a Taoist crown, only a carefree scarf. The Taoist robe he wore was old and ordinary, without the slightest bit of the elegance of an immortal. He sighed softly. The three goddesses of the mural city have already walked out of the painting and followed their masters. There are also cultivators of the upper 5 realms from other continents, and that he Xiaoyang who broke into the Ghost Valley and went to Jingguan City. Yang Zhou Xian is still showing signs of seizing his opportunity. If that Pu Chong causes any more trouble and provokes Zhu Quan to personally take action, this Ghost Dawn Valley will become a complete mess. Perhaps our only remaining paradise will no longer have a chance to be peaceful. The withered old monk nodded. Immortal is far-sighted. When he heard the 2 words Pu Sheng, the old monk silently chanted in his heart. The old Taoist had already sensed the other party's abnormal state of mind, but both parties knew each other well, so there was no need to say more. The old Taoist looked up. You said that for us cultivators even the boundary between life and death is blurred. Then where in the world is not a cage? The more you don't know, the easier it is to be at ease. If you know, how can you be truly at ease? The old monk pondered for a moment, lowered his head and put his palms together, revealing a pair of withered but golden palms. This poor monk's dharma cannot support this kasaya. How can I meet Buddha? How can I ask this eternal question? The old monk slowly stood up, put his palms together and bowed. The old Taoist did not care about formalities with this old friend of his and just nodded. The old monk took a step forward and disappeared, returning to the Diyuanyu temple. It was the same as the Zhou Xian temple. They were both celestial mansions in the peach forest. Unless one was a nascent soul cultivator, one could walk around the peach forest for 1,000 years without being able to see or enter. Inside the temple, the sound of Sanskrit lingered. An old monk sat on a praying mat. A monk walked slowly in the corridor with his head lowered, and a young monk diligently swept the ground under a tree. Everyone was busy and there was no exchange of words between them. The withered old monk stood in the same place. In his vision, the monks were actually just skeletons. Bypassing the great strength hall that was shrouded in clouds, the old monk put his palms together and walked forward with a pious expression. Next to the old monk, who was almost at the peak of the golden Arhat realm, there were monks who looked similar to him but were of a different age. They wore different kasayas and appeared out of thin air. There were a total of 4 of them, and each of them asked questions. However, the old monk turned a blind eye to them and continued to move forward. A young monk looked regretful. Why don't you drink that cup of peach tea? You can save years of cultivation if you drink it. You'll be one step closer to the Western Pure Land of Buddhism. Even half a step would be good. A middle-aged monk was angry and shouted at the old monk. What kind of Buddhism are you cultivating? There are so many demons and monsters in the Ghost Valley. Why don't you go and expiate them? A monk in a gorgeous kasaya looked at the old monk with an arrogant expression and snorted. This kind of bitter cultivation is not the right way. An old monk whose age and appearance were closest to the old monk asked softly, Are you me? I'm you? The last young monk with a slender figure had his back facing the old monk who was walking slowly with firm steps. The young monk looked at a bamboo fence filled with peach blossoms and murmured. The peach blossoms smile beautifully out of the fence, seeming to be in bloom but not in full bloom, the most affectionate. The old monk's figure paused for a moment, but he quickly strode forward. After a moment he resumed his normal pace. If one did not look up, the ordinary people who entered this temple would only feel that the sun was shining on them. In fact, when one looked up, one would see a crescent moon hanging in the sky. In the small Xuandu temple, the old Taoist came to a tall peach tree and squatted down. He pinched some soil with his fingers and rubbed it gently. The soil at the old Taoist's fingertips was the 10,000-year-old soil that the cultivators on the mountain dreamed of. It was as heavy as metal. The old Taoist was silent. Soil was also divided into birth, old age, sickness, and death. People said that it was unmoving like a mountain, but that was not entirely true. In the end, it was because the ordinary people had a limited lifespan and limited time. Their vision was blurry, neither clear nor far. Therefore, there was a saying in Buddhism that a bowl of water could contain 48,000 insects. The old monk of the Great Round Moon Temple used this as a meditation method, but he looked at it more broadly, admiring the moon. As for the old Taoist, he looked at it more calmly, observing the changes of the soil and dead things. The temple and the Taoist temple were neighbors, and the old monk had been talking about their own methods for 1,000 years, but they still could not compete. Now it was up to him to become a heavenly lord first or the old monk to become a bodhisattva first. The little Taoist boy Suku came to his master's side, trembling with fear. Seeing that his master was deep in thought, Suku kept quiet. The old Taoist did not turn his head but asked with a smile. Outside the temple, not only did you not show off, you even taught a young martial artist a lesson. Do you think what he said was reasonable? The little Taoist boy held the horsetail whisk in his hand and said unhappily, "What does it have to do with me?" The old Taoist nodded, threw away the soil and smoothed it gently with his jade-white palm. After standing up he said, "All sentient beings and sentient beings will gradually understand the mercilessness of the great Tao as you climb higher. If you can learn from the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain and do good deeds every day to accumulate merit, it's not a bad thing. You can learn from me the art of mercilessness and seek the truth. That's even better." The old Taoist smiled. The art of mercilessness is not to teach you how to be violent and kill the innocent, but to learn more about the 4 seasons of maturity and the constant nature of heaven and earth. The little Taoist boy solemnly bowed to his master. The old Taoist turned to look in the direction of the great round moon temple and said softly, "Greed, anger, stupidity and doubt. If you don't get rid of the 5 poisons and only cultivate diligently, it's not the right way of meditation but the evil way of meditation." The old Taoist looked to the north beyond the peach forest. "Suku, if you can't understand the great Tao for now, why don't you give it a try and choose to be a good person in the eyes of the world? Just remember, doing good deeds in the world has little to do with whether the world gives you good or bad things. Different paths lead to the same destination. This is also one of the arts of mercilessness. Tao follows nature." The little Taoist boy shook his head. "I can't be that kind of good person." The old Taoist did not comment. The little Taoist boy asked carefully, "Master, is the real Xiandu temple also like this, where the peach blossoms bloom all year round?" The old Taoist smiled. "Then you shouldn't stay in this vast world. Go to the Qingming world where Taoism rules. You'll know if it's real or not. If you really have such intentions, I'll let this peach demon carry the mountain away. After leaving the Ghost Valley, you can go to the young master he to cultivate. Then you can find a chance to go to the Qingming world and visit the Xiandu temple. Naturally, you'll have a higher chance." The little Taoist boy shook his head vigorously. "Oh no. I'll cultivate wherever master cultivates." The old Taoist patted the little Taoist boy's head. The little Taoist boy smiled and squinted his eyes. The old Taoist suddenly sighed. "I just remembered that I haven't drunk a bowl of gloomy tea from the swaying river for a long time. After 1,000 years, the taste will only be more mellow." Dusk was gloomy. They were not too far away from Qinglu town. It was only a distance of 200 miles. Qin Pingon passed by a dark green lake. Qin Pingon saw a bonfire from a faraway mountain. He hurried over. If he encountered a night-wandering Een spirit, he could kill it and sell it for money. This trip to the Ghost Valley was not much. He only had a fight at the Crow Ridge and a punch at the Peach Forest. However, the money he earned was not little. Not to mention the snowflower robe of the Greasy City's goddess Bai, there were also a dozen valuable glowing white bones. As for the price of the latter, it was hard to say. As for the water of the Mirror Mountain, although it was not valuable, it saved Qin Pingon some trouble. Previously he drank 2 caddies of water in one go. Then he breathed in and out, immersed his mind. Using the inner vision technique, his mind entered the water dwelling. The green-clothed boys in the water dwelling were very happy. What he saw by the lake was a little surprising. It was the handsome young man in mud-gold clothes. He brought 2 retainers with him. He should be planning to rest by the lake for the night. Qin Pingon calculated the speed and route. The other party should have finished sightseeing after visiting Lawn Musk Town. Then he followed the official road and went straight to Qinglu Town. That was why he met up with him. Then this inconspicuous lake should be the Tonglu Lake in the Rest Assured collection. This place and the nearby Tongguan Mountain were like a pair of mountains and rivers. There were 2 kinds of fish in the Tonglu Lake. They were very famous. However, fishing was not easy and there were many rules. Qin Pingon had to give up after reading those cumbersome rules in the book. In the lake there was a kind of catfish with golden scales. It had a pair of wings and sounded like a mandarin duck. It was extremely precious and rare, rarely seen even in 100 years. It was said that catfish appeared in pairs. As long as one of them was caught and brought to shore, the other catfish would come to shore on its own and enter the fish cage. A pair of fish the size of a palm was full of treasures. It could be sold for 2 grains of rice rain money. It was said that eating it could prevent one from being entangled by any nightmare in the world. Other than that, there was the silver carp. This kind of silver carp was huge. It was said to be 1 catty a year. After 100 years, this fish had great strength in the water. Unlike the fish, the silver carp was not unique to this lake. It was called the Little Lake Flood Dragon by cultivators. There was nothing special about its flesh and scales. There was only one thing special about it. The silver carp belonged to the side branch of the flood dragon. After living for 100 years, it would grow 2 flood dragon whiskers. Then every 300 years the whiskers would grow by 1 inch. If it could grow into a foot-long flood dragon whisker, it would be a true heavenly treasure. Adding this item to the refining of the demon binding rope and the horsetail whisk was the icing on the cake. It had endless wonderful uses. However, Qin Pingon had passed through the flood dragon ravine and went to the inverted mountain. He knew that there were still Daoists in the world who used real flood dragon whiskers to forge a complete half-immortal weapon horsetail whisk. Therefore, Qin Pingon did not covet the luo fish and silver carp that were extremely rare in the verdant copper lake. This was because it took too much time. All the capture records in the Rest Assured collection took cultivators a long time. It could easily take a few months or even half a year. During this time they also had to fight with the 2 types of immortal fish. Moreover, they often missed the opportunity. Compared to the Tonglu Lake, Qin Pingon still had more hope for the Tongguan Mountain. On that mountain, there were mountain-moving apes and Sun mountain dogs with impure bloodlines. After Qin Pingon appeared, the young man looked at ease. The 6th realm female martial artist with a bow and saber moved her position and stood between her master and the uninvited guest. The black-robed old man was expressionless. He held an apricot-yellow porcelain wine pot in one hand and a large piece of soy sauce meat in the other. He chewed slowly. Qin Pingon picked up withered branches in the distance and also lit a bonfire. The master and his servants obviously came for the Tonglu Lake. After the black-robed old man ate the wine and meat, he took out pieces of sparkling green bamboo from his Fengsuan object and pieced them together into an extremely long fishing rod. The fishing line was as thin as a hair, but the golden hook was as big as a palm. The young man did not idle. He rolled up his sleeves and squatted by the water, preparing the bait for the nest. He rubbed the bait vigorously in a wooden basin and added a spoonful of lake water from time to time. He also took out a porcelain bottle and poured a few drops of scarlet water with a strong fishy smell. Qin Pingon liked fishing, so he could not help but take a few more glances. The woman whispered to the young man beside him. The young man raised his arm to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said a few words. The woman then stood up and walked towards Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon stood up and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to spy." The woman's expression was cold, but her words were still gentle. "It's okay to watch. However, my young master said that when fishing for silver carps, it's taboo to make a sound on the shore. If there's even the slightest movement, the silver carps will hear it and run away. So an hour after the nest is made, when we cast the rod, both of us may have to extinguish the bonfire and not move around. If young master feels restrained, you can rest far away from the shore." Qin Pingon nodded and extinguished the bonfire. He simply went far away and sat on a big tree with his hands in his sleeves, watching the 3 people fishing at night. During this time, the young man saw that Qin Pingon had actually extinguished the bonfire and turned his head to smile apologetically. Qin Pingon also smiled and nodded in greeting. The woman returned to the young man's side and sighed softly. The young man smiled and said, "Sister Fan, if I make the nest with basins, the water level of the Tonglu Lake will really rise by a foot." The woman smiled helplessly. Fishing for the exotic fish in the huge lake of the Great Swamp and the Tonglu Lake required a lot of money. The rarer the fish, the more the fishermen needed to spend a lot of money. Her young master was never stingy, so the people on the mountain passed it by word of mouth, and the young master had the nickname of Yuanichi. Although Qin Pingon was far away, he could tell that the young man with a rich aura had spent a lot of money just to build the nest. It was not a matter of spending money on a few snowflakes. Perhaps 1 or 2 snowflakes would be enough. After making the nest, the 3 people began to wait quietly. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd, drank a mouthful of mountain stream water, and began to close his eyes to rest. When the black-robed elder began to cast the rod, Qin Pingon opened his eyes. The wind whistled. The fishing line was cast in a huge arc and fell far into the center of the Tonglu Lake. The night was long. Fishing for big fish at night, other than skill, relied on patience. The young man sat on a rosewood stool, holding his cheeks with his hands and yawning constantly. The woman was still standing behind the young man, guarding against the young ranger in the distance. Traveling down the mountain, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be vigilant against others. 2 hours later, the young man had begun to doze off. The black-robed elder gently lifted the rod several times to scatter the bait and then continued to cast the rod. He was very patient. The female warrior did not move at all. Qin Pingon leaned against the tree trunk and looked up at the night sky. The bright moon rose from the mountains in the vast sea of clouds. There were thousands of mountains and rivers in the vast world, but there was only one moon. Qin Pingon was in a daze. He heard that there were many paintings of immortals on the mountain. On one of the paintings, there would be the sun rising and the moon setting, the 4 seasons alternating, flowers blooming and withering. How could the world be so big and how could people be so small? Why would a person feel lonely when he grew up? Qin Pingon gently lowered the bamboo hat to cover his face. Miss Ning, I'm fine. How are you? First set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. For 94. At daybreak, the black-robed elder had already put away the fishing rod. The silver carp loved the moonlight and feared the sun. It would only leave the bottom of the water during the night to look for food. If it were to bite the hook during the day, even if it was dragged ashore, the intelligent silver carp would choose to burn both jade and common stone, causing the spiritual aura of the 2 dragons' whiskers to dissipate. Although it would not completely become an ordinary item, its quality would inevitably deteriorate. However, the 3 of them were not discouraged because of this. When fishing for big fish in the lake, not to mention spiritual fish like the silver carp, even if it was the green and big grass fish that ordinary mountain fishermen yearned for, it was common for them to wait a whole night without any results. After the elder put away the fishing rod, he began to change the fishing line and the fishing hook. Especially the fishing hook, it became unusually exquisite and delicate, only the size of a thumb. The young man also began to adjust the fishing materials, which cost more money. He was probably going to fish for the rarer golden luan. The young man remembered something and turned to look at the big tree. He shouted, "Fellow Daoist, if you want to fish for the luan, it's purely based on luck. There are no restrictions. Do you want to fish in the center of the lake together? I have a bamboo raft, we can fish together." The female retainer wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The young man took out a thick copper coin that was as big as a child's palm. He rubbed it gently in his palms and a finger-sized bamboo raft appeared out of thin air. The young man exhaled softly and then threw it into the lake. The bamboo raft suddenly expanded and ripples appeared on the lake. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment but still nodded. He jumped down from the branch and walked towards the shore. The woman used the technique of condensing sound to remind the black-robed elder that the young man was also a martial artist. Moreover, his realm was higher than hers. Last night, this person was sleeping on the tree. His breathing was long like the gurgling of water. His fist intent was pure and condensed. He was a true master of martial arts. The deep sleep of a martial artist could only be achieved after reaching the 3rd level of spirit refinement. The fist intent flowed throughout the body as if there was a god protecting it. Therefore, this young wanderer was most likely a disciple of a rich family. The black-robed elder told the woman through the ripples in his heart, "I'm only worried about those earth immortal wild cultivators. If it's a young martial artist with high attainment, I don't have to worry too much. Our Sanlang temple is least afraid of those mountain tops that do not have feet. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him while he's fishing. Young master is also wearing a Daoist robe and an armor pill at the same time. He'll be able to withstand 2 full-strength attacks from a golden core sword cultivator. There won't be any mistakes." Qin Pingon stepped onto the bamboo raft. The woman adeptly propped the raft up, and the raft slowly rowed towards the center of the lake. He sat on the stool that the young man offered to him. Qin Pingon expressed his thanks and took out his fishing rod from the pile of items nearby. Naturally, he could only borrow the special bait from the young master. A strange look appeared in the woman's eyes. It was not common for a martial artist to carry a fengsuan item with him. As expected, he was Gongsun from a prestigious clan. The old man, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. With a calm expression, he even chatted with the young wanderer who had taken off his bamboo hat with his young master. Both of them had a tacit understanding and didn't mention their family names or backgrounds. A martial artist who wore a Daoist robe and traveled everywhere. This meant that this person really hadn't reached the third level of the martial path yet. The young man of noble birth clearly hadn't traveled much in the Jianghu. After casting the rod with Chen Pingon, he said straightforwardly, "Young master, I feel that there are very few bad people among those of us who genuinely like fishing. What do you think? Grandpa Lu and Sister Fan are always on guard against you. I don't think it's too good." The black-robed old man leisurely picked up some bait from the wooden basin and casually tossed it into the lake. However, the retainer of the woman surnamed Fan was a bit embarrassed. Chen Pingon didn't know how to answer. He could only think for a moment and say a compromise. There may be bad people, but there are definitely fewer. Going down the mountain to gain experience, no matter how cautious you are, it's not excessive. The young man shook his head and sighed. "I know you're saying this out of kindness. However, every time I leave home, from my great-grandfather to my grandfather to my father and mother, their tone is always like this. I'm really a bit annoyed." Chen Pingon didn't say anything. "It's just a chance meeting, it's not appropriate to say anything about other people's family matters. However, isn't this young man a bit too casual? What kind of family background does he have to be so carefree?" Chen Pingon's thoughts moved slightly, but he purposely didn't notice and continued to stare at the lake. The black-robed old man turned his head and looked into the distance, smiling. "Young master, Du Wenxi of the hemp sect is about to arrive. We stayed too long at Lonmusk town before. It's most likely because the schedule didn't match and he's afraid that something might happen to us. That's why this young Jindan can't sit still." The young man was a bit aggrieved. He hated these social interactions the most. It was fine if it was with his peers, but if it was with his ancestors, he really wasn't good at making connections. The female martial artist said softly, "Young master, I heard that Du Wenxi has a gentle temperament and stands aloof from worldly affairs. Back then, when he left the Skeleton Beach to travel the north, he passed by our house and hit it off with the great-grandfather. They became friends despite the difference in age. I'm sure he'll have a good chat with you." The young man nodded and made a face at the woman, smiling. "Sister Fan, I still know the etiquette of going out." The woman's gaze was gentle and the corner of her mouth curled up. Chen Pingon took a glance and retracted his gaze. All right. This silly kid beside him probably wouldn't be able to understand the silent words in Sister Fan's eyes for a while. A chi cultivator wearing a snow-white hemp robe flew over with the wind. Thunder rumbled in the distant horizon, like the rumbling of winter thunder. As he neared the lake, the Earth Immortal of the hemp sect slowed down his flying speed. His speed was actually not slow, but his movements were almost silent. He didn't directly land on the bamboo raft. Instead, he chose to stand by the shore and wait quietly. He didn't speak, probably because he was afraid of disturbing the fish in the lake. One look and one could tell that he was a good-tempered person. Chen Pingon was about to put away the fishing rod. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled and said, "If you still want to fish, then continue fishing. I'll leave the bamboo raft for you. I might have to make a trip to Qinglu town first, then return to the lake to fish for the silver carp. Since you have the core item, I can teach you a chant to put away the bamboo raft. It's very simple. You can bring it back to Qinglu town and hand it over to any hemp sect cultivator." Chen Pingon shook his head. "No need. I have to hurry on my way. I boarded the raft to fish to relieve my boredom." The young man wouldn't go so far as to force others to accept his good intentions. They returned to the shore together. The young man put away the bamboo raft and bowed to the young golden core cultivator of the hemp sect. He smiled brightly and said, "Yuan Xian of the Temple of Sanlang greets Uncle Du." Du Wenxi smiled and nodded. "I guessed that you'd be fishing at the lake, so I planned to look for you later. But Sect Master Zhu urged me, so I didn't dare to not come. How's your great-grandfather's health now?" Yuan Xian smiled and said, "He's very healthy." Du Wenxi smiled. Chen Pingon cupped his fists and bid farewell. When Chen Pingon and Du Wenxi's eyes met, both of them nodded at almost the same time. Chen Pingon had only taken a few steps when Yuan Xian caught up with him and said softly, "If you're going to Qinglu town, it's best to take that official road. It's a detour, but it's safe. If you want to go faster, you'll have to go through the barbarian miasma land where great demons run rampant." Each of them split the land and declared themselves kings. They're so bold that they're called the Six Sages. They band together to fight against the city lords in the central part of the Ghost Valley. They're very fierce. The city's ghosts and these demons often come and kill each other. It's like a battle on the battlefield. It's said that there's even a great demon who specializes in collecting military books and studying the art of war all day long. It's quite funny. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I'll be more careful. I wish you success in fishing and a great harvest. You'll be able to take the luo fish and the silver carp into your bag. Yuan Xian nodded with all his might. He had a slip of the tongue, so he simply introduced himself. I'm Yuan Xian, a disciple of Sanlang Temple. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, then laughed. I'm Qin Pingon from the Aquarius continent. Yuan Xian laughed. Actually, from your accent, I can tell that you're from another continent. Qin Pingon laughed. I'm experienced. Yuan Xian was startled. Truth? Qin Pingon said, You're being polite. Yuan Xian laughed out loud. He was extremely happy. Like I said, fishing friends are a family, there's no bad guy. He had been fond of fishing since he was a child. Naturally, he had been taught by his great-grandfather who was proficient in fishing. His great-grandfather had said long ago that the wise loved water, and fishing was even more precious. This was because it was difficult for a wise and astute person to settle down, and fishing was the most important thing. Both parties bid farewell. Sanlang Temple Yuan Xian and his group followed Du Wenxi along the official road to Qinglu town. Qin Pingon went to Mount Tongguan. He wanted to meet the mountain-moving apes and MT Mao dogs, especially the former. He wanted to experience their copper skin and iron bones. As for the Sanlang Temple that Yuan Xian was in, Qin Pingon already knew about it when he was studying the customs of the North Continent in Longquan Prefecture. Sanlang Temple was the largest weapon shop in the North Continent. It had a good reputation and had friends all over the world. Of course, the cultivators of Sanlang Temple were most famous for being able to fight. No wonder. The young Yuan Xian was so pure and kind. He was similar to the old Long Cheng's fan heir. He was also similar to Lu Yuzhou of the Bai Yao continent, who had a Yuan Sua prefecture in the Inverted Mountain. A disciple of Sanlang Temple that could make the sect leader of the hemp sect Zhu Quan, and Du Wenxi personally welcome him, and the monsters of Guiming Valley in his eyes, were they worthy of being called great beasts and fierce? In the end, it was a kind reminder to Qin Pingon. If all the children of rich families were like this, the world would be much more peaceful. It was a pity that Huang He of Calligraphy Lake, the prince he met at the border in of the Great Spring Dynasty in the Tongyi continent, and the prince who failed to kill Qin Pingon in the snowy night and was killed instead. There were many such children of rich and powerful families. Even if he met them, he could kill them all, but it seemed that he could never kill all of them. These people who followed their own connections to reach high positions would only spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and would grow again when the spring wind blew. It would never be just the green grass that was Yi. Were there too few people like Mr. Qi in the world, or did people like Cui Dong have to exist? Qin Pingon walked on the desolate mountain path, took off the blade's strengthening gourd and took a sip, but found that it was the mountain stream water and not wine. Qin Pingon looked back at his back under the sun. Qin Pingon tiptoed, flew on the withered yellow grass and went straight to Mount Tongguan. The mountain-moving sage, one of the 6 sages of the Ghost Valley, came from Mount Tongguan. The mountain-moving ape had a strong body and used a pair of meteor hammers. On the other side, Yuan Xian parted ways with Qin Pingon. When the young man found that Du Wenxi was a kind elder of few words, he became more talkative, and told Du Wenxi all the interesting things he saw and heard along the way. During this time, Du Wenxi turned her head and looked at the back of the young ranger. This young Jindan stage cultivator was as famous as Yang Lin in the Mural City in the hemp sect, and was deep in thought. There was a situation in the Greasy Skin City. It was said that a young sword immortal at the Crow Ridge seriously injured Fan Yun Luo, and she almost died under his sword. It was only because Pu Chong of the White Cage City came out to stop him that a bigger storm was not caused. She did not know how Yuan Xian knew this person. That person did not look like an impatient cultivator, so why did he show off so much? It should not have been long since he arrived at the Ghost Valley, but he directly alarmed Pu Chong. If Pu Chong insisted on killing, no one in the Ghost Valley could stop him. The sect master could not, and the pure Jade Realm spirit of the Capital View City might not be able to stop him. Pu Chong was especially ruthless when killing sword cultivators and never showed mercy. Du Wenxi thought of the trouble in recent years and the undercurrents between the major cities and was a little worried. Unknowingly, a storm was coming. Du Wenxi was already considered as a qi refinement warrior in the hemp sect who did not care about worldly affairs outside of cultivation. Moreover, from the sect master to his fellow disciples, they had the intention to let him stay out of it and only focus on breaking through the bottleneck. But now, even he could sense those who were ready to cause trouble. As for Greasy Skin City's Fan Yunluo claiming to be her sworn brother, Du Wenxi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He admired her for being able to come up with such an idea and let her be. The foundation of a cultivator's great Tao was like a mountain, and all the worldly affairs were ephemeral. The vegetation on the mountain withered and the mountain streams flowed. There was no need to keep them, so there was no need to care about them. Qin Pingon walked slowly. His thoughts drifted away and he could not calm down. This world might not be as good as we imagined. But it might also not be as bad as we imagined. But every possibility meant accidents and what-ifs. Everyone you meet on the road of life could be the person in someone else's dreams that they are worried about. Qin Pingon understood more and more the thoughts of those evil people. But he still did not understand why such people could live so well, even better than good people. Unknowingly, Qin Pingon's eyes were deep and dark. The haze in Qin Pingon's heart dissipated quickly. In fact, he only felt a little depressed. When he arrived at Mount Tongguan, not to mention the mountain-moving ape, he did not even see a MT hound. It was probably because Du Wenxi's previous riding wind travel was too loud, and it frightened the demons and ghosts here. This made Qin Pingon somewhat helpless. Normally, as long as the violent mountain-moving ape smelled the slightest trace of a human, it would easily show itself. Qin Pingon deliberately lingered. But after half a day with the cultivation of an ordinary fifth-realm martial artist, he still did not see a fish take the bait. Qin Pingon could only rest in a place with a wide view. He planned to spend the night here. If there was no reaction at night, he would give up and continue on his way. He did not believe that he would not encounter any of the 6 saint monsters. When night fell, Qin Pingon lit a bonfire and sat for a night to practice the sword furnace stance. He had to leave Mount Tongguan. On Mount Tongguan, in a secret cave with an incomparably foul stench, a silverback mountain-moving ape looked out through a hidden window the size of a palm. Although it did not choose to transform into a human, its face, body shape, and the fine fur on its body were still very eye-catching. It waved its hand and a shifty-eyed short man quickly came up behind it. The mountain-moving ape said in a hoarse voice, "Quickly report to the mountain-moving sage and the group of guests that this guy is really here. It's confirmed that it's the guy who made Greasy Skin City suffer a great loss." The short man was about to leave along an underground passage. The mountain-moving ape reminded him, "Remember to be smart and choose a hidden route. You'd rather take a long detour than run into the tip of that person's sword and seek death. It's okay if you die, but if you delay my mountain-moving sage's business, I'll stew you and your rats together." The man flattered, "I won't delay your business." The man followed the passage and walked out of a crack in the stone wall far away from the cave. He pounced forward and transformed into his true form, a huge black rat as big as a dog. Then he began to run wildly. Birds had their own paths and rats had their own paths. This rat spirit looked fat, but in fact it was very vigorous. It ran through the mountains as fast as lightning, not daring to stay any longer. After leaving the boundary of Mount Tongguan, the rat spirit suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared. About half an hour later, it broke out of the ground at the roots of a tree a mile away, stuck its head out and looked around. After making sure that no one was following it, it continued to rush forward. However, the rat spirit did not expect that a stranger was following behind it. After that person took off his bamboo hat, sword fairy and blade cultivating gourd, he covered his face with the skin of a young man. The rat spirit was careful enough, but the other party's cultivation seemed to be higher. At noon, the rat spirit carefully passed through the border of the 2 big demons' territories and finally arrived at the top of the mountain-moving sage. After transforming back into its human form, it was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Although the 6 great sages were of the same breath and branch, fighting against the enemy together, husband and wife and brothers still had to quarrel from time to time. A little conflict and friction was nothing out of the ordinary. It was just that the small fries with low cultivation like them often ended up on the plate of some great sage grandpa for no reason. After all, eating them to their heart's content could increase one's cultivation. especially those half-baked demons who could not even maintain their human forms for long. Their lives were cheap. The mountain path was wide and open. Rat Spirit was full of courage when he arrived at his territory. Just as he was about to swing his sleeves and climb the mountain, he saw a familiar figure coming from another path. The figure was hunchbacked and swaying like an old farmer who could not even walk steadily. Rat Spirit was overjoyed. He ran over and shouted, "Greetings, ancestor." The old man's waist was wrapped with a thick hemp rope and he wore straw sandals. He looked ordinary and squinted his eyes. It seemed that his eyesight was not good and his ears were not good. He tilted his head and asked loudly, "Who are you? What do you want to say?" The rat spirit reached out and grabbed the old man's arm. "It's me. I'm from Mount Tongguan. I'm related to you, ancestor." The old man nodded and didn't refuse the rat spirit's help. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and sniffed. His eyes widened and shone brightly. He didn't look like an old man at all. He looked around and said sternly, "Something's wrong, something's wrong. There's a human scent, it's definitely a human scent. Good fellow, you're really sneaky. You hid so well that even I was almost fooled." The rat spirit's legs trembled and he almost collapsed to the ground. Could it be that there was a legendary young sword immortal following him all the way here? The old man was surprised. He ran away. The old man shouted angrily at his disciple, "You piece of trash. You don't even know that you're being watched. If the spies sent by those filthy things destroy our great formation of mountains and rivers, you won't be able to pay for it even if you have 100 lives." The rat spirit's legs turned to jelly and he sat on the ground. His face was pale. Fortunately, he did not forget about the important matter and told the old man about what happened at Mount Tongguan. The old man's expression kept changing. The half-dead old man in front of him had an extraordinary identity. He was one of the 6 sages and called himself the demon hunter Immortal. As a demon, he had a demon binding rope around his waist. In the demon binding rope, there were 2 flood dragon whiskers of the 1,000-year-old silver carps in the Green Lake. It was easy for him to capture ordinary demons and ghosts. Once the enemy was bound, their skin would be smashed and their bones would be crushed. The old man said that only such meat was chewy and the blood that oozed out would have the taste of wine. The old man suddenly took off the demon binding rope and threw it out. It slithered away like a snake. A moment later, it returned to the old man and was held in his hand. He really ran away. The old man rode on a cloud and no longer strolled on foot. He quickly went to the cave that the mountain-moving ape had opened up. Dozens of miles away, Qin Pingon, who was disguised as a teenager, was moving quickly in the forest. It was not that he had retreated in the face of difficulties, but that he had changed his mind at the last minute. Previously, he had followed the rat spirit to the mountain where the mountain-moving sage was. He saw a group of demons from afar. They had tied up a living person. It was a thin and gentle young master in a green robe. His hands and feet were tied to a bamboo pole. 2 underlings who had transformed into human figures carried the bamboo pole on their shoulders and walked unsteadily. The poor scholar was swaying until he was on the verge of death. The leader was a demon. He looked like a human and was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He looked elegant and held a white bone fan with a peach blossom painted on it in front of his chest. He slowly fanned it. Beside him was an old man with a goatee. They chatted along the way. They had specially gone to welcome him. This gentleman with a peach fan was the most trusted and capable person of the goddess of the summer. He could often kidnap living people from stinky Copper City to improve the goddess of the summer's meals. The old man chuckled and said, "Gentlemen, scholars are really rare. They must taste very good. How did you catch them? Tell me." The demon with the fan was quite proud and slowly said, "I spent a lot of effort. This hothead was sightseeing near stinky Copper City. I went up and talked to him about poems and songs. We had a lot of fun and tricked him into leaving the stinky Copper City. He would not cause any trouble for our goddess. Even if the stinky Copper City found out later, I would not be in the wrong." The weak scholar said with a trembling voice, "I am the new Jinsher appointed by the stinky Copper City. You can't eat me. You can't eat me. If the goddess of the summer really wants to eat people, I can help. I can help you trick a few more people back. The woodcutter in the mountains or those girls who admire my talent." The demon with the fan sneered and said, "How can you believe the words of us scholars? Look, didn't you just believe me? What happened in the end?" The scholar silently shed tears. Near Qinglu town there was a very strange stinky copper city, where the good and the bad were mixed together. Living humans and ghosts lived together in harmony. Compared to the other cities in the Ghost Valley, Stinky Copper City was the most stable one. In the surrounding area of Stinky Copper City, there were rarely any malicious ghosts. The city also had strict rules that forbade killing. This was related to the proximity to Qinglu town. To be precise, it was related to the immortal master Guqi Zhuquan. Moreover, there were more than 20,000 living people in the world of the living. In the early years, there was a group of exiled cultivators who fled here after their sects were destroyed. They paid a large sum of immortal money to Stinky Copper City and were able to reproduce. After a few hundred years, many of their descendants settled inside and outside the city with peace of mind. Later on, there was an endless stream of rogue cultivators who gathered in Stinky Copper City. They were similar to the common people near the Immortal Mountain. However, most of the living people near the Stinky Copper City did not have a long lifespan. They were usually around half 100 years old, which was considered old. As for the secular women in the Stinky Copper City, even if they did not have any cultivation talent, they were still beautiful and charming. However, their beauty faded very quickly. Usually after 25 years old they would show signs of aging. It was a pity. Every year the Stinky Copper City would select a group of beautiful young girls to be carefully trained by the instructors. They would then be sent to other cities to be the concubines or maids in the otherworldly mansions. It was a method to rope them in. The Stinky Copper City's mayor had a sister who was not any less famous than him. On the 1st and 15th day of every month she would play with money on the city wall. Occasionally there would be 1 or 2 small coins mixed in. The Stinky Copper City also had a throne room and a small imperial court. The mayor appointed more than 100 civil and military officials in one go. The 6 departments were complete. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. Every 10 days there would be an imperial court meeting. It was very formal. There was also the imperial examination. However, there was no such thing as a provincial examination. There were only a few people in the Stinky Copper City. There were very few people who had a basic knowledge of literature. The mayor's sister gave herself the title of Prime Minister of Imperial Examinations. She was personally responsible for setting the questions and marking the examination papers. The fan-holding spirit, who called himself Gentleman, chatted with the old man with the goatee about the lively events in the north of the Ghost Valley. This fan-holding spirit, who had gone on a long trip, heard some rumors in the Stinky Copper City. The content was very exaggerated, but the rumors were very accurate. He had originally planned to show off a little when he met the goddess of the summer, but the mountain road was long and too boring, so he continued. It said that there were 2 extremely beautiful female cultivators from other places. One of them is very likely to be a deer-riding goddess from the Mural City. The 2 of them took the same ferry and didn't know what was good for them. They dared to go straight to the capital. Their momentum was so strong that no city lord dared to stop them on the way. It was only when they got close to Jingguan City that a mayor took the initiative to use the city defense weapon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At least 180 flying swords shot out. The old man with the goatee was shocked. Good heavens! If it was us, we would have been turned into a sieve. Do you know how much divine money they spend every time they use the sword bed to shoot? If it was our goddess, she would be treated like that. The fan-holding spirit laughed. Back to the main topic. At the critical moment, we didn't expect an ugly flower protector who called himself Zhou Fei. Like his name, he was quite ugly, but he was very capable. He directly cast a large net. Rumor has it that he personally said that the net was refined from thousands of snowflakes. In short, he took away all those flying swords. They buzzed like a sack of mosquitoes and flies. The city wasn't satisfied, so they sent out another batch of flying swords. Guess what happened? A lackey said carelessly, they ran away. What else could they do? The fan-holding spirit kicked him, sending him flying several feet away. Then he said to himself, that ugly man shook out another net. It was exactly the same. It was still a transcendent artifact made from divine money. He even said that he didn't have any other abilities. He was afraid of the ability to make money while lying down. It's a good thing that this kind of man is a bit ugly. Otherwise, I would want to piss on his head. The demons were in an uproar. They only felt that they were listening to a heavenly book. The old man with the goatee asked softly, what happened after that? Did the battle at Jingguan City get even fiercer? Both sides fought to the death and perished together. That's the best outcome. Old Yang, you look like that Zhou Fei, but you're still dreaming. This isn't good. You have to change. After the fan-holding spirit ridiculed him, he said regretfully, there's nothing after that. Many of the vassal cities of Jingguan City in the north began to be under martial law. No more news leaked to the south. That's all there is to the news of Stinky Copper City. Sigh, those two girls are most likely sheep in a tiger's den. No matter how powerful that ugly man's transcendent artifact is, can it be higher than the cultivation of Jingguan City's city lord? Qin Pingon followed from afar. He was a little confused. Why did Jiang Shangzhen return to the North Continent? And why did he want to join hands with the deer-riding goddess who walked out of the picture scroll to barge into Jingguan City in Ghost Valley? Could it be that the deer-riding goddess turned around and chose Jiang Shangzhen to be her master after she ran into a wall at the swaying river? As for the other female cultivator, who was she? Let's not care about this for now. Besides, he couldn't care about it even if he wanted to. If Jiang Shangzhen really did make a move and tangled with Jingguan City, then it would be a real fight between immortals. Let's meet this goddess of the summer first. In a deep stream halfway up Mirror Treasure Mountain, young Zhou Xian sat by the water. He was bored to death and rubbed his cheeks. He had been waiting here for so many years that he was really bored. After he obtained the opportunity, he had to go to the north. It would be best if he could fight a few battles with people on Julie Mountain. After not showing up for so long, the power of his other alias had been suppressed by many rising stars. Young Zhou Xian scratched his head again. He had gotten used to being bald in the past few years and was really not used to it. Was that prophecy accurate or not? Although staying here was also considered cultivation, and he would go to the water to bathe whenever he had nothing to do, it could still strengthen his soul. However, compared to using the magma of the volcano to temper his body, it was still a lot worse. Besides, with his personality, he was never willing to be restrained. If it wasn't for the strict order from his family, his mother would have used filial piety to suppress him. Otherwise, young Zhou Xian really wouldn't be willing to make this trip. Wouldn't it be better to hand it over to his stable, reliable, and famous younger brother? Moreover, even if he obtained the Three Mountains mirror, wouldn't the family still have to hand it over to his younger brother to refine as his life-bound item? It wasn't that he held a grudge against his younger brother and couldn't bear to see his younger brother get better. It was just that staying in this godforsaken treasure mirror mountain was too boring. This was also one of the reasons why the West Mountain Old Fox could be so lively. He treated it as a source of entertainment to relieve his boredom. Young Zhou Xian reached out casually and casually grabbed a handful of rocks from the snow-white cliff. With a clench of his hand, it shattered into many pebbles and was gently tossed into the water. He and that outstanding younger brother of his were just brothers who didn't see eye to eye, but they were far from turning into enemies. As the older brother, he couldn't stand his younger brother acting like an old man and a bookworm since he was young. As the younger brother, he didn't like his older brother causing trouble everywhere since he was young. If their roles were switched, there might be a lot fewer things to worry about. If he had known earlier, he would have been the first to come out of his mother's womb. As long as he could do it, he would have crawled back as quickly as he could. Young Zhou Xian sighed and raised his head to look towards the north. He loudly complained, "My dear mother, when will these bitter days end?" On the other side of the river, a tall and sturdy young man ran out from the woods. His buttocks jolted as he held a large pile of wild fruits that he had picked from other mountains. He shouted, "Brother Yang, do you also miss Nyangqin?" Young Zhou Xian propped his chin up and didn't feel like talking. His heart was very tired every day. That person leaped over the deep stream and landed next to young Zhou Xian. He handed over a wild fruit. "Big brother Yang, this thing is crunchy and very delicious." Young Zhou Xian took the wild fruit that looked like a white pear and gnawed on it. He vaguely said, "Wei Gaowu, does your sister have a secret lover or not?" As it turned out, this tall and sturdy man who was holding the fruit and flattering him was the youngest son of the old fox of West Mountain, the younger brother of the parasol-holding fox demon Wei Taizhen, Wei Gaowu. As for the two names, naturally they weren't the siblings' original names. Wei Gaowu shook his head and said, "Of course not. My sister's standards are high. Look, she didn't even take a fancy to you, big brother Yang. I reckon that my sister is destined to be an old lady who can't get married for the rest of her life." Young Zhou Xian didn't ask any more. This seemingly simple-minded big blockhead was used to being bullied by the mountain spirits in the Treasure Mirror Mountain area. Even a ghost carrying a flag and patrolling the mountain could shout at him. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't handsome, he would probably have to wash his butt every day. But Wei Gao was actually not stupid. It could even be said that he was the smartest among the family of three. He was smart enough to guess his sister's final fate. Might not be good. What he could do, Wei Gao had done. What he shouldn't have done, he didn't do a single thing. But he still couldn't change his sister's ending. Yang Chongxian was very curious. When that day came, Wei Gao couldn't not continue to play dumb. Was he going to risk his life? Or was he going to endure humiliation and struggle at death's door in the Ghost Valley, hoping that he could take revenge on him in the future? This was also Yang Chongshuan's way of relieving his boredom. Thinking about these small things and other people's great tragedies, it was quite interesting. Yang Chongxian took another wild fruit and wiped it with his tattered sleeve. He casually asked, "What did Fanlang City say?" Wei Gao laughed and said, "Last time after the city lord and big brother Yang had a heart-to-heart talk, I met him at the ruined temple. He even praised me for my good fortune to be able to meet a hero like big brother Yang. He even invited me to Fanlang City as a guest." Yang Chongxian laughed and said, "This shows that the city lord of Fanlang City is easy to talk to." Wei Gao grinned, "I know. In fact, it's because of big brother Yang. Otherwise, if the city lord accidentally glanced at me, it would dirty his eyes." Yang Chongxian asked, "Are there any interesting things happening in other places recently?" Wei Gao was just an errand boy. This fox spirit's courage seemed to be smaller than a needle's eye. Perhaps he had never been angry in his life, but in fact he was not small. He dared to go to the nearby mountains, Fanlang City, and even Lon Musk Town. But of course, Wei Gao would only come into contact with the lowest level of ghosts, monsters, and wild cultivators in the Ghost Valley. Yang Chongxian could completely imagine Wei Gao's lowly appearance, bowing and smiling to everyone. Wei Gao nodded and said, "Yes, I just went to Lon Musk Town. I heard that there was a fierce fight at Shuli Mountain recently. That big brother Yang is especially annoyed by his Lu Jinglong. He fought with a beautiful foreign Daoist nun at Shuli Mountain." Yang Chongxian said, "Lu Jinglong was actually willing to fight? And he even chose Shuli Mountain, the most public place? How many moves did Lu Jinglong use to kill his opponent?" Wei Gao said softly, "Both of them were severely injured. They fell into a pool of blood and could not get up for a long time. In the end, Lu Jinglong won by a narrow margin because he stood up first. The Daoist nun was slower." Yang Chongxian frowned. That Lu Jinglong was more famous than his younger brother. Everyone in the North Continent was competitive. Whether it was on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, everyone liked to rank. Because of this, the fight was even more intense. The Daoist Heavenly Lord Xianxia was outside the top 10. Lu Jinglong was also among the 10 young talents. Yang Chongshuan's younger brother was ranked 9th. Lu Jinglong was ranked 3rd. He was also known as the Land Dragon of the North Continent. He was destined to be one of the top 10 in the continent in the future. Yang Chongxian was annoyed by him because he could not break his opponent's simple array formation in a private spar when he was young. After all, Lu Jinglong was a sword cultivator, not an array master. Moreover, this fellow was even more annoying than his younger brother in that Lu Jinglong loved to reason. He did not talk about those profound principles that were high up in the air, but the most basic and superficial ones. Therefore Yang Chongxian felt even more stifled. Yang Chongxian smiled. After this fight, Qianglin sect earned a lot of money again. Wei Gao asked curiously, "Brother Yang, what kind of sect is Qianglin sect?" Yang Chongxian said, "Your stinking Ghost Valley can be considered a moneymaker. If you see Qianglin sect, you'll have to kowtow and acknowledge your ancestors." Wei Gao was a little absent-minded. He obediently held the wild fruits and squatted beside Yang Chongxian, looking into the distance. Yang Chongxian said, "There's always someone better than you. But your fist is not hard. No matter where you go, Wei Gao, you're just Ghost Valley's Wei Gao. Besides being a little taller and having the word Gao in your name, you're nothing else. There's nothing to look forward to outside. You might as well stay in Ghost Valley." Wei Gao called softly, "Brother Yang." Yang Chongxian patted the big guy on the shoulder. "Get lost." Wei Gao sighed heavily. He gently placed the wild fruits aside, leaped over the mountain stream and left. When he reached the edge of the dense forest on the other side, the blockhead did not forget to turn and wave goodbye. Yang Chongxian stretched out his palm and spat out a scarlet liquid the size of a grain of rice. Yang Chongxian smiled and shook his head. He was still not smart enough. He did not even know whether he was a qi refinement warrior or a pure martial artist. He dared to play such tricks? But this way Gaowu would never be able to guess the truth, even if he was given 2 chances. A qi refinement warrior? A pure martial artist? Because Yang Chongxian was both. Moreover, his achievements were extremely high. This was all thanks to his battle with Lu Jinglong. At that time both of them were of the same age and could be considered half a friend. Lu Jinglong might not have cared about that battle, but it changed the indifferent Yang Chongxian into a different person. Yang Chongxian was an alias. So was Yang Jinshan, who roamed the pugilistic world. It was just that no one would care about the name Yang Chongxian. But on the mountain of the North Continent, the ranger Yang Jinshan and his nickname Yang Tuzi were very famous. They were far more famous than his real name. His younger brother, who was also born with Dao quality, was naturally attracted to water. As for his elder brother, he was naturally attracted to mountains. Therefore the clan still allowed him to come to the Treasure Mirror Mountain. Damn it, how could he come up with such a bullsh*t reason? What was this bottomless mountain stream in front of him? Yang Chongxian clapped his hands and fell backward. Other than the bullsh*t reason, there was another mysterious explanation. His younger brother, who was attracted to water, was very likely to encounter a life and death battle at the Treasure Mirror Mountain. It would be very dangerous. Yang Chongxian was puzzled. In this ghost valley, unless the city lord of the capital View City and that skeleton Pooh lost their minds, what danger would his younger brother be in? This younger brother was not some soft persimmon like a loach. How could an ordinary Yuanine cultivator catch him, who was good at survival and was best at running away? The hemp sex Zhu Quan was not stupid, he might even help to protect him. The 2 masters of the small Xuandu Temple and the great Yuanyue Temple were not people who would cause trouble. Especially the one from the small Xuandu Temple, he might even favor his younger brother. Wouldn't that be another good karma? Together with the prophecy and all these superstitious sayings, he felt that they were all boring. Yang Chongxian suddenly thought of the young ranger with the bamboo hat. He could see that he was actually the same kind of person as himself. But Yang Chongxian did not have any thoughts of competing. The opportunity was coming. It was better to avoid trouble. This old saying, he still had to listen to it. Could it be this person? Yang Chongxian began to ponder. His hands formed a seal and he silently calculated. Although he only learned it half-heartedly, he was still better than the average master. After all, he had learned it from his family. After a while, Yang Chongxian leaned back and closed his eyes to sleep. What does it have to do with me? I'm still sleeping when the sun is high. I don't care about the worries of the world. Yang Chongxian muttered, I'm still envious of Venerable Fiery Dragon. He cultivates both when he wakes and when he sleeps. I wonder if there are similar immortal spells in this world. If there are, I must steal it and learn it. A mellow voice sounded beside Yang Chongxian. Of course there are. One of them is in the Liuxia continent. He can comprehend the Tao at night. Hence his cultivation journey is twice the result with half the effort. Now that this person has come to the North Continent, if I'm not wrong, it is this person who obtained the opportunity of the painting of the goddess hanging on the inkstone in the mural city. As for the other person, he happened to be related to one of my ancestors. Hence, I know that he was born in the Pearl Grotto Heaven in the Aquarius continent. However, he is now in the South Whirlpool continent and can practice swordplay in his dreams. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he can achieve the Great Tao. However, between these 2 people there will be a battle of the Great Tao. Yang Chongxian did not open his eyes. He smiled and said, So it's the monastery head who has graced us with your presence. Why, are you here to compete with me for the opportunity? That's not good. It's just a bright mirror that can reveal the true form of a demon. Is the old monastery head interested in it? An old Daoist sat cross-legged near Yang Chongxian. He did not need to use any spiritual energy. With just a thought, the mist in the deep stream condensed into a futon. It was the old monastery head of the small Xiandu temple. The old Daoist did not answer Yang Chongxuan's rude question. He only looked at the deep stream and lamented, Looking at this water again, I still feel that the creation is endless. It's unbelievable. Yang Chongxian sat up and sighed, I never thought that there would be a day when I have to rely on my family. Only then can I feel at ease. The old Daoist smiled and said, If your parents are powerful, it means that you are powerful in reincarnation. This is not something to be ashamed of. You don't have to be so troubled. Yang Chongxian grinned and said, Monastery head, let's make things clear first. I only ask that you don't compete with me for the opportunity of the mirror. As for imparting Dao techniques and forming good karma, my brother might not reject it. As for me, you don't have to be a monastery head. I won't accept it. The old Daoist laughed heartily. I think you're better than your brother. Yang Chongxian put his hands behind his head and said, I'll take it as a compliment. The largest dynasty in the central part of the North Continent had a Chongxian bureau. It was in charge of many famous sects in the capital. It was in charge of the books of Daoists and the rituals of the temples and all the records of the monks. The person in charge of the Chongxian bureau was surnamed Yang. He was the imperial tutor of a country and also owned the Yunshao Palace. His ancestors had 3 cultivators of the upper 5 realms, but they had all passed away one after another. The Yunshao Palace was a forest of Daoists, similar to the Taoist master's residence on Mount Longhu. Its power and resources were unimaginable. Among the younger generation there were 2 young talents. They were a pair of twin brothers who were known as natural Daoists when they were young. One of them was chosen by the heavenly Lord Xianxia. Because Xianxia could not accept disciples, the young man could not become his disciple. However, Xianxia still imparted Dao techniques to him. The other was the elder brother, but he liked to wander around when he was young. He was elusive. It was said that he was born with polychoria. Not only did he have the advantage of being born early, but he also had one more vision than his brother. He should have been the rightful future head of the family. Unfortunately, his temperament was too undisciplined. The family tried to persuade him but to no avail. As time passed, the former vaguely became the next prime minister of the Chongxian Bureau. The latter was shrouded in the shadow of his brother's great reputation and became more and more unknown. The old Daoist raised his head and looked into the distance. It should be the entrance of the Ghost Valley. Then he shifted his gaze to the direction of Lonmusk town. He smiled and said, I'm here to tell you that your opportunity has come. Yang Chongxian was unmoved. Why did you come here to tell me this? The old Daoist's expression was solemn. He said slowly, I had a divination before. Turned out to be a great fortune to kill someone. However, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Made me feel uneasy. There was a flaw between my heart and Dao. In the end, I gave the choice to someone else. Now I feel relieved and protected my heart. However, I also feel lost. It's as if the opportunity has passed me by. Yang Chongxian sneered. So you're saying that you want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? You're clean and you want me to be the vanguard? Even you are hesitating to kill someone. Even if I can kill him, the price is too high. Can I bear it with my thin arms and legs? The old Daoist shook his head. You're not one of the 3 lineages in the Qingming Tian. That's why I left the small Shendu temple to tell you this. The old Daoist stood up. Take care of yourself. Yang Chongxian suddenly asked, There's something I don't understand. I hope you can enlighten me. The old Daoist nodded. Just say it. Yang Chongxian asked, Those who need to understand reason the most are the ones who can't listen to reason the most. Those who are willing to listen to reason don't need it. What should I do? The old Daoist smiled. This is a problem that the Confucian disciple should think about. As for you, it's a burden to think about it. Why bother yourself? There are so many useless people in the world who are just enjoying themselves. Why do you have to wake them up from their dreams? If they scold you for being noisy, they'll be considered good-tempered. If they're petty, they'll see you as an enemy. If that's the case, are they stupid or are we stupid? Yang Chongxian couldn't help but laugh. He stood up and shook his sleeves in a serious manner. For the first time he bowed. Thank you for enlightening me. Yang Chongxian then blurted out, The cultivation of the great Tao is to seek the truth. The old Daoist revealed a look of admiration. He nodded lightly and disappeared in a flash. After Yang Chongxian came back to his senses, he spread out his hands and clenched his fists. The strong open the path and cut through the thorns. The weak follow blindly and go with the flow. He rubbed his chin with his palm. After a while he held it in for a long time. It was difficult for him to hold back his laughter. He didn't care about that question. In fact, it was the most difficult problem for Lu Jinglong all these years. However, the old Daoist's answer was unexpected. It was indeed worthy of his bow. Returning to the peach forest, the old Daoist was not in a hurry to enter the temple. Walking under the peach tree, the old Daoist kept looking up at the sky. No matter what, the young ranger declined to enter the temple for tea. In fact, it wasn't over yet. That was why the old Daoist asked his good friend, the old monk, if he needed to keep that cup of 1,000-year-old peach tea. Actually, why would the old monk, an outsider, make such a decision for the Zhou Xian temple? The old monk only said 4 words: "The more you speak, the more mistakes you will make." This enlightened the old Daoist, and he immediately became alert. After making the final decision, the old Daoist returned to the state of mind of still water. However, the more he deduced, the more he felt that something was wrong. With his current cultivation, even if the city lord of Jingguan City in the Ghost Valley were to engage in a life-and-death battle, it wouldn't affect his Dao heart at all. The old Daoist used what could be said to be the only natal abhijna in the world. He expended a lot of vital energy and destroyed a full 60 years of cultivation before he could use the heaven and earth observation technique of the ancient deities. Finally, he found some clues. The 2 ends of a line, one end was on He Xiaoyang, who was in Jingguan City, and the other end was on the young man. This was strange enough, but what was even more frightening was the latter line. With He Xiaoyang as the starting point, that line left the skeleton beach in Ghost Valley and went straight to the sky canopy of the North Continent. It seemed to be related to someone in another world. This made the old Daoist, who already had a pure body, sweat profusely after he retracted his abhijna. He was filled with hatred. Whose disciple was He Xiaoyang? How could a foreign female cultivator from the Aquarius continent rise so quickly in the North Continent and successfully establish a sect with the full support of the heavenly Lord Xiaxia? In the North Continent, who didn't know that as long as one stood on the peak of the mountain? The old Daoist looked up with anger, wishing that he could immediately kill his way to that world and go to the Beko Keikyung building to demand an explanation from the sect master. Once he killed according to the divination, the fortune might not be fake. But Luchan, did you think I was a puppet? A dog that wagged its tail and begged for mercy at other people's doors. Qingming Tian. Beko Keikyung building. Languid, a young Daoist sat on a white jade railing. Below his feet were layers of clouds of different heights, which were all seas formed by vast spiritual energy. He smiled and said, "Big and small Xiandu temples both have good methods." Previously, he had been tilting his head and twirling a thin line between his fingers. He listened attentively, but it was intermittent and very vague. He couldn't hear clearly. This line, even he was unwilling to touch it personally. At this moment he sat up straight and snapped the line with a flick of his finger. It was a little trick to follow the vine to find the melon. He really didn't have any bad intentions. Whether that kid was dead or alive, whether it was a blessing or a curse, he didn't want to get involved. It was He Xiaoyang who dared to make a decision on her own. She did it very unhappily, and she didn't even realize the consequences. Therefore, the little cow nose of the small Xiandu temple Luchan had wronged him. He would put this on the head of his own Xiandu temple. He would go there and make a scene. As long as he didn't get justice, he would curse there. Luchan rubbed his chin and said to himself, "But this little disciple of mine is really lucky. He didn't really make a move and he almost killed that kid for no reason." A young man whose Daoist robe and Daoist crown were not in the original 3 branches of the Daoist ancestor came to Lu Chen's side and asked, "Third senior brother, is there something new?" Lu Chen turned around and stroked the young man's head. "Little junior brother, you must do your best. Don't let me, your little senior brother, lose to that Chi fellow again. Your little senior brother holds grudges the most, do you know that?" The young man's smile stiffened. When he saw Lu Chen's playful smile, he immediately turned around and ran. But in this world, in this Beko Keikyung building, where could the young man run? As expected, he seemed to be grabbed by the back of his collar by a hand and was thrown directly into the sea of clouds outside the Beko Keikyung building. Not only that, all the spiritual energy of that little senior brother was also sealed. Several immortals immediately flew out from various parts of the Beko Keikyung building, trying to catch the new little martial uncle with a venerable status. Lu Chen slapped those immortals one by one and sent them flying. The young man fell hurriedly. An ascendant realm cultivator who was temporarily acting as the young man's guardian gritted his teeth and was about to rush over to save him. Was he really going to watch the young man fall to the ground? Purely relying on the physical body, even an unpolished jade realm cultivator would turn into a pile of meat paste if he fell. Those sea of clouds were not ordinary things. The Dao ancestor could naturally save this last disciple, and so could sect master Lu. But wouldn't he, the guardian, become the laughingstock of the entire world? Lu Chen glanced coldly at the Ascendant Realm cultivator. The latter's Dao heart immediately scattered. He hurriedly stood with his hands behind his back and stabilized his mind. Just as the young man was about to fall to the ground, two large holes broke open in the sky almost at the same time. The momentum was vast and shocking. Then two streaks of rainbow light smashed towards the Baek Okekyung building. Although the two holes were quickly filled up by themselves. But in that instant, a few shadows quickly rushed into the blue sky. They deliberately avoided the Baek Okekyung building and tried to hide. Lu Chen was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and pointed a few times. In the direction where the shadows were fleeing frantically, gods in golden armor that were thousands of feet tall appeared out of thin air and smashed the shadows into pieces. Lu Chen leaped lightly and arrived at the foot of the Baek Okekyung building in the blink of an eye. The young man hovered in the air a foot above the ground. His hands and feet were stiff and his thoughts were empty. Lu Chen squatted down and said slowly, "The guardian is an external object. The identity of the Dao ancestor's disciple is an external object. Your own life and death are also external objects." The young man, whose forehead was sweating, nodded. Lu Chen pressed down on the young man's head and pressed down gently. A living disciple of the Dao ancestor instantly turned into a pile of minced meat. Lu Chen smiled and said, "If you don't die for real, how can you truly know Dao?" A tall middle-aged Daoist appeared beside Lu Chen. With a wave of his sleeve, the young man's soul was trapped in his sleeve. He frowned and said, "Is this how you act as a senior brother?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm still better than you were back then." The tall Daoist shook his head. With a stomp of his foot, he rose from the ground and headed towards the highest point of the Baek Okekyung building. Suddenly, Lu Chen's neck was strangled by someone's arm. That fellow, whose head and face were covered in grime, was probably not very tall as he stood on his tiptoes. He was not unfamiliar with this sect leader Lu at all. With a cheeky grin, he asked, "How was my punch just now? Was the angle tricky? Second brother must still be in pain." Lu Chen nodded and said, "You're still as elegant as ever." The person increased the strength of his arm, causing Lu Chen's body to lean back slightly. The person narrowed his eyes and asked, "There's an old score, let's settle it?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm not going to the Outland. If we fight here, you don't have a sword and can't hurt me. Besides, there are so many fairies in the Baek Okekyung building who are looking at us right now." Only then did the person let go of his arm. Lu Chen patted his sleeves helplessly. The person faced the highest point of the Baek Okekyung building and stared with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, he lowered his head and spat into his palms. He rubbed his palms together and then raised his hands up high. He ran his fingers through his hair from front to back. He felt that if there was a mirror in his hand, it would probably explode on the spot. He coughed a few times to moisten his throat and was about to speak. Lu Chen said helplessly, "There's no need to introduce yourself. Everyone in the Baek Okekyung building knows that you're Alliance." The person continued to introduce himself to the fairies of the Baek Okekyung building with a straight face. "Liang as in kind." Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Since you insist that you're a swordsman, where's your sword?" The person asked in return, "Must a swordsman have a sword?" He answered his own question, "I don't think so." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Where there's chivalry in heaven and earth, there's a place where you can strike with your sword. I know what you're thinking. If you succeed, it'll be a spectacular sight." The man, who was not tall and had an average appearance, also stomped his feet and rose from the ground. However, he did not go to the Baek Okekyung building to look for second brother Dao. Instead, he punched the sky and returned to the Outland. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back and looked up. He was unwilling to look away for a long time. There were always some people who would be admired by others, regardless of friend or foe. In this aspect, Alliance was actually better than himself and Qi Jingchun. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and smiled knowingly. Perhaps the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven might not think so. The Lady of the Summer's abode was built at a place called Peeling Mountain. The mountain was not high and was not considered to be a place with good feng shui. She was originally the weakest among the 6 sages. However, for some unknown reason, Peeling Mountain had always stood tall in the Ghost Valley. On the other hand, the mountain-moving Grand Sage not only had a strong army under his command, but his cultivation base was also much higher than hers. The mountain-moving Grand Sage was a mountain-moving ape with an impure bloodline. Although he was only 500 years old, he had an innately strong physique. He loved to fight ghosts and chi cultivators in close combat. He even spent a lot of money to buy a high-quality dew armor and a pair of powerful meteor hammers. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. The security of Peeling Mountain was very sparse. Demons gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and were busy gambling. They were very focused on nothing else. However, Peeling Mountain had 3 extremely ingenious mountain and water restrictions. Although they were not a protective formation, they could be easily triggered if an outsider sneaked in and startled the entire Peeling Mountain. The Guanghan Hall plaque hung above the mansion. It was decorated with gold and jade in glorious splendor. It was not cold at all. It was very festive and rich. It must have cost a lot of money. Many osmanthus trees were planted inside and outside the mansion, but they were not rare. In the backyard, a woman with a graceful figure and a bumpy face stood on the stairs. She was wearing a graceful and luxurious palace dress. When she saw the scholar hanging on the bamboo pole, her eyes brightened and her cheeks puffed up. She wiped her saliva and laughed like a flower. Before the fan-holding demon could say anything to claim credit, she drove him away along with all the other eyesores. The bamboo pole was placed on the ground. The scholar's posture was extremely awkward. His wrist was bruised. He struggled to open his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "Lady of the Summer?" The woman crouched down and reached out to touch the scholar's face. Her eyes were blurred as she said, "I haven't seen such a handsome man in a long time." "How nice. Little brother, don't worry. I'm a woman who knows how to care for people. Don't listen to the nonsense outside about how Lady of the Summer likes to stir-fry and doesn't like steaming. My method of eating people is the most ecstatic. All men will love it. My Peeling Mountain is not some dragon's pool or tiger's den. It's really a happy place for men." As she spoke, the woman could not control her emotions. She stuck out her long and strange tongue. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the scholar's face. The scholar wanted to cry but had no tears. He seemed to be scared out of his wits. He stared at her blankly. The Lady of the Summer smiled charmingly and said, "What are you looking at? Don't be impatient. After I untie you, you and I will go to the bed together. I'll show you everything." The scholar said slowly, "You're a toad. You're not exaggerating. You're really of the Moon Palace. This trip was worth it." The woman was stunned. In an instant, black smoke billowed and a murderous aura filled the sky. The Lady of the Summer was enveloped in it. After a series of hurried and miserable cries, there was silence. Only a large pool of blood bloomed on the ground. A moment later, the scholar was squatting on the ground. The Lady of the Summer was lying on the ground. All that was left was a set of white bones. The scholar's mouth was full of blood. He did not wipe it away. He burped and dipped his hand in the blood. He turned to look at the wall and asked with a smile, "Have you seen enough?" Even Qin Pingon was shocked. It was not uncommon to see demons and ghosts harm people. It was also common for foxes to seduce scholars. However, it was Qin Pingon's first time seeing a scholar eating a demon. Qin Pingon squatted on the wall. The blade-strengthening gourd had been replaced at his waist. He asked, "This Lady of the Summer with an average cultivation base obviously has a powerful backer. And it's not the other big demons. Aren't you afraid?" The scholar smiled and said, "Don't I have you to be the scapegoat?" Qin Pingon also smiled and said, "Can't you be a little more righteous?" Chu-yi and Chu-yi shot out like lightning from the blade-strengthening gourd. They did not bother the scholar and directly sank into the ground. Fan Yunluo's chariot burrowing into the ground was still fresh in Qin Pingon's memory. Both sides were silent. The scholar was probably afraid of the young sword Immortal's sword. He wondered if it would be faster than his own escape technique. Qin Pingon was afraid that the scholar would run too fast and disappear. How would he settle the score? As for being framed by this guy, it did not matter. He would take on whatever trouble came. He was here to gain experience. If it was too easy, Qin Pingon would not be used to it. If there was no other way, he could use the golden distance shrinking talisman and cooperate with the sword Immortal to escape the Ghost Valley temporarily. He could enter the Ghost Valley again after he had figured out the opponent's background. He could use the stupid method of cutting flesh with a blunt knife and slowly grind it out. It depended on who was more patient. Qin Pingon and the scholar opened their mouths at the same time, but they stopped at the same time. The scholar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You go first. I respect the sword Immortal the most in my life." Qin Pingon said, "You go first. You scholars are more precious." The scholar was surprised and said, "Are we going to waste time like this?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "As long as you are happy." The scholar watched helplessly as a long sword appeared in the man's hand. He sat down on the ground and waved his sleeves. The blood gathered into a round ball and circled around him slowly. Then he asked tentatively, "Since you talk about Jianghu's righteousness, should I talk about peace and prosperity?" Qin Pingon asked, "How do you mean wealth?" The scholar pointed outside the high wall and said righteously, "Aren't there 5 other monsters here? Unlike this poor goddess of the summer, the rest of them are all rich. We brothers are of one mind, we can cut through gold. Let's get rid of evil for the people." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Good." The scholar suddenly cursed, "Good your grandpa. You hid your murderous aura well, but your sword almost grew a mouth and yelled at me to kill." Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes. The scholar slowly stood up, his expression indifferent. Although it was the first time he had met this young ranger whose deeds had spread throughout the Ghost Valley. So he did not know that at this moment, Qin Pingon would make everyone familiar with him feel strange, whether it was friend or foe. But the scholar knew one thing. This guy had a strong murderous intent. He actually suppressed the sword energy of the sword. The scholar thought it was good. He might as well let go of his hands and feet and fight. Killing people for treasures, riches and honor were found in danger. He had good gambling luck in his life and had never lost. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and shook his head. Then he raised his hand and patted his chest. Smiling brightly, he said, "Sorry, I have a phobia of blood. First set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. For 95. At that moment the 2 people at the Empress of the Summer's residence on Peeling Mountain seemed to have walked into an unpredictable game of chess. There were 3 choices. Both sides would fight to the death. Only one side would benefit. The loser would most likely die. One side would back down. For example, Qin Pingon would choose to bear the consequences of killing the Empress of the Summer. Or the scholar would not take advantage of the situation and would not pour dirty water on Qin Pingon's head. Or both sides could take a step back and leave this game of Peeling Mountain together. This was the so-called, "You talk about the righteousness of Jianghu and I talk about peace and prosperity." Both sides would turn their spearheads and point their spears at the other 5 demons. Qin Pingon asked, "You're not a demon? You're a Yin spirit from the Ghost Valley?" The scholar patted his sleeves and said unhappily, a living person full of pure yang qi. It's the real deal. The way I subdued the demon earlier was just an unorthodox technique to scare you. How can one not have a way to hide their identity in Jianghu?" Qin Pingon asked, "Then let's form an alliance now? Let's go find trouble with that primogenitor Pai Qin?" The scholar had a strange look in his eyes. Qin Pingon glanced at the bones of the Empress of the Summer on the ground and understood. He did not know what to do and gave the game away. Since the Empress of the Summer was dead, how could this residence on Peeling Mountain not have any treasures? How could he leave empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? He was clearly not a cultivator who was good at robbing. Qin Pingon changed the topic and asked with a smile, "You've been scheming for so long. You must be familiar with the treasures of this Guanghan Palace. How about we split the loot on this mountain 50-50? The scholar shook his head. "On Peeling Mountain it's 30-70. You take 30 and I take 70. You're just sitting on the wall watching the show. 30% is not a small amount. After killing the demons on the other mountains, we'll decide based on each person's ability and contribution." Qin Pingon shook his head. 46. The scholar hesitated for a while before revealing a pained expression. He pointed at the skeleton on the ground and said, "This is the skeleton of the goddess of the summer. Although it is not as white as the bones of ghosts and nether spirits, it has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon in the Ghost Valley for nearly 1,000 years. It has been refined to the point that it is even better than the golden branches and jade leaves of an earth immortal. It is very precious. After I give it to you we will split it 70%. Qin Pingon sneered and said, "It's such a hot potato. If I accept it, it'll be like smearing yellow mud on my crotch. Shouldn't we split it 40-60? Furthermore, the most precious item of the mountain and lake spirits was naturally the demon core. Presumably, it had already been swallowed whole by that scholar, and he had already taken the greatest advantage. The scholar pretended to be enlightened. He patted his head and said apologetically, "I miscalculated. Alright, then we'll split it 40-60 and leave this set of bones here. Let's go, I'll take you to the treasury of Peeling Mountain to search for treasures. The entrance is under the goddess of the summer's bed." This female toad doesn't have a high cultivation base, but because of the rewards from her lover and the other 5 demons, she was able to obtain quite a few treasures. The scholar took the lead and walked through the main door. Qin Pingon put the sword Immortal behind him and jumped down the wall. He followed the scholar and with a wave of his sleeve, the bones were kept close to him. The scholar stopped and turned around, his face full of surprise. Qin Pingon smiled and explained, "Wouldn't it be a bad thing if the Peeling Mountain Spirit Monster accidentally saw it? If that happens, we'll alert the Peeling Mountain Spirit Monster and delay our great mission of killing demons. It's better that I keep it for now." The scholar smiled and said, "Then I have to thank you?" Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear to him and looked around. In this extremely spacious room, there was no lack of treasures and toys. However, the smell of cosmetics was heavy. The murals were actually some unsightly erotic paintings. The paintings were extremely large, at least 10 feet tall. Fortunately, the men and women in the paintings were only the size of date pits. There were scenes of emperors and debauchery in the palace, as well as scenes of a night in a brothel. One of the paintings was of a man and a woman wearing a Daoist robe. The man had a celestial aura and the woman was overflowing with divine light, as if they were immortal Daoist couples cultivating in the bedroom. The scroll was also densely packed with small characters. The scholar kicked the huge mandarin duck bed and slid several feet away without making a sound. The scholar squatted on the floor. There was a round piece of fine iron embedded in the floor as bright as a mirror. The scholar lowered his head and looked at it as if he was cracking a mechanism. The scholar turned his head and looked, unable to vent his anger. He finally understood what it meant to be a bandit passing by like a comb and a soldier passing by like a mortar. The green-robed ranger with the bamboo hat took all the bottles on the dressing table of the goddess of the summer, not to mention the 6 deity paintings that hid the secrets of cultivation. "What, have you never seen money in your life?" However, the scholar quickly turned his head and continued to size up the strange piece of pure iron that was as clean as a mirror. There was a hint of gloom between the scholar's brows. He clearly knew that he was about to enter the treasury of the Great Cold Palace and encounter real treasures. Yet he was still wantonly collecting these worthless items. Could it be that he had something close at hand? A square-inch item would not be so greedy. Qin Pingon was still rummaging through the chests and cupboards. He asked, "You said that the goddess of the summer was of the Moon Palace. What did you mean?" The scholar gently stroked the edge of the round mirror with one hand, while his fingers were in his sleeves. He was calculating in his mind. He answered casually, "There is a sun and a moon in heaven and earth. The moon is the source of Yin essence. According to legend, there was a moon palace in the ancient heavenly court called the Guanghan Palace. In the moon palace there was the osmanthus tree, rabbit essence and toad. They were all ancestors of the moon palace. Surrounded by the cold clouds and immortal air, they each became spirits and gods. For example, the goddess of the summer is a descendant of the toad of the moon palace. However, there are thousands of different kinds of flood dragons, all of different heights. The one in Peeling Luoshan can be considered a passable moon palace monster." Qin Pingon praised, "You are very knowledgeable." While the scholar was studying the secret techniques of the treasury, Qin Pingon did not approach him. No matter how much he searched, he always stayed 10 steps away from the scholar. This was a subtle indication of his attitude. Qin Pingon chose a rosewood chair and sat down. The scholar shook his head and sighed. "My life also has a limit and my knowledge is also boundless," Qin Pingon said casually. "Following the limit with the limit is dangerous." The scholar turned his head and glanced at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon crossed his legs. With a twist of his wrist, he took out the jade bamboo fan that Cui Dongshan gave him and gently fanned it. The scholar had already turned his head. He stretched out a finger and gently tapped the mirror surface. On the mirror surface that was as round as the moon, a part of it began to slowly rise. Eventually, it became a palace-like building, like a pavilion rising under the bright moon. Qin Pingon hurriedly closed the fan and entered the Fengsuan item. Without caring about any taboos, he came to the scholar's side and stared at the originally flawless metal. When he looked at it from afar, no matter how he looked at it, it was a smooth mirror surface that had been tempered thousands of times. Who would have thought that it was so mysterious? What made Qin Pingon even more amazed was that even though he was concentrating and staring at it, he still felt that the fit from before was too exaggerated. The scholar, however, frowned. Again and again he pushed back the tightly shut door of the palace and restored it to its normal state. Qin Pingon couldn't take his eyes off it and clicked his tongue in wonder. How could there be such an exquisite forging technique in this world? Qin Pingon did not care if he would reveal 300 taels of silver here. He said, "Don't worry, I won't sneak attack you." The scholar sat cross-legged and said slowly, "There is no doubt that this is a magic weapon made by the mechanical master of the school of Moism. It has been a long time. This item belongs to you. After it enters the treasury, how about we split it 30 to 70? How about it?" Qin Pingon nodded without hesitation. The scholar suddenly smiled. His fingers tapped on the surface of the mirror as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, a pocket-sized palace rose up once again. Moreover, the mansion's door slowly opened, causing the entire building to begin to circulate with radiance. It shone on the two people's faces. Then the entire floor began to creak. The scholar stretched out his hand and a snow-white ball appeared in his hand. He was like an immortal holding a bright moon in his hand. Then he twisted his wrist and rubbed his hands together. The palace on the surface of the bright moon was like an immortal's secret realm that had retracted into the mountain roots underground. A secret passage appeared on the floor. It was not dark and a dim yellow light flickered slightly. It was most likely an immortal method similar to the lanterns in the City of Murals. The scholar passed the ball in his hand to Qin Pingon. "From now on we will split it 30 to 70. We agreed on this." Qin Pingon nodded. Naturally, the two people's movements were slightly stagnant. One person passed the item and the other received it. They both used one hand. The scholar smiled slightly. The other hand that was hanging down moved slightly, and the strange phenomenon calmed down. Qin Pingon's hand that was holding a bunch of walnuts in his sleeve also gently loosened. Only then did they hand over the treasure. Qin Pingon kept the ball in his hand and followed the scholar into the tunnel. The tunnel that extended all the way down was slightly damp. The Yin energy was dense and moss grew on the walls. It was indeed a secret lair created by a moon palace species. Finally, the two of them came to a stone cave at the end. There were two white skeletons sitting side by side. One was tall and the other was short. One was burly and the other was slender. They seemed to be a Dao couple. They were close to each other and their hands were tightly clasped. One could vaguely see that the two of them had passed away peacefully. One of them had an emperor's crown on his head and wore a yellow dragon robe. The other one did not wear a phoenix crown. He only wore an immortal robe that resembled a Dao robe but was not a Dao robe. Other than that, there were 3 boxes stacked in the corner. The scholar looked at the 2 white skeletons and frowned without saying a word. Qin Pingon asked, "Is it one of the monarchs who lost in the battle at the Skeleton Beach?" The scholar nodded and said, "It's very likely to be the monarch of Longshan country. When he was young, he was a destitute and unfavored son of a concubine. Back then, the largest sect in the southern part of the North Continent was called the Qingde sect. The cultivators on the mountain were all known as hidden immortals. The conflict between the 2 dynasties was traced back to the internal strife of the Qingde sect. However, the later generations of immortals kept it a secret. However, within a short period of 60 years, the other mountains in the North Continent sensed that something was amiss. Out of the 30 people, half of them were earthly immortals while the other half had their own opportunities. They were not to be underestimated. Therefore, the scene of the 30 people ascending the mountain to be apprenticed to a master had attracted countless people's imaginations. There was a poem in the future that testified to it. With the sound of the drum breaking the golden door, 30 immortal materials ascended the jade. The king of Longshan country was one of them. Among that group of God's favored sons, he was still considered one of the best. Unfortunately, the members of the royal family who were qualified to inherit the throne in Longshan country died one after another. He had no choice but to leave the mountain. Even though he was already in the Dragon Gate realm, he still chose to sever his own longevity bridge and inherited the throne. There were rumors in the streets that he had a close relationship with a martial ant from the Qing de sect's Phoenix Cry Peak. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true. The scholar sighed and stopped looking at the two sets of white bones. The dragon robe was just an ordinary item in the world and looked expensive. The dragon aura in the man's body had been absorbed or dissipated by itself. After all, once the throne was broken, the dragon aura would dissipate. The Qing de sect's robe that the female cultivator wore was not a magic treasure. It was just an ordinary robe that would be given to all the inner sect cultivators of the Qing de sect by the ancestral hall. The monarch and the female cultivator of the Phoenix Cry Peak were probably nostalgic people. The scholar then went to open the 3 chests one after another. One of the chests was filled with dazzling white snowflakes that numbered in the thousands. The other chest contained an ancient statue tablet that was engraved with densely packed seal scripts. As for the box that was placed at the bottom, there was only one item. It was a small stone that was only knee-high. It was no different from the objects that people used to pound glutinous rice. The scholar's expression changed slightly. He shook his head lightly. Obviously, he felt that the guess in his heart was not very likely. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Don't tell me it's the legendary Moon Palace rabbit spirit who grinds medicine?" The scholar laughed. "Then let's make a bet?" Qin Pingon asked, "What kind of bet?" The scholar pointed to the stone in the box. "This item counts as 7. The rest count as 3. But I'll let you choose first." Qin Pingon did not hesitate to choose 3. The scholar hurriedly said, "Don't choose first. I'm going back on my word." The scholar gently slapped down and the stone hammer turned into dust. However, a piece of jade that looked like a white bowl was revealed. He said regretfully, "So it is. This white jade bowl is the place where the goddess of the summer achieved enlightenment. Because she is a Moon Palace species, the stone hammer was made to wrap her up. It was probably a good omen." The scholar picked up the bowl and held it in his palm. At the bottom of the bowl were 8 small words. "Pure and hidden immortal, inviting the moon with wine." It was one of the sacrificial items of the ancestral hall of the Qing de sect. It was just a spiritual weapon. However, to the goddess of the summer who had achieved Tao, it naturally held great significance. Qin Pingon asked, "Are you choosing the Dragon Gate steel or the box of snow?" The scholar's eyelids twitched. The world's seal scripts were also divided into old and old ones. Some of the ancient seal scripts could not be recognized unless it was from an immortal clan with an orderly inheritance. How did this young outsider recognize the 2 ancient words Dragon Gate at the top of the steel? The scholar smiled. This underground cave was truly suitable for a life-and-death battle. However, at this moment the person unexpectedly said, "Not only is the Dragon Gate steel yours, I'll take 30 for the box of snow. Then I want the 2 sets of bones." The scholar said doubtfully, "Those 2 sets of bones are really worthless." This female cultivator of the pure virtue sect was only at the Dragon Gate realm when she was alive. Her robes are even more ordinary, not worth a few small coins. Do you believe that the dragon robe will turn to ashes if you touch it? The scholar smiled playfully. Besides, it's not very appropriate to strip a dead person and a female cultivator at that, no? Qin Pingon said, "It's none of your business." The scholar nodded. "Then it's settled." With a sweep of his sleeve he put away the steel along with the wooden box. Qin Pingon also put away the 2 sets of bones. It was clear that the scholar had at least one item close to him. As for the box of snow, Qin Pingon received about 1,500 pieces of snow. The scholar received the lion's share but was still not satisfied. Stripping the goddess of the summer of Luoshan often requires filial piety to that great backer. Her family's wealth is still a little thin. Otherwise, a Jindan monster would not have so little. Qin Pingon said, "In Ghost Mu Valley, it's already not easy to survive after fighting to the death. How can she compare to the Jindan Earth Immortals outside?" The scholar nodded. "Correct." Qin Pingon asked casually, "Do you have a water-storing spiritual weapon like a water bottle?" In an instant, Qin Pingon had already unsheathed his sword. Of the 2 flying swords that pierced through the ground, one was pointed at the top of the scholar's head, the other was hovering behind the scholar, the tip of the sword pointed at the back of his heart. The scholar said helplessly, "What are you doing? Are you going to do this to me?" Are you really not waiting for us to flatten the cave dwellings of the other 5 mountains one by one and eat until our stomachs are full before we fight? Qin Pingan's expression was solemn. Just now he had sensed the other party's killing intent. The killing intent in the scholar's heart was heavier than when the goddess of the summer was killed. Qin Pingan saw that at this moment, from the scholar's state of mind to his expression, there was nothing unusual. Qin Pingan let Chu Yi and 15 return to the blade's strengthening gourd and put the sword Immortal back into its sheath. My eyes were blurry just now. I mistakenly thought that there was an otherworldly item guarding the cave and wanted to sneak attack you. The scholar laughed. I didn't expect this big brother to have such a merciful heart. It's just that I'm dizzy with blood and my eyes are blurry. When we go to the other mountains to fight, don't drag me down. Qin Pingan laughed it off. The two of them left the grotto together and walked through the dimly lit tunnel, returning the way they came. They walked side by side. The scholar smiled. Brother, how should I address you? Qin Pingan said, my surname is Qin, my first name is Good Person. The scholar seemed to be choked and was speechless for a moment. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. Qin Pingan asked, what about you? The scholar still had not recovered and said weakly, let's not talk about my surname. You can call me Mu Mao as in lush trees. Qin Pingan nodded, your name is not bad. The scholar said, not as Good Person, brother. Qin Pingan said, you're too kind. The scholar suddenly smiled and asked, do you know the origin of that Pai Qin progenitor? Qin Pingan shook his head, you also know that I'm a foreigner. This time I entered the Ghost Valley to look at the scenery. I just happened to pass by Peeling Mountain. How would I know the origin of these monsters? But these monsters are also interesting. They dare to call themselves the 6 sages. If they're not the goddess, then they're the progenitor. Even the monsters under their command dare to call themselves gentlemen. The scholar said, the monsters in this small place are actually very particular. That Pai Qin progenitor was originally a clever little sable in the Zhou Xian temple. She ate 2 pieces of incense to worship the heaven and earth and did not give up. She even stole the oil in the colored glaze cup. After eating it, she accidentally knocked over the glaze cup. Because of this, she became enlightened and became a spirit. At that time she was seen by a little fairy. In a fit of anger, she whipped her with a horsetail whisk until her flesh was badly mutilated. She was on the verge of death. She did not expect that the old Immortal took pity on her and not only let her out of the Daoist temple and the peach forest, she also took a handful of 10,000-year soil from the peach tree and rubbed it on her wounds. Therefore this little sable was born with no fear of water or fire weapons. Ordinary weapons could not hurt her at all. The scholar told these secrets tirelessly as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This little sable left the peach forest. From then on the sky was high and the earth was broad. She took over the mountain and called herself the progenitor. She opened up a cave and was very happy. However, he was still concerned about the incense burning in the Zhou Xian temple. He was especially respectful of that old Immortal. Hence, he placed a memorial tablet on his mountain and offered incense to the old Immortal of Zhou Xian temple every day. Most of the monsters in the world were like this. They were very respectful to the place where they achieved Tao and the opportunity to become a spirit. The goddess of the summer was like this, and so was this little sable. Speaking of which, this progenitor Pai Qin was as stupid as the goddess of the summer. He was also a monster with a big backer. Aren't you afraid of angering the Immortal in the temple? After all, you still have to look at the master before you beat the dog. Qin Pingan said, then let's not provoke progenitor Pai Qin. Let's go directly to the mountain-moving sage. The scholar laughed and said, there's no need for that. The old Immortal only respected the matter of the Tao. He did not care much about the little sable. Let's work together and kill it. Qin Pingan asked, how can you guess and see through the thoughts of a Taoist old Immortal? I heard that cultivators hope for what if before they get the opportunity. But after they achieve Tao, they are also afraid of what if. The scholar began to act shamelessly. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Anyway, I have to go to progenitor Pai Chen's Earth Surge Mountain. The mountain-moving sage's place is more lively recently. The demon hunter of the Dirty Water Cave and the thunder immortal of the Zhexiao Mountain should be drinking and planning something together. Maybe the daughter of the old turtle should also be courting the mountain-moving sage. Progenitor Pai Chen is the only one who doesn't like crowds. Now she's probably alone. If you think that the name of the small Xuandu temple is too scary, then let's part on good terms. You go the open road and I go my own way. How about that? Qin Pingon said, then let's part on good terms and part on good terms. The scholar was surprised again, but he did not say anything more. He just thought that he had met a weirdo with a strange temper. After the two returned to the goddess of the summer's boudoir, the scholar stretched out his hand and signaled Qin Pingon to leave Piluo Mountain first. He did not want Qin Pingon to mistakenly think that he would run out of the Guanghan Hall first and then beat the gongs and drums to alarm the demons of Piluo Mountain. Qin Pingon jumped on the wall and left quietly. The scholar stood in the same place. The reason why he was so kind was not only because he did not want to fall out with the mountain-moving sage and cause trouble, but also because he was happy to attract the attention of the mountain-moving sage so that he could leisurely deal with progenitor Pai Chen and have another meal. These demons did not have high cultivation. They formed their own structure, but they helped each other. This was the foundation of their existence in the Ghost Valley. Otherwise, a nascent soul cultivator could easily defeat them one by one. They would not have survived until today. In history, a nascent soul nether spirit of the northern city tried to crush the demons with his own cultivation. He suffered a great loss here and almost died in Jixiao Mountain. The scholar raised his hand and gently spat out a scarlet demon pill suspended in his palm. It spun and emitted a burst of mist and cold air. He was not a ghost. Once he swallowed this thing, it would only destroy his own Tao. A translucent white jade box appeared in the scholar's hand. He placed the demon core into the box, then dusted his sleeves. The essence of the Empress of the Summer's flesh and blood had been absorbed by the robe he was wearing. This was a robe he had taken from an earth immortal evil cultivator many years ago. It was called the Hundred-Eyed Tao Tai. In the beginning its rank was not high. Could not even be considered a magic treasure. Wearing it not only concealed his identity but more importantly, it could actually help him grow. Over the years, whenever he went out for a walk, whenever he felt like slaying demons and devils, most of it would become nourishment for this robe. The scholar suddenly stretched out a finger and rubbed between his eyebrows. He muttered to himself, "Why did you stop me from killing people in the grotto? What's the big deal if I ruin some of your merits? When you kill the 3 corpses next year, everything will be settled. You're also interesting. The other Daoists who became golden immortals, I was the first to be killed. You, on the other hand, deliberately left it for last." The scholar was silent for a moment, his expression complicated. He flipped his sleeves. It turned into rolling black smoke and drilled into the ground, disappearing in an instant. In a house in the Guanghan Palace, the fan-wielding spirit who called himself the gentleman of the academy was drinking and having fun with a group of bandits like the old man with the goatee. This gentleman was a little unhappy and was drinking to drown his sorrows. The rest of the idiots were also not discerning. When they were drunk, all of them were dancing and spitting saliva everywhere. They spoke without restraint. This one said that the goddess of the summers but was round and that he would die to touch it. Another said that the Black River King's daughter had big breasts and that he would definitely drill them if he had the chance. There were even more reckless ones who said that the mountain-moving great sage was nothing. As long as the goddess of the summer gave the order, he would smash the head of that mountain-moving ape with a punch. The fan-wielding spirit drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He felt that drinking with these guys was really a killjoy. He felt that he was letting down the golden and sparkling wine of the stinky city. He sighed and waved the fan in one hand and the empty wine cup in the other. Wine for Uncle Juan dispels his worries and brings joy. Heaven's will is like this and it's in the cup. The other spirits did not find it strange and laughed. This gentleman was starting to feel sour again. The fan-wielding spirit raised his head and glanced at the goddess of the summer's courtyard. He felt his abdomen heat up. No matter what, the goddess of the summer's figure was really good. He thought about how he had been at Peeling Mountain for so many years and did not get many benefits. He wanted to be the goddess of the summer's guest. In the eyes of the living, the goddess of the summer might not be a beauty, but to the spirits of the mountains and lakes she was not important. However, he was afraid of the goddess of the summer's methods in bed that even deities were afraid of. If he was not careful, he would really die under the peony flower. The goddess of the summer would go out alone almost every few years. No one knew who she was going to see or what she was going to do. There were different opinions. Some said that the goddess of the summer was the lover of the lord of Fanlang City. Some said that the real master of Peeling Mountain was the Ghost King who was as famous as Pu Chong in Bailong City. Some said that the goddess of the summer and the only daughter of the Black River King had that kind of relationship. The fan-wielding spirit drank the wine and felt a little sour. Why was the goddess of the summer unwilling to open her heart to him? He was a little drunk. He wondered if he could be like the goddess of the summer in this life, sitting on a mountain and building a luxurious residence. He could call the wind and summon the rain. He wondered if he could leave this place one day. He wanted to go to the Ghost Valley and go to the vast world outside of the Skeleton Beach. He wanted to go to the Confucian Academy and see the real scholars and read the real Confucian classics. Dichong Mountain. Compared to Peeling Mountain, it was much more heavily guarded. They even built a decent mountain protecting formation. However, to the scholar, it was like entering a place where no one could stop him. However, it was difficult to kill demons and steal treasures without causing a commotion. The scholar was not in a hurry. He entered Dichong Mountain and stood on a pine tree in the forest. He wanted to wait. As long as the mountain-moving sage's mountain protecting formation was activated, it meant that the guy had started to break into the mountain or his whereabouts had been exposed. Then it would be time for him to act. The only thing he needed to be careful of was the old turtle in the old dragon cave and the little turtle in the Black River who had a close relationship with the goddess of the summer. He was not afraid that they would join forces with Dichong Mountain, but the father and daughter pair were difficult to kill. If they insisted on protecting primogenitor Pai Chin, it would be troublesome. The scholar's trip to kill demons was just for fun. It was like getting a funny new jeanshirt in the stinky Copper City to relieve his boredom. Primogenitor Pai Chin and the old turtle of the Black River King. One was rooted in the small Xuandu Temple and the other was related to the great Yuanyue Temple. It was an old turtle that was raised in the Pond of Release. Before the Skeleton Beach became an ancient battlefield site, according to the historical records of the government, the old turtle floated its head in the temple to listen to scriptures all year round. Later, when the two dynasties fought, dozens of vassal states were involved. The temple was sheltered by the old monk who had already become a golden Luohan with his great supernatural power. It was able to avoid the disaster of war and finally moved to the peach forest in the Ghost Valley. It became neighbors with the small Xuandu Temple which was thousands of miles away. The old turtle secretly left the temple and called himself the Black River King. He occupied a bottomless cave and named it Old Dragon Cave. He raised a pair of golden fish and said it was his daughter's dowry. His daughter called herself primogenitor Fu Hai. The old turtle rarely showed himself and she was the one who took care of the mountain affairs. There was a big river outside Old Dragon Cave that she occupied. She led the demons of the water tribe to stir up trouble all year round. This little turtle was dark and sturdy. One time the city lord of Fanlang City bumped into it and left a sentence that pierced his heart. He said that the little turtle looked like it could ward off evil spirits. Even if he didn't abstain from meat and vegetables, even if the light was extinguished, he would never be able to eat it. It was a huge humiliation for this ocean-covering ancestor to call him a life flathead. The scholar stood on the tree and took a deep breath. The yin energy within the ancient pine tree had been sucked dry. He then exhaled gently, causing the area around him to turn misty. Finally, he opened his hand and began to draw a talisman with his finger. Mountain and river view. His palm shook. A landscape painting of the mansion of Dichong Mountain appeared. The scene in the painting was a little blurry. He did not want to reveal any clues. After all, primogenitor Pai Chin came from the Daoist lineage and was a golden core cultivator. She might be able to sense it. A banquet was being held on a high platform in the mansion of Dichong Mountain. The scholar smiled bitterly. On the banquet on the high platform, demons gathered. Each of them looked strong. In the scholar's eyes, they were like retainers who appeared behind the demons to protect their masters. The scholar murmured, "What's going on? Why are they gathered at Dichong Mountain? That guy is luckier than me? Did he hit it by accident or did he expect it?" Cultivators and gods had dharma forms. Demons that took human form had their original forms. The higher their cultivation, the blurrier their original forms. After reaching the nascent soul realm, their original forms could be completely concealed. Below the nascent soul realm, especially golden core demons, their original forms were the most condensed and stable. It was also the most difficult to conceal. Nascent soul cultivators with high cultivation and golden core cultivators of ancient sects could often see through the demon's original forms. The scholar hurriedly put away the mountain and river view divine ability. On the other side of the high platform he caught a glimpse of the mountain-moving sage who was a silver-backed ape, the monster hunter Immortal who was a fat rat, and the thunderbolt Immortal who had a colorful python coiled behind him. Of course, there was also primogenitor Pai Chin who was a golden furry sable. Other than that there was also a golden core ghost. Other than the father and daughter of the old dragon cave in Black River, everyone else was there. However, there was an additional golden core ghost who liked to compete with Greasy Skin City. The scholar said helplessly, "I hope I don't get beaten up. My luck can't be that bad, right?" As a small world that had existed for thousands of years, the Ghost Valley had some invisible suppression on chi cultivators. The higher the realm, the stronger the suppression. Moreover, for some chi cultivators with special identities, the suppression was not small. For example, him. Ordinary people would not be acclimatized to the environment. It was even more so for cultivators. Especially his 8 characters of pure yang, which was the bane of the Ghost Valley. If not for the fact that his cultivation method was extremely profound and far superior to the heterodox cultivation methods, which allowed him to fuse with his own fate, water and fire, yin and yang, it would have been very troublesome for him to come to the Ghost Valley. It would be like a lantern hanging high in the dark night, which would only make him the target of thousands of ghosts and otherworldly creatures. The scholar began to murmur to himself again. "Go." After a moment of silence he smiled. "Then let's wait and see. Don't let me die in the hands of others or there will be a big flaw in your breakthrough." Since the scholar had made up his mind, his heart was as still as water. He began to observe the changes quietly. He simply closed his eyes and concentrated, breathing in and out. He would slightly refine the Dragon Gate steel and see if it could be done, adding flowers to brocade. In the water residence, it was as if there was an old dragon swimming in the clouds, moving clouds and water. In the fire residence, there was a burly man covered in flames, like a god of the Fire Clan, hammering a short knife. Every time he swung his arm there would be a burst of sparks. In another key acupoint there were mountains and lush green trees. There was a Daoist temple at the peak of the mountain, with green glazed tiles and a plaque with golden words hanging on it. In another acupoint, it was like a golden battlefield with 2 armies facing each other, shining spears and armored horses. And when the scholar tried to refine the statue steel obtained from Peeling Mountain, a stele was erected in the water residence, slowly rising into the air. The 2 words Dragon Gate at the top of the stele were constantly emitting golden light. The scholar did not refine the entire stele in one go. After the 2 words successfully materialized, he gave up. He opened his eyes and lightly breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. The scholar shook his sleeves and looked at the residence. Monsters rose into the air one after another, slowly flying towards him. As for the mountain protecting formation that enveloped Earth Surging Mountain, it was instantly activated, but he did not care too much about it. The scholar turned his head and looked in the direction of the mountain-moving sage's mountain. He smiled and said, "Brother Good Samaritan, I'm the one who took advantage of Luo Luo. Now take it that I'm returning some benefits to you. If you can't even get anything out of this, you'll really disappoint me." The scholar glanced at Treasure Mirror Mountain, wondering how the official matters there were progressing. Earth of the 5 elements, mirror of the 3 mountains and 9 marquises. It was his last natal item that involved the foundation of the Great Tao. Of course he had to personally take a look at such a big matter. Once the 5 elements were complete and the 3 separations were severed, not only could he easily enter the nascent soul stage, but he could also break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage and become a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Not only would the inner demon not be as hard to destroy as the normal nascent soul stage, but it could also be slowly worn down in 200 to 300 years. There was almost no danger at all. In the process of grinding the inner demon, it could also benefit the soul. This was the foundation of the top celestial family in the continent. Qin Pingon did not go to the mountain where Moving Mountain Sage was. Instead he took a slight detour and went to the Sheep Intestine Palace where demon hunters were. Although it was called a palace, it was not much better than the dilapidated temple at the foot of Treasure Mirror Mountain. It was equivalent to the 3 courtyards in Longquan County. There were only 2 small demons guarding the gate. Each of them hugged a wooden spear and sat on the steps chatting. One of them was a rat demon and there was a tattered book on his lap. Qin Pingon didn't care whether or not this was just a smokescreen. The great monster hunter Immortal was most likely still on the mountain moving Great Sage's mountain, discussing how to surround and kill him. Then the two demons saw an old man in a green robe walking towards their gate. One of them rubbed his eyes and sniffed. Is he really alive? Am I dreaming? The other short rat demon hurriedly put away the book. He was also a little doubtful. Finally, he stood up and shouted angrily with a wooden spear in his hand, "How dare you? Who allowed you to barge into my sheep intestine palace? Tell me your name and I will spare your life." Qin Pingon said with a hoarse voice, "I was sent by the Empress of Peeling Mountain to invite the demon hunters to the Guanghan Palace. Where is your great immortal? Hurry up, my Empress just caught a scholar from Stinky Copper City." The rat demon at the gate was drooling as he ran over. Really? The other little rat spirit had a face full of suspicion. He pointed his spear at Qin Pingon and poked him twice. "My ancestor said that the Empress of the Summer, that bitch, likes to eat alone. Don't lie." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, it's my Empress who has a request. She hopes that I can call the great demon catcher Immortal to help me deal with a young sword immortal who is making a ruckus on the mountaintop." The rat demon that was wiping his saliva said in a low voice, "It must be the powerful sword immortal that our ancestor mentioned. He found the Empress of Peeling Mountain. Peeling Mountain is close to Copper Mountain, so it is the first to be found." The rat demon with the wooden spear thought for a while and nodded. "All right, then you can scram back to Peeling Mountain. I will go to the palace and inform our ancestor. I will not delay your Empress of Peeling Mountain's request for help." The other rat demon was a little anxious and hurriedly signaled with his eyes. Such a powerless person, even though he was a little old, once he was put into the pot he would be cooked to a pulp. After killing him, it wouldn't be too late to inform the mountain-moving sage about it. Since the Peeling Mountain has a favor to ask of the Yang Intestine Palace, the goddess of the summer wouldn't dare to fart if a messenger died. Then wouldn't the two of us be able to have a good meal? The rat demon did not seem to understand. He poked Qin Pingon with his wooden spear again. "Why aren't you scramming? Do you think you can meet our ancestor just because you want to? Are you blinded by lard? Do you want to die?" Qin Pingon realized that the rat demon was secretly signaling him with his eyes. He was probably telling him to leave. The rat demon beside him had already secretly pulled out a sharpened sleeve knife and hid it behind his back. He walked towards him and smiled. "There is no harm in meeting our ancestor. Our goat intestine palace has always been hospitable to our guests." Qin Pingon only stared at the rat demon's anxious eyes. Then he stretched out a finger and lightly flicked it. The rat demon that was hiding the knife behind his back had a bloody hole in his forehead. He flew backwards and died on the spot, falling at the gate of the goat intestine palace. The little rat demon with the wooden spear seemed to be at a loss. Then he was horrified and turned around to run. However, his shoulder was pressed down by a hand. The rat demon did not dare to move. His mind was blank. In his field of vision, his colleague had fallen into a pool of blood. He did not know why, but he had died just like that. The old ancestor had once said that it had the potential to become a great demon. The old ancestor had always liked it more. She had also said that when the sheep intestine palace was expanded and a mansion that was not inferior to the Guanghan Palace was built, it would be given to it to be the Lord Abbot. The old ancestor had never liked it very much. She would often reward it with food from banquets on other mountains. She had even taught it a set of saber techniques. She would often scold and beat it. Qin Pingon carried the rat demon to the side of the stairs and sat down. He took out the yellowed book from his sleeve. It was actually a severely damaged scholar's notebook. After opening it, it was even more interesting. There were some crooked narrations written with extremely fine charcoal. It could be seen that they were written quite seriously. However, they were still crawling like earthworms. There were not many words in the narrations. Some of them were childish questions and some of them were flattering words. Qin Pingon was somewhat amused. After closing the book, he handed it back to the pale-faced and shivering rat demon. Qin Pingon asked, "Do you know where the monster hunter Immortal hid his treasure?" The little rat demon stiffly received the book. Then it said in a trembling voice, "I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell. Even if I die, I won't tell." Qin Pingon laughed involuntarily. He stretched out his hand and a brand new book appeared in his hand. Still had some ink fragrance. "Remember to hide it well. It's best if you dig a hole and bury it first." Otherwise, if this monster hunter immortal is lucky enough to survive and returns to the goat intestine palace, you will be the one dead. Your ancestor's nose is very sharp. Even I was almost discovered by him." The little rat demon was dumbfounded. Qin Pingon placed the book in its hand. "Do you remember it?" The little rat demon nodded blankly. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Hurry up and hide the book. Then I'll knock you out. Of course you can also knock your head on the door and faint. As for running away, don't even think about it." The little rat demon threw away its wooden spear and went to dig a hole in the ground to hide the book. Then it ran back to the steps leading to the entrance. After hesitating for a moment, it knocked its head on the door and fell to the ground with a bang. However, it didn't faint. Instead, it pitifully turned its head and said, "Immortal Master, it's better if you do it. It'll be better if you make me bleed." Qin Pingon flicked his sleeve and knocked it out. Blood slowly flowed out of its 7 orifices, but it only looked pitiful. Qin Pingon kicked open the door of the goat intestine palace and directly crossed the threshold. Then he started to look for the hidden treasure of that monster hunter immortal. He patted the blade's strengthening gourd and asked Chui Yuan and Sherwu to help him search for clues. In the end, under the incense table in the main hall of the goat intestine palace, they pried open the wooden planks and found a secret passage. Compared to the spacious passage on Peeling Mountain, this one was really narrow and cramped. Qin Pingon could only crawl in and had to ask Chui Yuan to lead the way. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at a dark cave that was big enough for one person to stand. Qin Pingon lit a match and found that there was only one iron box. The box was crooked and covered with talismans. The talismans were full of spiritual aura. It should be that the monster hunter immortal changed them frequently. However, he wasn't sure whether these restrictions were used to warn the owner or to provoke the attack of the talisman if he opened them without permission. Qin Pingon took a step back and asked Chui Yuan and Sherwu to do it. He held his breath and focused his mind to deal with any accidents. 2 flying swords flew as fast as lightning and circled around the iron box. They quickly cut the yellow paper talisman and destroyed its talisman gall. After a violent shake of spiritual aura, nothing else happened. Qin Pingon opened the iron box and was somewhat speechless. It was not a magic weapon or a spiritual tool, nor was it some divine money. It was a stack of books. That's right, in this Guiming Valley books were indeed rare. Qin Pingon opened one of the ancient books. It was a book on the art of war. It seemed that this monster hunter immortal was that monster who liked to study the art of war. Qin Pingon suddenly put 2 of his fingers together and caught a 100-legged centipede that was flying towards his face at lightning speed. The centipede was dark and shiny. With a shake of his fist, he killed the centipede and threw it aside. After a moment of hesitation, he didn't have time to read the names of these books in detail. He put them all away and searched around. After confirming that there were no other hidden treasures, he turned back and returned to the goat intestine palace. This monster hunter immortal was really a pauper. Qin Pingon didn't go to the mountain-moving sage's mountain. Instead, he went to the northernmost Jixiao mountain. That was the territory of divine General Qi Lei. This monster was a loner. He didn't like the mountain-moving sage and the Black River King who liked to recruit people. However, his fighting skills were the best among the 6 sages. Jixiao Mountain was shrouded in thunderclouds all year round, and lightning interweaved incessantly. Whether it was demons or ghosts, they were innately afraid of thunder, so it was an extremely unpleasant place in the Ghost Valley. However, this monster somehow obtained a remnant of a thunder technique from somewhere, and cultivated it until it lost its hearing in both of its ears and one of its eyeballs exploded. Finally, it managed to cultivate some thunder techniques, and when it went into battle, it breathed fire from its nose and smoke from its mouth, and when it raised its hands and feet, thunder and lightning interweaved. He was a monster with a tough body and good spells. Thunder techniques were the natural bane of otherworldly monsters in the Ghost Valley. Therefore, this divine General Qi Lei had an outstanding position among the 6 sages. There were no mountain paths in Jixiao Mountain. There was almost no vegetation and it was dead. The sea of clouds circled around the mountainside. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The scenery above Jixiao Mountain couldn't be seen at all. Qin Pingon flew among the rocks and climbed higher. Qin Pingon suddenly stopped. He found that the earth-gushing mountain was shining with dazzling lights and roaring sounds. It seemed like an extremely fierce battle had taken place. Did that scholar enter the den of thieves? Qin Pingon increased his speed. When he got close to the sea of thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning whipped toward him. They were all scattered by Qin Pingan's punches. After half an hour, Qin Pingan had scattered more than 100 bolts of lightning. His arms were numb. Suddenly his vision became clear. In the sky above Jixiao Mountain, there was a thicker sea of clouds. Bolts of golden lightning were like pillars. They tilted and fell on the mountain peak. The loud thunder shook people's eardrums. Even Qin Pingan was a little dazzled. After taking a deep breath, he continued to climb. When he got close to the mountain peak, the lightning was like a cage. It couldn't get close. Qin Pingan could only ride his sword. Stepping on the sword, he looked over. At the peak of Jixiao Mountain there was actually a pool of lightning. The plasma was as thick as water. Snowflakes rolled. There was a slanted stone tablet. On it were the words, Doshu Courtyard Sword Cleansing Pool. They were the ancient seal script of the true alchemy works. The stone tablet was probably not an ordinary object. Otherwise, it couldn't have withstood so many years of lightning strikes. It was only slanted and not damaged at all. There wasn't even a crack. Qin Pingan stopped riding his sword. He clearly knew that this pool of lightning was a small celestial realm that all celestial families dreamed of. But he didn't know where to start. As for whether or not there would be any heavenly treasures in the pool of lightning, it was even more impossible to pry. Qin Pingan didn't even know what the Doshu Courtyard was. He didn't even know the slightest bit about the true secret decree of the lightning technique. Just like the opportunity at Treasure Mirror Mountain, Zhou Xian could wait because he came prepared. If it was Qin Pingan guarding the mountain stream, it was possible that thousands of years of waiting would be in vain. Qin Pingan glanced at the golden lightning above the pool of lightning. He weighed the toughness of his body. If he could withstand it for a while, he might be able to leap into the pool of lightning. He could also withstand it. But he was afraid that it would be easy to go in but difficult to come out. Once some unknown restriction was triggered, the power of the lightning would suddenly increase. The outcome would be unimaginable. Qin Pingan looked up. Could he let the sword Immortal disturb the sea of clouds and force the pool of lightning to temporarily lose its reinforcements? The sword Immortal under his feet was eager to try. It trembled slightly and hummed slightly. It seemed like it wanted to compete with the noisy lightning and thunder. Qin Pingan's face was full of hesitation. The fact that the thunder pool could exist at the peak of Mount Jixiao and remain untouched until now was probably because Pu Chong and Jing Guanqing were unable to do so. After all, they were heroic spirits born from ghosts and not orthodox deities. And the cultivators on the peak of the North Continent couldn't take away this sword-cleansing pool, under the eyes of the Ghost Valley. As for whether the hemp sect had any designs on the pool of lightning, only the heavens knew. One must know that Jixiao Mountain was not far from Qinglu Town. The leader of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan, was not a great cultivator who feared Pu Chong and Jing Guanqing. If he could succeed, he wouldn't be careless. That was, the probability of not being able to move the pool of lightning was high. Sword cleansing pool? Could be used to refine swords and sharpen their edges? But whether it was the sword Immortal or the flying swords 2E and 15, they didn't seem to be excited about the pool of lightning. Especially 2E, who was unusually quiet. Qin Pingan sighed softly. He hoped that if there was a sect in Luopa Mountain in the future when the disciples went out to travel, whether it was Pei Qian Tsinyuanji or those of lower seniority, when they encountered these natural treasures and places of opportunity, they wouldn't be as helpless as he was. They could rely on the books and inheritances of the many mountains in Luopa Mountain to learn about the world and try their best to take advantage of the opportunities. Qin Pingan looked around and found that in Jixiao Mountain under the pool of lightning, there were only a few stone cliffs. Under the illumination of the lightning they sparkled like stars. Qin Pingan floated down and the sword Immortal returned to its scabbard. Qin Pingan came to a stone cliff and found a slender golden vein that was as long as an arm. He touched it with his finger and not only did it hurt to the bone, it also caused his spirit to tremble. Qin Pingan was greatly surprised. He pulled out the sword Immortal and began to cut and dig out the vein from the stone cliff. Finally, the golden line was quietly in the depression of the stone cliff like a golden bamboo whip. There was golden light flowing inside. Qin Pingan reached out and grabbed the golden bamboo whip. His palm felt like burning charcoal. After a while, Qin Pingan released his hand. He was already sweating profusely and was a little dizzy. Qin Pingon wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly twirled it with 2 fingers, keeping it in an item that was close to him. He then flew up on his sword and searched for the next bamboo whip that contained the true meaning of the lightning technique. He circled around the peak of Jixiao Mountain and only found the scenery with golden light flowing everywhere. He landed again and again like a diligent old farmer, digging bamboo whips of various sizes. The smallest one was only the length of a finger and the longest one was half the height of a person. If he could refine it, he could make it into a mountain-traversing staff. Qin Pingon circled around on his sword again. After confirming that there were no more golden lights or golden lines, he flew down on his sword. He passed through the sea of clouds and scattered the bolts of lightning that came crashing down, successfully descending Jixiao Mountain. Qin Pingon kept the sword immortal and looked up. He thought of the lightning pool and felt a little regretful. But when he thought of the 5 golden lightning whips in the item that was close to him, he felt a little happy. Worried about personal gains and losses? Qin Pingon shook his head and said softly, "Have you forgotten? Don't think too much about it if it's not yours." Qin Pingon turned his head to look at the earth-gushing mountain. The commotion was even greater. There were constantly flowing lights of treasures blooming in the sky. There seemed to be a voice reverberating in his heart. Kill him. This voice was neither sad nor happy. There was no distinction between good and evil. But it made Qin Pingon feel incomparably shocked and fearful. Qin Pingon was very sure that he was that scholar. Qin Pingon closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened his eyes, his gaze had regained its clarity. He no longer had any hesitation and rushed towards the earth-gushing mountain. To kill or to save. Both were better than escaping. This was the 3rd time he heard his own inner voice from an unknown place. The first time was when he came down the mountain when he was young. He returned to Mud Bottle Alley and rolled on the ground. That time it was also 3 words. His heart beat like thunder as if there was a drum and a god shouted angrily. He could not die. Treasure Mirror Mountain. A young man in tattered clothes was in high spirits. Because beside him was a goddess who walked out of the painting of the Mural City's heavenly officials. Such a high and mighty goddess did not walk side by side with him. Instead, she was always 1 step behind him. She abided by the difference in seniority. She was the rain goddess. Not only that, she also told him that her name was Zhou Xian. She did not have a surname. Within 60 years she would do her best to help him cultivate. The young man liked the feeling of being the center of attention. Walking out of the Mural City, until the rain goddess told him that there was an opportunity in the Ghost Valley that belonged to him. When he passed by the memorial arch, everyone was looking at him. They were all looking up to him. He was finally no longer the pitiful worm who had a blood feud with no one to help him. He even suddenly felt that the hatred he had for the rain goddess didn't seem as heavy as it used to be after he had the rain goddess serving him. This goddess who called herself Zhou Xian told him that her current cultivation was equivalent to a chi cultivator's golden core. But in terms of defense and survival, she could be regarded as a nascent soul. This made him full of confidence. So even if she told him clearly that the opportunity in the Treasure Mirror Mountain was unpredictable, he did not waver. Fortune comes after misfortune. Today his fate was in his hands. Along the way he asked her questions and she answered. He did not hide anything. Only the identity of the young woman who stood under the mural was. On this matter the goddess was silent. When they approached the Treasure Mirror Mountain, the rain goddess suddenly stopped. Her expression was solemn. She raised her head and looked at the mountainside. She slowly told him with her mind, "This opportunity may not be good. Jiang Tujiang, I hope you will consider it carefully." A trace of surprise flashed across the young man's face. But soon his eyes became firm. He gritted his teeth and said, "God owes me so much. It's time to give me some interest." Deep in the goddess' heart she sighed slightly. When they passed by the dilapidated temple, the old fox of the West Mountain with a walking stick appeared again. The old fox directly ignored the young man who was similar to Beggar Yang. He stared at the ethereal goddess. In this world, there was actually a damned existence that could compete with his daughter's appearance? Why don't you go and die? This woman quickly rolled to the soul-restraining stream at the mountainside and fell into the water headfirst. So be it if you die. The old fox of the West Mountain suddenly noticed a detail. He asked her with a smile, "Fairy, are you and your young master going up the mountain?" Goddess Yu Xingyu was very clear about this old fox's scheme. Zhang Xiujiang smiled slightly. The old fox of the West Mountain understood. Sure enough, this was a stupid big fat fish. Compared to that scoundrel wearing a bamboo hat from before, this was much easier to deal with. But since it's like this, then even if this dumb kid is a dumb person, how could an ordinary cultivator in dire straits have such an outstanding and beautiful woman following him? Moreover, he was even able to safely arrive at this mirror treasure mountain. Fine, then let his daughter be this kid's main wife and let that woman be his concubine. Or even better, a maid. Old Fox Xian smiled and said, "Young master, you don't know, but this old man is the local lord of this mirror treasure mountain, and my daughter is the river granny of the mountain. If you want to obtain the opportunity here, you can't do it without the two of us. Wait a moment, this old man will go and call my daughter over. Young master is a dragon among men, you should obtain the fortune. If fortune has a spirit, it should even jump out and jump into young master's arms. Otherwise, the heavens will not tolerate it, the heavens will not tolerate it. Young master, please wait a moment, this old man will be back soon. My daughter is a national beauty, a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. She admires handsome men like you the most." Zhang Xiujiang was a little confused. The rain goddess asked, "Are we really going up the mountain to search for the treasure?" Zhang Xiujiang frowned. This was the third time she reminded him. Zhang Xiujiang asked softly, "Book beginning, if fortune and misfortune are hard to determine since you are proficient in divination, how much fortune and misfortune do you think?" The goddess replied, "It is a little strange. When we left the Mural City, fortune and misfortune were 91. When we reached the archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley, fortune and misfortune became 73. Now it is 50-50. Zhang Xiujiang looked at the rain goddess who had always been cold and cheerless. At this moment she revealed a slight frown. It was so moving that his gaze was a little absent-minded. It was just that he had experienced all kinds of hardships along the way which allowed him to quickly restrain his emotions. He smiled and said, 50-50? It is already very good, let's go up the mountain. Back then, because of the ancestral jade pendant, the immortal master on the mountain coveted it. His family suffered an unexpected calamity. Originally he was a prestigious family of a county, but he was the only one left alive. He fled all the way to the south. Even if he died, he would die in the Mural City at the Skeleton Beach. What was the reason? He was just gambling on that one chance, just one chance. The old fox of the West Mountain quickly brought his daughter, Wei Taizhen, who was holding a small dark green umbrella. When the young lady saw the young man, she was as if she was struck by lightning. Her beautiful face turned red. Even she felt that it was strange. The old fox of the West Mountain was secretly delighted. There was a chance. When the young man saw his daughter, he was also a little dazed. Sigh, this brat was just a little stupid. However, the old fox had a change of heart. This was a great thing. The future son-in-law was a little stupid and had a little more money. It was better than that shrewd ghost who wore a bamboo hat, right? The old fox of the West Mountain looked at the young man again and found him much more pleasing to the eye. At this moment, a tall and sturdy young man flew over and grabbed the old fox and Wei Taizhen with both hands. He shook his head vigorously and said, "Don't go, you can't go. Young Zhou Xian might have been waiting for this day. The marriage prophecies that Daoist you gave my sister back then might not be a good thing. Those cultivators on the mountain, each one of them is more far-sighted than the other." The old fox of the West Mountain flew into a rage. First he used all his strength to pry open his two claws. Then he kicked his silly son away. "Don't delay your sister's marriage here." Wei Gaowu struggled to get up and wanted to stop his sister from climbing the mountain. However, the old fox threw the wooden staff in his hand and hit his forehead. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "You can't go up the mountain." The rain goddess looked at the old fox of the West Mountain and the young lady holding the umbrella who had just fallen in love. She did not know why, but she felt that when she looked at them, she was looking down on them with no ripples in her heart. Then that young lady who stood under the mural and ordered her around, was she looking at her the same way? Who exactly was she? Why was she able to make her feel such reverence? It was as if it was an innate instinct. The two groups of people climbed the mountain together. Although Jiang Xiu had tried his best to endure, he still could not help but take a few more glances at the young lady. She was so beautiful that it stirred his soul. The rain goddess named Zhou Xian behind him made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. He could not help but have the thought that he could only look at her from afar and not touch her. However, this young lady holding the small dark green umbrella was different. At every moment she attracted people's tender affection and made his heart palpitate. On the other side of the deep ravine, Zhou Xian stood up. His eyes were burning as he slowly said, "Very good. A Mural City's goddess with mediocre battle power is just right for me to practice." There was no longer the slightest bit of indifference. Yang Chongshuan's bones exploded like firecrackers. The majestic aura qi was like a waterfall that instantly poured down on his entire body. In the next moment, the fist intent became as small as a mustard seed. Yang Chongxian sat back down on the snow-white cliff and resumed his lazy appearance. There was an ancient restriction on the young lady's body that had been passed down from generation to generation. It was like a prophecy passed down from her ancestors, seeing the hairpin, opening the door, holding the pearl, ascending to the peak. As long as she met the person she liked, she would fall in love for the first time. When the man saw the hairpin, when the fox saw him, one of her eyes would become the key to opening the deep ravine. At that time, Yang Chongxian would cut out her eyeball and climb to the top of the mirror treasure mountain. Since it was a three mountains mirror, then the opening of the door was not at the bottom of some deep ravine, but at the top of the mirror treasure mountain. How could the Jingguan city lord find the method to retrieve the mirror from the bottom of the water? This great secret was passed down from father to son in the Yunshao Palace and continued for 1,000 years. However, even if one of the ancestors of the upper five realms had already known about the prophecy 1,000 years ago, he could only wait. Moreover, he could not wait until he died. It was not that there were no ancestors who wanted to use brute force to take away the mirror, but they could not do it. Later on, the fragrant shrine city spent countless manpower and financial resources to move the mountain, which was secretly ordered by the Yunshao Palace. Unfortunately, it was also to no avail. Some great fortunes in the world were just so unreasonable. Because of that prophecy, as well as the phrase, "treasures of the mountain close to you," the head of the Yang family had never been able to decipher it. It was only when he and his younger brother were born, and when he displayed his innate talent of being close to the mountain, that Cloud Palace finally understood. Yang Chongxian sat cross-legged and rested his chin on one hand as he waited. The group of people were now facing the opposite shore. The old fox of the West Mountain was overjoyed. The fox demon Wei Taijin, who did not know her life was at stake. Cutting off her eyeball was the same as cutting off all her spiritual energy. How could she survive? Jiang Xujiang had a smile on his face. The goddess of rain with a heavy expression. The corner of Yang Chongshuan's mouth had a slight smile. Even if it was the goddess of Mural City who was good at killing, so what? At that time he was the strongest sixth realm martial artist in the world, the Golden Body realm. The goddess of rain wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Xujiang stood on the shore and looked down at the mountain stream. He saw a golden light slowly swimming at the bottom of the water, constantly floating up, becoming clearer and clearer. It was indeed the style of a woman's hairpin. He pointed. "Is it that golden hairpin?" The young girl Wei Taijin covered her mouth. Her eyes were hazy with tears. She looked delicate and pitiful. It really was him. He was destined to be her Mr. Right. The young girl suddenly felt a piercing pain. She subconsciously blinked her eyes. Her pair of extremely lively eyes began to condense golden light from every part of her body. She was in great pain. She extended her hand to cover half of her face. Cold sweat flowed down and blood constantly seeped out from between her fingers. The young girl looked delicate, but she was actually very stubborn. Her temper was extremely unyielding. She clenched her teeth and squatted down. Even if she was in so much pain that her delicate body trembled like a sieve, she still did not say a word. Which girl in the world would be willing to let the man she fell in love with at first sight see such an unbearable scene? Yang Chongxian looked left and right. He actually did not see that blockhead. He was somewhat disappointed. When he stood up, Jiang Xujiang and the old fox of the West Mountain retreated at almost the same time. It was as if a majestic mountain was pressing down on them. The goddess of rain finally opened her mouth. "We don't want this opportunity. You can take it yourself." When Yang Chongxian no longer deliberately suppressed his aura, the entire mountain stream began to shake. Yang Chongxian stretched his body and stared at that so-called goddess of sky official. He sneered, "That will depend on my mood. The goddess of rain did not move her eyes. She stared at the extremely dangerous man on the opposite shore. She said in a low voice, "You guys go first. Don't hesitate. The further the better. Go directly to Qinglu town. Just run." Zhou Xian laughed loudly. "I want to see if my fist is faster or their legs are faster." The goddess of rain lightly raised her hand. The entire mountain stream seemed to have received an imperial order. It surged endlessly. Then the water surface suddenly rose up. Between her and Zhou Xian, in the blink of an eye, a wall of ice that was dozens of feet high was erected. Fortunately, they were fighting near the water. She had the geographical advantage. Her fist easily broke through the wall of water. The goddess put 2 fingers together and lightly swiped. The mountain stream at the source of the mountain stream turned into a water dragon. It swiftly rushed towards Zhou Xian, who had leapt across the air. Zhou Xian stood still in the air. He casually extended his palm. His chi was like a rainbow. It collided with the water dragon and shattered it. Under the sunlight, a rainbow hung on the mountainside of Mirror Treasure Mountain. Zhou Xian took a step forward and was about to reach the opposite shore. The goddess of rain took a step back. Her hands spun and a clear water mirror the size of a well appeared in front of her. A circle of golden ancient seal appeared on the edge of the mirror. Zhou Xian laughed. He pounced forward and threw a punch. He only frowned slightly. The water mirror did not shatter, but he was in a misty illusion. Zhou Xian sneered, "All right, you do know some tricks. But don't you know my surname? The talisman's art of formation. In the North Continent, our Yang family is the most authentic." Mother ***. When he thought of this, Zhou Xian could not help but remember Lu Jinglong. He was so angry that he decided not to use his family's art to break the formation. Instead, he spun around and threw punches in all directions. Zhou Xian laughed. "Let's see how long you can last in this bewildering illusion." Zhou Xian was like a lunatic. He was like a demon that had descended. The strength of his punches was not something an ordinary golden body martial artist could possess. On the shore of the mountain stream, Jiang Xiuhe saw the goddess of rain walking step by step into the water. The water mirror in front of her shook and shattered. She kept repairing the mirror with the water of the mountain stream. The goddess of rain held on bitterly. She was sad. She did not want the 3 behind her to leave Mirror Treasure Mountain anymore. She was sure that they would not be able to escape. Even if they left Mirror Treasure Mountain, they would still be caught by that lunatic. The outcome was set. Even if she were to absorb the water of Mirror Treasure Mountain, she would only be able to hold on for half an hour. Jiang Xiuhe's face was pale. He mumbled, "How could this be? It shouldn't be like this." The old fox of West Mountain finally noticed his daughter's miserable state. He squatted at the side, but it was useless. The old fox was burning with anxiety. He finally started to regret not listening to his foolish son. Zhou Xian stood still in the water mirror's illusion. "I'm done warming up. I'm done playing." He took a deep breath and formed a fist stance. He was like an ancient celestial general that wanted to split the river. It was the fist stance that he had comprehended when he was young. The water mirror shattered with a bang as if a glass cup had been smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The goddess of rain could only change her divine art and control the water of the deep stream to form an armor on her body. She tried to stop that man's advance as much as possible. In the blink of an eye, that person was right in front of her and punched through her abdomen. He slowly retracted his arm, then grabbed her head with his other hand and threw her to the ground. Finally, he stepped on her forehead and looked down. He clicked his tongue and laughed. "As expected of a goddess, you really are similar to the golden bodies of those mountain and river deities. Your blood is golden yellow and ordinary deities would have been crushed by my punch. Not bad, not bad. Wait until I get the mirror, I'll let you recover your vitality and you and I will continue to fight. Don't worry, after I'm done with my business, my punches will be slower and less powerful. I definitely won't end the battle so quickly. Men are too fast, it's outrageous." Yang Chengxuan's words were polite, but he suddenly increased the strength of his foot and pressed the goddess of rain's head into the snow-white cliff. She was temporarily unable to absorb the water of the deep stream. Zhou Xian bent down and said with a smile, "If you keep delaying my business, I will break your neck." The goddess of rain struggled with all her might. Her fingers moved slightly and she was still trying to absorb the water of the deep stream. After the 9 goddesses of Mural's city walked out of the painting, as long as there was a thin line between life and death, they would be so resolute and would never complain. Just as Zhou Xian was planning to get rid of this goddess, a voice gently sounded from the peak of the mirror mountain. Trash indeed. Zhou Xian looked up and pointed at himself. You're not talking about me, are you? A weak girl who was not too beautiful had a lion seal hanging on her waist. She lightly jumped and floated down from the peak of the mountain. Yang Chengxuan's thoughts turned quickly and he was about to step on the goddess of rain under his foot. That young girl laughed. I advise you not to do that. Even though she had personally witnessed Yang Chengxuan's heaven-defying close combat ability, that girl still slowly walked towards Yang Xian. Not only that, she even flicked her finger twice in front of Yang Xian, sending Jiang Tsuha, an old fox of Western Mountain, flying. That girl glanced at the goddess of rain who was in a miserable state. Her eyes were filled with ridicule. In the first month of the Spring King, the heavy rain shakes the earth. What a waste of such a good name. Yang Xian was even more surprised. He retracted his strength and asked, You are? The girl said, Li Lu. Yang Xian raised his hand and rubbed his chin. I have never heard of you. Li Lu smiled faintly and slowly said, Regarding the prophecy of this mirror, I was the one who told that old ancestor of yours. At that time he was still wearing open crotch pants. At that time your Yang family was still poor. That child's pants were mended and could not hide the bird or the buttocks. Yang Xian laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Motherf ***, he had never heard such a funny joke in his life. Li Lu also laughed. Her eyebrows were curved like willow branches. She was gentle and graceful, extremely beautiful. Yang Xian suddenly thought of a person. He couldn't bring himself to smile. Yang Xian asked tentatively, the fourth? But in fact the one who made Lu Jinglong helpless? That girl tilted her head slightly and smiled. She replied, Lu Jinglong? I have never heard of him. Yang Chengxuan's eyes widened. Though this girl was strong, she was even better at pretending than him. She was to his liking. However, Yang Xian was a little hesitant. Before he reached the golden body state, an expert had told him to be careful in the next 10 years. He would be hurt by this girl. At that time he mistakenly thought that he was going to fall in love, so he was afraid when he saw a beautiful girl. After all, he was half a cultivator. Once he fell in love, it was quite troublesome. But in fact, that divination, could it be that he was going to be hurt by this girl in front of him? The two of them were only 5 steps apart. She finally stood still. She said, It is a little difficult to kill you. The price is a little high. He seemed to be worried. Yang Xian, on the other hand, was as if he was facing a great enemy. Even when facing the old immortal of Xiaoxian Temple, he was not so cautious. Not long after, Qin Pingon sneaked into the territory of Dichong Mountain. An outsider from Liuxia continent and goddess Guanyin, who was the first to turn the painted murals into white paintings, left Mural City and climbed the mountain together. First they went to the ancestral hall of the Linen sect. After drinking a bowl of gloomy tea, they chatted happily with one of the 3 old immortal masters of the Linen sect. Then, with the help of the Linen sect's secret technique, they directly reached Qinglu town. After touring around, goddess Guanyin had a thought and asked her master to go to Jixiao mountain. According to the divination of goddess Chuanguan, if the opportunity at Treasure Mirror Mountain was a meeting gift prepared by goddess Rainwalking for her master, then the pocket-sized lightning pool at Accumulating Cloud Mountain was already in the bag of goddess Xianyan. Although in terms of scale and quality, it was far from being comparable to the lightning pool in Inverted Hanging Mountain, it was still a great opportunity that was equivalent to a half-immortal weapon. At the same time, goddess Chuanguan had also divined the opportunities in these 2 places. Regardless of whether it was the mirror in Mirror Treasure Mountain or the lightning pool, once they were caught, there would be other opportunities of great Tao following them. This was the most important mystery. However, as for what it was exactly, it was like their true identity. It was like there were layers of obstacles in front of them that they could not see through. The 2 of them, who could be considered as Daoist companions, traveled on the wind together. Goddess Guanyin had a straightforward personality. She smiled and said, I'm much luckier than Sister Rain walking to be with such a person with a bad state of mind and have to follow him for 60 years. If it was me, I'd be so upset. Compared to Master, that young man is really 1,000 miles apart. The man was a little helpless, but his gaze was gentle. he said softly. Huling, don't compare yourself with others. Since ancient times, those who are better than themselves are better than others. Goddess Guanyin smiled and nodded. I know, master. When they were close to Zhexiao Mountain, she was in high spirits. There was no reason for her to be happy just by looking at the sea of clouds that wrapped around the waist of the mountain. When she looked at the sea of clouds at the top of the mountain, she was even happier. She grabbed the man's hand and flew quickly above the sea of clouds below. The lightning was unusually tame. It did not launch any attacks on them. Instead, it jumped slowly on the surface of the sea of clouds and was very intimate with her. When they were near the top of Zhexiao Mountain, the two of them hovered in the air. Goddess Guanyin pointed at the stone tablet on the top of the mountain and smiled. Master, do you recognize those words? The man took a look and nodded. The sword cleansing pool of Doshu Courtyard was an important place where the divine generals of the Thunder Department cleaned their weapons in the ancient times. Doshu Courtyard belonged to one of the 3 departments. I once had a dream and traveled to the ruins of the 2 departments in one department. However, when I woke up, I couldn't remember those scenes clearly. In short, I felt that it was very mysterious. Goddess Guanyin was very happy. She looked down and suddenly frowned. The man was puzzled. What's wrong? Goddess Guanyin said with a murderous look. Master, a few of the lightning whips are missing. I don't know which thief stole them or if this place is occupied by a demon. The man shook his head. Since it's an opportunity, whether it's stolen or occupied by this demon, it's fate. There's no need to be angry. Goddess Guanyin said, Oh. Then she smiled and gently took off the small ancient inkstone with the word lightning engraved on it from her waist and threw it forward. At the top of Zhexiao Mountain, a magnificent and shocking scene appeared. The entire lightning pool rose from the ground and swept into the inkstone along with the sea of clouds and lightning. After about 15 minutes, Goddess Guanyin shouted, Come back. The ancient inkstone flew back to her hand and she handed it to the man. Master, please take a look. The man looked down. In the ancient inkstone there was a lightning pool that looked like a pool of golden ink. It was very magical. The man asked her to put away the ancient inkstone and looked into the distance. It's time to go home. Goddess Guanyin joked. Master, does this count as returning home? You have to thank me. How do you want to thank me? It's simple. I heard that the sky of Liuxia continent is very high, so it has all 5 lightning. Master, you just have to bring me there to eat. The man laughed. It was rare for her to have such a childish side. On the other side of Dichong Mountain, the scholar was being chased by a group of gold core demons and was running around. There was even a gold core demon that temporarily took charge of the Dichong Mountain's mountain protection formation. It actually risked the destruction of the mountain's roots and the water's fate to forcibly stabilize the underground and high enchantment to prevent the scholar from escaping with his strange escape technique. If it was only this technique, the scholar would have escaped long ago. He didn't expect that the gold core demon in Baigong City would have an incredible treasure that could possess the scholar. It didn't hurt his soul, but it could follow him like a shadow and couldn't be driven away. The scholar did a somersault in the air, barely dodging the bombardment of a magic treasure. Dust flew up into the air. He suddenly smiled and flew in a certain direction, shouting, Good man. Qin Pingon, who had the appearance of an old man, twitched the corner of his mouth and said softly, Brother Mu Mao. The following scene caused all the demons to be bewildered, and they looked at each other before actually stopping their pursuit. The scholar pinched out a golden talisman with 2 fingers. He suddenly threw it towards the ally who seemed to have come to rescue him. That guy also unsheathed his sword and slashed at the talisman that was bursting with golden light like the sun leaping over the sea. A huge ripple of chi activity surged in all directions. It was like a mountain peak being smashed into a lake. The sword light dissipated together like the talisman. At that moment, the scholar's aura completely changed. His eyes were dazzling and he deliberately restrained his spiritual energy. This was a move that allowed him to be slaughtered. The scholar rushed towards Qin Pingon and said softly, First, cut off the shadow of this Tarsus on my body and then we'll leave together. Qin Pingon nodded and slashed out with his sword, which happened to cut the shadow. The scholar, who seemed to have changed into a different person, felt relieved and was about to thank him sincerely. A punch came again. His vision turned black. Damn you. First set a small target such as 1 second. Remember, scholar's residence. For 96. When the scholar woke up, he felt a splitting headache. He found himself on the edge of a cliff. Not far away was a long iron bridge that looked like a snake. It swayed slightly in the wind. The robe called the Hundred-Eyed Taotai was already gone. The talisman that was originally in his sleeve naturally fell into someone else's pocket as well. And it was tied up by a golden demon binding rope. Looking down, the quality was not low. It actually used 2 dragon whiskers. The old dragon's age was definitely not low. The so-called dragon whiskers of the green copper lake carp were probably the same as the moon palace species of the Empress of the Summer. Did it encounter a real moon palace toad? Maybe it was not that exaggerated, but it was not far off. The scholar could not help but laugh. He did not struggle at all. Because between his eyebrows and back, there was a natal flying sword hovering in front and behind. Fortunately, as long as he did not wake up from the soul-returning lotus flower lantern in his ancestral hall, it was not the worst outcome. The scholar sighed. "Good brother, you borrowed it. Remember to return it to me later." Not far away, a young wanderer wearing a bamboo hat was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, practicing the sword furnace stance. That person was silent. The scholar continued, "Good brother, your habit of taking off people's clothes is not good. Did the dragon robe worn by the white bone monarch in the Empress of the Summer's treasury turn into ashes like I said? I did not lie to you about the robe of the Clear Virtue sect female cultivator. Its quality is very ordinary. It is the same as the ceremonial wine bowl from the Clear Virtue sect's ancestral hall. It is only a spiritual tool and cannot be sold for a good price. Unless you meet a cultivator who likes to collect robes, there will be some profit." Qin Pingon did not reply. The scholar did not get angry at all. It was just a robe that could not see the light of day. It was not like he was naked. The 3 golden talisman inside the robe felt a bit of heartache. One of them belonged to a branch of the mountain talisman, and was known as the Azure Sky Mansion talisman. It could transform into a Thunder City True King mansion. If a cultivator was inside, they could withstand several attacks from a Yuanian cultivator's natal magic treasure. If it was a Jindan cultivator, they would not be able to break through the mansion's door within half an incense's time. A clear jade light talisman was tossed out by a cultivator. It illuminated the netherworld and shook away monsters and ghosts. Its range was extremely great, enveloping several miles of heaven and earth. It wasn't targeted at great cultivators, but was specifically used to break through formations. The last one was the most precious. It was the Cloud/Talisman, the secret of the family. The talisman's gallbladder contained 4 priceless divine lights. Once it was used, the Dharma images of the god of thunder, the goddess of lightning, the count of wind, and the lord of rain would appear and attack together. Previously, in the backyard of the Guanghan Palace on Peeling Mountain, the talisman that the scholar twirled in his sleeve was this item. However, at that time the other party was also slippery and had some hidden movements in his sleeve. The scholar couldn't grasp the other party's depth. Both parties were close to each other and the talisman's power was too great. It could easily cut off half of the entire Peeling Mountain. The scholar didn't want to kill the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own men. As for the talisman that was later destroyed by the talisman, its killing power was also not weak. However, it wasn't as majestic as the Cloud/Talisman. Moreover, it wasn't a secret of the family. It was a special skill of a talisman sect in the North Continent. It specialized in restraining sword cultivators in the world. Therefore, until that moment, the scholar was not forced to use his special skill by the group of demons. He only looked embarrassed. Previously, his real intention was to deliberately create a huge commotion that could be seen by the mountains. The scholar was sure that the other party would definitely secretly return and hide in a certain place. Then the other party might see the situation and wait for an opportunity to assassinate him. How could the scholar not have thought of showing weakness to the enemy and taking advantage of the situation to kill the other party? Unfortunately, the heavens didn't let him do as he wished. It was true that, as the saying goes, virtue rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10 feet. The other party's sword was very strange. It was too strange. A sword lock talisman made of gold from the ancestor of the Earth Palace actually failed to lock the other party's sword. Therefore, the burrowing technique that he had prepared and the second Cloud/Talisman in his sleeve were useless. Otherwise, if the talisman was used to escape, even if the other party didn't die, he would be seriously injured. He could be left for the demons to deal with. How could he live? And that fellow was even more sloppy. He actually lost his mind at the last moment and forcefully seized control of most of the souls. He let down all his defenses against this person. What was the result? Wasn't he still punched by the other party without hesitation, causing him to be reduced to this state? However, the silver lining in this misfortune was that the other party didn't decisively kill him to steal his goods and destroy his corpse. Wasn't this a bit of good fortune accumulated from the other party's benevolence? Otherwise, when he woke up in his family, although he barely managed to keep his life, he would have to pay a huge price by losing a soul and a spirit. His Tao would be damaged. Even if his family had secret techniques to make up for it, it would at least delay his breakthrough for 100 years. At that time, his family wouldn't let this person off so easily. Not to mention a pursuit of 10,000 miles. Even if he was a direct descendant of a sect from another continent, he would still be pursued across continents. If 10 years wasn't enough, then 100 years would be enough. The Yang clan of the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan Dynasty's Zhou Xian Bureau had always been recognized by the entire continent as being extremely grateful. They held grudges for a long time and were extremely ruthless in their vengeance. The remaining 3 gold talisman from the ancestral hall and the 100-eyed Taotia's Daoist robe that hadn't been used were worth anything. No matter how valuable they were, how could they be more valuable than a cultivator's life and Tao? Therefore the scholar was very open-minded. His father had always reminded him that on the path of cultivation he must suffer small losses. The scholar smiled and asked, "Good brother, how did you bring me out of the demon's encirclement? It must have taken a lot of effort, right?" After the 18 halts of sword chi was completed, Qin Pingon put away the sword furnace and stood upright, saying, "It didn't take a lot of effort. The demons had fought with you for too long and were already exhausted. They were also afraid that there would be reinforcements other than me, so they didn't dare to move forward. The encirclement was a little pretentious, but it still took some time for me to take advantage of an opening and run all the way south to the Ghost Valley. However, your robe was stripped off by them and I couldn't stop them in time. I felt very guilty." Qin Pingon smiled. "I was afraid that after you woke up, you wouldn't listen to a single word of explanation from me and would want to fight with me the moment you opened your eyes. Wouldn't that have made the misunderstanding even deeper? Now, can we be considered to have talked things out?" The scholar nodded. "Good brother, not only do you have a chivalrous heart, what's even more commendable is that you're so meticulous. I really can't find any fault with you." Qin Pingon smiled. "Brother Mu Mao, can you tell me your surname now? We've been through life and death together. It wouldn't be good if you still hide it from me." The scholar smiled brightly and said with incomparable sincerity, "My surname is Yang and my name is Mu Mao. I was born in the Xianxia agency of the Daoist dynasty since I was young. Due to my good aptitude, I relied on the connections of my ancestors in the Xianxia agency and was fortunate enough to become an inner disciple of the Yunshao Palace's Prime Minister Yu Yi personally bestowed the surname. This time I traveled all the way south and before I reached the Ghost Valley, I didn't have much immortal coins left. I wanted to slay demons and devils in the Ghost Valley and accumulate virtue while earning some small money. Hopefully, I could gather a decent congratulatory gift for the birthday of a prince of the Daoist dynasty who has a good relationship with the Xianxia agency." Since this person recognized the 2 words Dragon Gate, then the 3 talismans' origins were most likely seen through. Therefore, the scholar did not treat the other party as a fool, lest the other party flew into a rage out of humiliation and punched him again. Qin Pingon smiled faintly. "This Xianxia agency of the Daoist dynasty, even I, a foreigner from another continent, have heard of its great name. I wonder if Brother Mu Mao knows the natural Daoist Yang Ningxin?" The scholar rolled his eyes. "As an inner disciple of the Yunshao Palace, how could I not know this famous little immortal? Not only do I know him, I also know the eldest young master Yang Ningxin who likes to travel the world. I have a good relationship with them. Of course, these 2 are the high and mighty direct descendants of the Yang family. I'm only acquainted with these 2 brothers and can't be considered very good friends." The scholar saw that he was half believing and half doubting. The scholar could not do anything about it. The other party could not possibly interrogate him, could he? However, if that was really the case, a magic treasure, the demon binding rope and 2 flying swords might not necessarily be able to trap him. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "You were playing with a bunch of stray dogs earlier because you wanted me to misunderstand that I had a chance to beat them up when they were down? You were bent on killing me?" The scholar was just about to make up a story when he suddenly frowned. He felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows and sighed. In the next moment the scholar's entire person changed. It was just like when he first met Qin Pingon, who claimed to be full of pure yang. Be it a qi practitioner or a pure martial artist, their qi could be concealed and their momentum could be changed. However, it was very difficult to fake the aura of a person who was born from the unseen. Qin Pingon frowned. You're suffering from the soul-dissociating syndrome? Both parties are fighting over the soul? It was just like how brothers would fight and argue endlessly within the walls. Generally speaking, this was a great taboo for cultivators. If that was the case, it would be extremely difficult for a qi practitioner to break through the level. It would already be a great fortune for them to become an earth deity in the core formation stage. It would be an extravagant hope for them to overcome the mental devil in the nascent soul stage. The scholar was sitting straight. His eyes were clear as he smiled. In order to save me, you were heavily wounded and exhausted. The Golden Land withdrawal talisman that you offered in the end was not only precious, but it should also be related to the talisman in my family. Therefore, consider the robe 100-eyed Tao and the 3 talisman in your sleeve as my thank you gift. As for me, my name is naturally not Yang Mumao, but I am indeed from the Zhou Xian Bureau of the Great Origin Dynasty. However, I won't tell you my real name. You can just guess. Qin Pingon asked in confusion, after he passed out in his own small world. You were actually able to see the big world outside clearly? The scholar nodded, but he did not explain anything. Qin Pingon said, but it was your intention to kill me. The scholar smiled and said, isn't that also your original intention? Qin Pingon was speechless. The scholar said, since you ultimately chose to save me and not kill me, I feel that there is a need for me to come out and meet you again. The battle of the great Tao that I envision should be open and above board. If you agree with this, we can choose a day when our training ends and have a battle to the death on Kuli Mountain. Right, there's one more thing that I need to remind you of. I keep feeling that there is someone spying on you from afar in the Ghost Valley. It is intermittent and does not last long. I can only vaguely sense that it is somewhere in the north. His cultivation is profound, so you must be careful. Qin Pingon did not comment. The scholar smiled. I will be concentrating on refining the Dragon Gate steel. I must not be distracted. You will have to deal with the other me, so I will have to trouble you to be more tolerant. How should I put it? He is equivalent to the evil in my heart. Although all my thoughts have been reduced to a mustard seed, they are actually very big and very pure. Evil is true evil, so there is no need to hide it. His nature is fearless. However, every time I am distracted and let him appear to control this body, I will make a pact with him. There are too many rules that cannot be broken. Right, when he is doing something, I can watch from the sidelines. I can use this opportunity to observe Tao and train my heart. However, when I speak, he can only sleep. Qin Pingon was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, the scholar had already closed his eyes. During this time, Qin Pingon noticed that the scholar seemed to look to the side when he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was the familiar scholar who had peeled off the mountain. He had an awkward expression on his face as if he had taken a dump in his pants. The two of them were silent. After a while, Qin Pingon said, Yang Mingxing, you are good. You are one of the top 10 in the North Continent and the young Lord of Heaven of the Cloud Palace. Why do you have to hide such a prestigious title? The scholar was confused. Qin Pingon sneered. The scholar felt that he would not be so honest with others, so he continued to set up a trap. He said helplessly, if the young Lord of Heaven of the Zhongxian Bureau heard this, he would be angry. Yang Mingxing is the most old-fashioned person and can't take half a joke. Between Yang Mingxin and Yang Mingxing, I am more willing to get along with Yang Mingxin. Also, the female Daoist who is in charge of the Zhongxian Bureau's dealings with the imperial court is really a beautiful and charming person. I went on this trip and risked my life to enter the Ghost Valley to make a name for myself so that she will think highly of me. Good man, you have a good name and you are even more capable. When you return to the Great Yuan dynasty, you must meet her. She was only a young girl back then, but she already organized a Taoist ceremony, the grand ritual of cycle. She is the most intelligent. When you meet her, you will most likely fall in love with her. In the end, she will not like you either. When the time comes, we will drown our sorrows in wine. Brothers in hardship, our friendship will be everlasting. Qin Pingon stood up and ignored the person's jesting. He looked around and kept the demon binding rope in his hand. Chewy Wu and Chewy Wu also returned to the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Was the glimpse of the scholar's mind before he fell into a state of stillness the scholar had purposely done so that he would be suspicious of everything? Or was there really a mystery around the mountain? An expert had arrived and he could not meet him? If that was the case, was the spirit of the peak stage nascent soul stage Pu Meng who had traveled far and was hiding somewhere nearby? Or was it an unworldly expert of a higher realm? Was it the small Xuandu temple and the big Yuanyue temple that were not recorded in the Rest Assured collection? Or was it the heroic spirit of the north of the Ghost Valley? Anyway, it was unlikely to be Jiang Shangzhen. It was normal for Jiang Shangzhen to observe the mountains and rivers from afar and observe his movements. However, it was definitely not Jiang Shangzhen's style to come here quietly and not show himself. Jiang Shangzhen had previously revealed some of the heavenly secrets about the Jade Gui sect's plan at the Book Slip Lake. Qin Pingon believed most of it. Therefore, for the time being, Jiang Shangzhen could be considered a friend and not an enemy. Even if he was not a friend, he would not plot to harm him. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Shangzhen really wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be easier than killing that self-proclaimed swordsman? Now that Qin Pingon was facing a nascent soul stage cultivator, he could only run for his life. However, Jiang Shangzhen was famous in the Tongyi continent for being fond of killing nascent soul stage cultivators in the upper 5 realms. Qin Pingon sighed in his heart. He silently told himself, don't be anxious. Cultivation was not like drinking wine. It was fine to drink in large mouthfuls. However, food had to be eaten one mouthful at a time. Roads had to be taken one step at a time. Money had to be earned one by one. The scholar stood up and stretched his body. Good brother, are these 2 life-flying swords of yours? Sword cultivation is a profession that eats gold and swallows silver. 4 ordinary sword embryos, relying on the sect to give them money and items to raise them is already the limit. How did you do it? Just by traveling thousands of miles and robbing people? Seems like you are like me, relying on your background as an immortal master. The sect's cultivation did not help you, so you used the pretense of gaining experience to become a wild cultivator again and again? Qin Pingon did not answer this question. He looked to the north and said, previously, in order to save you, I suffered a great loss. What do you say now? The scholar rubbed his hands and laughed. My robe and 3 talisman cards fell into the hands of the enemy. Naturally, I have to get them back. Qin Pingon glanced at him. That makes sense. Then we'll still go our separate ways. You can go and ask for the things you lost. I hope that Brother Mu Mao will become famous in this Ghost Dawn Valley. As for me, I'll just honestly pick up what I left behind. The scholar exclaimed, how can that be? I have a death grudge with the demons. If I show my face, I will be attacked by them. They will all go crazy and kill me. When the time comes, my situation will be even worse. No, without good brother to hold the line for me, I will not feel at ease. It is strange to say that with good brother by my side, I am full of courage. I am not afraid of the heavens or the earth, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Qin Pingon asked, you don't have your robe talisman now. What is the point of me bringing you along? Are you a burden? The scholar raised his palm and an item appeared. Then he quickly waved his other sleeve and enveloped the item with his spiritual qi. It was actually a small purple flying sword. He smiled and said, Hermit has his own trump card. This sword is called Purple Zoixia. It is an imitation of the flying sword of a great sword immortal in our North Continent. It is not a sword cultivator's natal flying sword, but its aura surpasses that of a flying sword. Can be used to pretend to be a great sword immortal to scare people. It is a unique skill of hating Sword Mountain. It is a unique skill in the world. It is as famous as the protective armor made by Sanlang Temple. Qin Pingon pointed at the sword behind him. Do I need you to scare people? Show some sincerity, okay? The scholar angrily put away the purple Zoixia and flipped his palm, revealing a small item that looked like a hornless dragon button. He said solemnly, this is the last of my trump cards. Smash it and a hornless dragon with astonishing battle prowess will descend. It won't be a problem for it to overturn mountains and seas. It's just that it can only be used once. This is the Cloud Palace treasure that Junior Martial Sister Qian and I bought on credit. Qin Pingon looked at this brother Mu Mao. The scholar smiled and looked at him. Qin Pingon had some doubts. If he really fought with his life on the line, what were his chances of winning? When he was at Goddess of the Summer's Guanghan Palace, he felt that he had a 70 to 80% chance. But now it seemed like it was at most 50-50. The reason was simple. That purple Zhou Xian was indeed an imitation. It was not the natal item of some peak sword immortal. It was most suitable to scare nascent soul cultivators. But it was even more suitable to kill golden core cultivators. On top of that, there was that hornless dragon button seal whose depth was unknown. If it was given to a real scholar, the other party would be able to attack and defend in a fight. What if the other party had a better magical robe and a precious armor made from the military school's armor pill? After all, the so-called 100-eyed Taotai robe was only a disguise used by this scholar to cover his eyes and ears. A true disciple of Zhou Xian who was most likely born with natural Dao quality. How could he not have an ancestral robe and precious armor to protect himself? The scholar's eyes were full of resentment. He said with a face full of grievances, "Good brother, why are you not speaking? Are you tempted by the wealth? Anyway, I can't beat you. I can only take out the robe and precious armor to save my life." "Didn't you say that the copper seal was your last trump card?" Qin Pingon said, "Being rich is really amazing. I'm afraid of you." The scholar sighed. "My junior sister said that if one's ability is mediocre when they go out to train, they can't talk freely." Qin Pingon said, "Let's go." The scholar rubbed his hands. "To the mountain-moving sage's mountain, or to the earth-gushing mountain?" Qin Pingon said, "Follow that black river and find the old dragon cave." The scholar was puzzled. Why? Qin Pingon began to walk down along the ridge of the mountain. He said slowly, "The protective formation of the earth-gushing mountain has been torn to pieces by you. The demons must have gathered at the mountain of the mountain-moving ape. Maybe the primogenitor Pai Qin of the earth-gushing mountain has hidden all her belongings well, or simply carried them with her and moved them to her ally's side. Go to the earth-gushing mountain and drink the northwest wind? Or go to the mountain-moving ape's side and beat them up again?" The scholar clapped his fists together and praised, "That's right. Good brother, you've got a good plan. Those two turtles didn't even show up during the battle at Gushing Mountain. In your words, they don't care about the morality of Jianghu at all. Therefore, even if we went to trouble them, the demons on the side of the mountain-moving apes would probably hold a grudge against us and refuse to help us." Qin Pingon sneered. "What I am worried about now is whether the backer of the goddess of the summer will come after you kill and eat her. Tell me, who exactly are you?" The scholar chuckled and said, he was an old Yuanian cultivator from the Ghost Valley. He was quite famous among the northern cities and even dared to disobey the orders of Jingguan City's city lord. When he was alive, he was a great general of the Divine Providence Kingdom and had outstanding achievements. When he was alive, he was never praised as a godly commander. But after his death, he was praised by later generations of military strategists for being able to command troops properly. If it weren't for the fact that the stupid emperor he was loyal to fell for the trap and forced him to lead the army to attack, causing more than 30 members of his family to die on the battlefield, it would have been a critical turning point. Otherwise, it would have been hard to predict the final outcome of the Battle of Skeleton Beach. The scholar paused for a moment and was a little melancholy. "As for how the goddess of the summer clung on to this spirit, I am not a prophet, so I don't know." A skinny old monk appeared out of thin air next to the old turtle. Compared to the hill-like old turtle, the old monk was really negligible. But in Qin Pingon's eyes, the old monk was majestic while the old turtle was as small as a mustard seed. The old monk put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist chant. He asked, "Benefactors, can I bring this turtle back to the great Yuanyue temple?" The scholar smiled. "I don't care. You have to listen to my brother. It will only count if he agrees." The old turtle begged, "Monk, save me. Save me. I know I was wrong. I will cultivate Buddhism in the temple in peace. I will not dare to leave for thousands of years." The old monk looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon also looked at the old monk and asked, "I don't care if you know you were wrong or not. I just want to know if this old turtle can make up for the sins of these years." The old turtle wanted to say something but found he couldn't. The old monk put his palms together and nodded. "I can promise you that after the old turtle's cultivation he will do good deeds and bear good results. It will be more beneficial to this world than killing him now." Qin Pingon didn't say anything. The old monk smiled and nodded. He then looked at the opposite shore and chanted a Buddhist chant, "Repent and be saved." When the short old monk turned around, he and the old turtle had already disappeared. The scholar casually took back the falling copper seal that had lost its foothold. Qin Pingon stood still and fell into deep thought. The scholar smiled. Good brother, you are really brave. Do you know the origin of this senior monk? Qin Pingon shook his head. I don't know. There is no record in the Rest Assured collection. I only knew about the great Yuanyua temple in the Ghost Valley when I passed by the peach forest. The scholar rubbed his cheeks with both hands and sighed. If Zhou Xian Bureau's secret record is correct, this old monk is the second golden arhat and the first immovable mountain in the North Continent. The old monk stood still and didn't dodge. Even if it was a nascent soul sword cultivator's natal flying sword, the monk's undying sword would break first after stabbing it for half an hour. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to bargain with the old monk. When he appeared, I was ready to hand over the old turtle. But good brother, your luck is really good. The old monk didn't get angry but laughed. We didn't become enemies with the great Yuanyua temple because of this. Qin Pingon said slowly, to be able to achieve this, one must have the heart. The scholar had a headache and said, Good brother, don't say this. I am a Daoist disciple and I can't bear to hear this. Qin Pingon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He walked to the ice that was showing signs of melting without the support of the old turtle's spell. He sat cross-legged, grabbed a handful of ice and smeared it on his face. He was still bleeding from his 7 orifices. Qin Pingon was in a daze, but there was a smile on his face. The scholar squatted not far away and widened his eyes. He asked softly, Good brother, you are in such a situation where your soul is agitated and your muscles and bones are trembling. Don't you feel any pain? Qin Pingon twitched the corner of his mouth and looked into the distance. If I said it was just scratching an itch, would you believe me? The scholar nodded vigorously. Yes. However, he was cursing in his heart. Like how I would believe you. The scholar began to count silently. He wanted to see when the blood on that guy's face would stop flowing. Qin Pingon turned his head and asked, What about the Lady of the Ocean? The scholar smiled. She was tied to a demon binding rope. She will come whenever I summon her. Qin Pingon had a strange look in his eyes. The scholar smiled and said, Good brother, only you can have a demon binding rope, but I, Yang Mumao, can't have one? The scholar stretched out a hand and a snow-white rope appeared in his hand. He shook it gently and the burly woman was thrown out from the frozen river far away. Then, as if someone was pulling her hair, she ran all the way. In a few blinks of an eye, she was dragged to the side of the scholar's feet. Qin Pingon's eyelids trembled slightly. Just how many trump cards did this guy have on him? The scholar asked, How should we deal with her? Good brother, you say the word. I will follow your lead. Qin Pingon said, As long as she is willing to open the cave abode, she can live. The scholar nodded and smiled at the little turtle. Did you hear that? However, the woman did something strange. After glancing at Qin Pingon, she turned to look at the scholar. I want you to make a vow before you open the door. The scholar laughed and stretched out his finger. He stopped smiling and coughed a few times before saying seriously, All right. I, Yang Mumao, swear to the heavens. The woman suddenly burst into tears. I know I will die for sure. You're all liars. Big liars. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes. The scholar's expression changed slightly and he suddenly smiled. Forget it. Spare her. I have other uses for her. The Great Yuan dynasty happens to be short of a granny. If I succeed in recommending her, it will be a merit. It is more worth it than killing her to accumulate merit. After she was far away from Qin Pingon, she suddenly asked carefully, Immortal Master, why don't you kill that person while he is weak? The scholar's 5 fingers were like hooks as he grabbed her head and said angrily, Do I need you to teach me how to do things? The woman felt that her head was about to explode as she wailed and begged for mercy. The scholar tossed her aside and mumbled, Bloody hell. If I could kill that guy, I would be willing to pay the price of half my life. But it's hard to say if I have to pay the price of half my life. Furthermore, what if I die? Frustrated, the scholar slapped the progenitor Fu Hai who was leading the way and sent him crashing into the ground. He then kicked the progenitor Fu Hai to the front. The woman who was rolling in the water finally managed to stop herself. However, she did not dare to get up and felt that she would rather die. Only then did the scholar give up and say, Hurry up and get going. The scholar slapped his head and revealed a bitter smile. A water-repelling pearl that he did not keep in his mouth appeared in his hand. He gave himself away. However, it did not matter. After all, that guy did not intend to follow him into the water from the start. It was meaningless whether he needed to hide his destiny mystique. The ice in the river melted faster and faster. Qin Pingon stood up and returned to the shore. He surveyed his surroundings. It was winter and the world was bleak. Qin Pingon inhaled and exhaled slowly to recuperate. About an hour later, the scholar returned alone. Qin Pingon did not ask about the whereabouts of the progenitor Fu Hai. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. That lowly servant still needs to pack up her belongings. They are all items that are not easy to move and are not worth much. Also, let her go to her subordinates and extort them. After spending so much time with you, I should learn how to make money from you. The scholar smiled and said, "Let's go. We will split the loot at the ancestral temple. There is no atmosphere here." Qin Pingon had no objections. After entering the ancestral temple, the two of them sat opposite each other on the steps outside the main hall. The scholar waved his sleeves and items of various sizes fell to the ground. They were a dazzling array of items and piled up into a mountain. The scholar took credit and said, "I know that you are a hero who plucks the feathers of a wild goose. No matter how valuable it is, as long as it is slightly valuable, I will bring it back. There is 1 magic treasure and 12 spiritual weapons. As for the immortal money, I am not lying. It is all in the old turtle's cave. This little turtle who is about to become the water goddess is so poor that it makes one's hair stand on end. He only found 18,000 snowflakes for me to spend. Good brother, I really put my heart into it. You don't know, but I almost broke that pair of big screens." After a long time, the scholar returned. He stood on the steps and lowered his head to look at the 2 hairpins. He shook his head and said, "It's a pity that I didn't put them away. Otherwise, I could have blown up the items close to you." He carefully put the 2 hairpins into his sleeves and not the items close to him. Only then did he truly leave. This time the scholar did not travel through the ground. Instead, he swaggered above the black river and swam with the wind. A turbulent river was split in the middle and did not close for a long time. The scholar's 2 big sleeves fluttered incessantly as he muttered, "One should not be too idle. When one's thoughts are stolen, weeds will grow. If one is too busy, one's true nature will reseed and scatter like birds and beasts. That is why it is difficult to have both a carefree body and a carefree mind." He followed the black river and went south with the wind. Along the way, he only glanced in the direction of Mirror Treasure Mountain but did not go near it. This was the only request his family had for him to go out. He was not allowed to go near Mirror Treasure Mountain. The scholar shook his wrist and the demon binding rope appeared in his hand. It turned out that the other end of the rope was the lady of the ocean cover. The burly woman was pulled out of the water. The scholar twisted his wrist again and smashed her into the black river. It stirred up a stormy sea that was dozens of feet high. The scholar landed at the southern end of the black river and put away the demon binding rope. The woman stood at the side shakily. The scholar began to walk south on foot. She followed behind him in fear. The scholar did not stop walking. He turned his head and smiled. "You have an old man who doesn't care about your feelings. Fortunately, you followed me, a master with the most Jianghu spirit. So, did you bring the thing?" The woman quickly took out a small black gold celadone water from her sleeve and said in a trembling voice, "I was ordered to go to the old dragon's cave and brought out this pair of fish that my father had carefully raised for 800 years. I also ordered my father's confidant to immediately put down the 4 dragon locking walls and trap him if that person sneaks into the old dragon's cave and activates the mechanism. Even if he manages to escape, the demons who received the secret message will be waiting for him there. That guy, even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin." The scholar put away the small celadone water and shook it gently. He looked down and smiled. "This is the unexpected wealth that I wanted to get the most on this trip." The scholar turned to look at the black river and the old dragon's cave. "As for that place, it is most likely a waste of effort. He won't go. Isn't that right, good man?" The woman couldn't help but swallow. Were all the cultivators outside of the Ghost Valley so cunning and terrifying? The scholar glanced at her and put the celadone water back into his sleeve. "Don't worry, not everyone is like us. But you are too stupid. You can't be like this in the future. You can't just grow old without growing your brain. Once you become a river granny, whether you can become the true water goddess depends on you. I don't raise useless people here. Oh right, other than this pair of fish, you haven't been enlightened. What do you want to steal?" The woman pecked at the rice and quickly took out a jade box the size of a palm. Yes, yes, my father said this was a carved mother ancestral coin that the last emperor of one of the dynasties asked a great hidden immortal of the Qing sect to carefully craft. She put on a long face. I was afraid that master would get impatient from waiting, so I hurried back. My father's secret chamber only had these two treasures. After taking the aqua anchovy in this box, I hurried back. I didn't dare to go anywhere else to take them. The scholar took the jade box and opened it. He clicked his tongue and said, "It's really an extraordinary treasure. It's an excellent natal item that any Shang clan cultivator would dream of." The scholar smiled. "Very good. From this moment onwards, you are already the true river god of the great Yuan dynasty. You only lack an imperial edict." "No problem, there are many imperial edicts with imperial seals in my house. Year after year I have accumulated a huge pile." He couldn't believe it. Hearing such good news after such a disaster felt like a lifetime ago. The scholar had already turned around and continued on his way. He laughed and said, "As long as I am willing, I can make you a river god. What's so difficult about that?" Her footsteps became light. She was grateful to the back of that figure. The scholar wore a smile on his face. He was lazy and enjoyed the scenery. He made her rise from a river granny to a river god. It wasn't because of some carved mother ancestral coin. It wasn't because it wasn't valuable. It was because it was a servant's property. Wasn't it right and proper that it belonged to the master? Handing it over with both hands and asking for a few words of praise was already a great reward. If she dared not hand it over, she would be beaten half to death. Thunder and rain were all heavenly grace. At the end of the day, for the sake of the great round moon temple, he went with the flow. After all, the old turtle would most likely travel the river under the nose of the Yang family in the future. With this good karma as a foundation, many of his schemes could be carried out smoothly and naturally. But when he thought of this, his face instantly darkened. Scheme? Who is it for? Himself? Thinking of that fellow's last gaze in the ancestral temple, he became even more unhappy. That gaze wasn't one of schadenfreude or even pity. It was unclear. It made him puzzled and angry, because he actually began to pity himself. He suddenly thought of the iron chain bridge between the two cliffs as well as the two ant-like monsters. Kill them. Just treat it as a parting gift to that good man. But at this moment he stopped in his tracks. His face twisted. Then her expression slowly relaxed. That's enough. There are 3 rules, not child's play. It turned out that the real Yang Ningxing had returned. He smiled and said, "I traveled thousands of miles and gained a lot. What's there to be unhappy about?" Lady Fuhai also noticed the change in the person in front of her. She stopped in her tracks and was filled with fear. That person turned around. His expression was gentle. In her eyes, his bearing was completely different from before. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Ningxing from the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan Dynasty's Zhou Xian Bureau." The woman instinctively wanted to kneel and kowtow. The scholar raised his hand, preventing her from kneeling. The scholar said softly, "On the same path of cultivation, you and I are already friends. In the future you can't be arrogant or belittle yourself." The woman sobbed and sobbed, "I'll remember. I won't dare to forget master's teachings." The scholar laughed and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. He brought her along and continued on their journey. The scholar glanced in the direction of Treasure Mirror Mountain, wondering how it was going. Wei Gaowu rushed over again. When he was still a dozen steps away from the young woman, he suddenly knelt and prostrated himself on the ground. He sobbed, "Fairy, please teach me Tao. Wei Gaowu is willing to be your slave. On the path of cultivation, regardless of my realm, Wei Gaowu will have no regrets even if I die." Li Lu smiled, "You don't deserve to be my slave, do you?" Wei Gaowu's face was covered in tears. He kept kowtowing and begging for her to teach him Tao. At the Sheep Intestine Palace. At the entrance, there were only one spiritual monster from 2 small fries with wooden spears in their arms. Qin Pingon smiled and slowly walked over. The little rat spirit was stunned. It quickly stood up with a wooden spear in hand and shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Actually, it already recognized the person in front of it. However, it still had to pretend. Qin Pingon waved his hand, indicating that it didn't have to pretend anymore. He asked, Your ancestor didn't vent his anger on you after losing a box of military books? If that great demon hunter still had the guts to stay in this sheep intestine palace, Qin Pingon would willingly call it a great immortal. The commotion at the Black River wasn't small. Divine General Qi Lei's pitiful end was most likely known to everyone. Although that small spirit had already transformed into a human face, it could still vaguely recognize the rat spirit's original appearance. After all, its cultivation was still shallow. It scratched its head. Reporting to Master Sword Immortal, my ancestor returned late and I had already woken up by myself. I was afraid that the ancestor would suspect something, so I slammed the door twice before finally knocking myself unconscious. I never expected that when I woke up, the ancestor had yet to return, so I steeled my heart and slammed the door again. Only then did the ancestor return. After kicking me awake, I said that I had fainted without knowing anything. The ancestor ignored me and ran to the tunnel to investigate. I hurriedly slipped away and dug a hole to hide underground far away from the goat intestine palace. Indeed, the ancestor could not find me and flew away on a cloud. Qin Pingon sat on the steps. The little rat spirit hesitated for a moment before sitting down as well. However, it was a little far away. It wanted to sit closer to this sword immortal and get some immortal aura, but it didn't have the guts. Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "Where's the book that I gave you?" The little rat spirit pointed at the place where the book was buried and said with a happy smile, "Sword Immortal, it's hidden there. I didn't dare to take it out. I was thinking of carefully flipping through it in a few days. Just as Master Sword Immortal said, if my ancestor were to discover this, there would be huge trouble. The books say that a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. Master Sword Immortal, is that how you use this saying?" Qin Pingon held back his laughter and nodded. "You can use it that way." The little rat spirit hugged the wooden spear and laughed foolishly. Probably felt that it had done something impressive. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and bent slightly. He turned his head and asked, "If possible, do you want to take a look outside?" The little rat spirit nodded and said, "Of course. My ancestor said that the books outside, no matter what is written or which saint wrote them, are sold at a cheap price. It's as if they are free. I want to buy some books back." Qin Pingon asked again, "You're coming back?" The little rat spirit nodded and looked a little shy. "My home is here." It didn't dare to sit like the sword immortal. Instead, it curled up its knees and placed its arms on its knees, curling its body there. It whispered, "I know that you don't like my ancestor. If you meet him, you might even kill him. Therefore, I'm very happy that you didn't meet my ancestor in the 2 times you came to our goat intestine palace." Qin Pingon smiled and took out a flask of wine. "Do you want to drink?" The little rat spirit shook its head. "It'll be terrible if my ancestor sees me." Qin Pingon said, "In the next half a month, this great demon hunter won't dare to come back." The little rat spirit waved its hand vigorously. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Sword Immortal. I won't be drinking. Well, anyway, I heard that wine will burn the stomach." At this point, the little rat spirit looked a little dejected. Qin Pingon nodded, opened the mud seal, took a small sip and narrowed his eyes. Only this time Qin Pingon only felt warm and comfortable, basking in the sun and drinking a little wine. Sitting beside him was a little spirit from the Ghost Valley who liked to read books and take notes. Qin Pingon felt as if he was living the life of an immortal. The little rat spirit plucked up its courage and asked carefully, "Sword Immortal, did you come to our Ghost Valley to train?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I even earned some money. 3 years of new, 3 years of old, and 3 years of mending. Such days were really good. Moreover, in this Ghost Valley he had indeed earned a lot of immortal money." Qin Pingon drank a few mouthfuls of wine and put it away. He stood up and said, "Let's go." He took out a bamboo hat and put it on his head. He also took off his old face and revealed his true appearance. 497. Qin Pingon left the boundary of the sheep intestine palace and quickly put the sword back into its sheath. He landed on a lofty mountain ridge overflowing with miasma. Overlooking the land, he figured that as long as he walked out of the mountain ridge and walked towards the southeast for about 50 miles, he would arrive at the tall stinky copper city. Qinglu town, where the cultivators of the Zhuang sect lived, was not far away. Learning how to ride the sword was a very interesting thing. The sea of clouds in the world was ever-changing and one could never get tired of looking at it. Besides, one could also do something to relieve boredom. When he left the sheep intestine palace earlier, Qin Pingon purposely chose the bottom layer of the sea of clouds that was as neat as a knife. He submerged his head into the sea of clouds and slowly swam on the sword. If there were demons and ghosts in the wilderness below who looked up and saw this scene, they would probably think that this chi cultivator without a head was sick in the head. In addition to such childish and ridiculous self-entertainment, Qin Pingon also liked to submerge himself into the sea of clouds with only his head exposed. He then swung his arms up and down like a duck. This was actually similar to how Pei Qian put his head on the counter in the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley. They were indeed a pair of master and disciple. In the deserted mountain ridge, it was lonely and barren. The trees in the forest were twisted and sickly. Qin Pingon passed by a cliff and looked up to see a slender plum tree growing in the crevices of the cliff. It was surrounded by clouds and smoke. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a large pile of broken bones. It was most likely a plant spirit that had the potential to cultivate. It had already learned how to hunt birds and small animals after being slightly enlightened. Generally speaking, it was the most difficult for plants to become spirits in the world. Most of these spirits had already reached the end of the road when they turned into human form. For example, the cute little spirits standing on the pine and cypress bonsai at Qingfu Square at the ferry of Shu Shui country were destined to have no hope of cultivation. They could only waste their time by relying on the natural longevity of plants. Most of them were reared by cultivators for the sake of pleasing festivities. Therefore, before the Pearl Cave fell, the older generation under the locust tree in the town liked to tell stories of ghosts and ghosts in the mountains and rivers. They deliberately fooled and scared the children. However, most of the old people would also say that it was not easy for them to be born as humans and that they should cherish it. Otherwise, if they did not live a good life in this life, they would be reincarnated as pigs and dogs in the next life. Qin Pingon liked to squat far away and listen to stories when he was young. Lu Xianyang, who was not scared of anything, never liked such stories. He always said that ghosts and spirits were all lies. Therefore, it was mostly Gu Qin who accompanied Qin Pingon to enjoy the cool air under the shade of the locust tree. It was not until the woman in the mud bottle alley asked Gu Qin to eat and sleep that she rose and left. Qin Pingon dashed to the top of the cliff. His fingers were like hooks as they pierced into the cliff and hung in midair. Then he took out 3 snowballs and held them in his hand. Using the refining arts that the goddess of the buried river had given him, he refined the snowballs and the spiritual energy contained in them into deep green water droplets, which dripped from the gaps of his fingers onto the border between the old plum tree and the cliff. After Qin Pingon finished everything, he patted the cliff softly and slowly landed on the ground, continuing his journey. If one's Taoist partner was in a difficult situation and urgently needed a sum of money that could save one's life, he might have seen this strange plum tree. His first thought would be to wonder how much it was worth. In the end, he would have the courage to take the risk, climb the mountain and cut it down. As for whether the plum tree's lucky chance had been cut off, he would not have cared. If his Taoist skills happened to be higher and he did not have enough money, wouldn't it have been a battle as dangerous as the competition of the Great Tao when he encountered the 2 monsters on the Iron Chain Bridge? Qin Pingon had never been disgusted by the fights of the Taoists. Even if their methods were more ruthless, Qin Pingon could understand it. The only people that Qin Pingon disliked and even hated were the deities on the mountain who had occupied all the advantages. For example, the dragons hiding in the clouds were high and mighty, but they did not have the slightest pity for the human world. As long as their level was lower than theirs, their lives were as worthless as grass in their eyes. After suppressing and killing the eyesores casually, they would be able to keep their Taoist heart as firm as a rock by simply saying that the Great Tao was merciless. What kind of Taoism was that? Walking alone in the forest, Qin Pingon mumbled to himself, "What I don't like must be wrong. Aren't you a bit too domineering, Qin Pingon? Who do you think you are?" Qin Pingon asked himself again, "The merciful don't command troops and the righteous don't command wealth?" Qin Pingon shook his head. Qin Pingon felt that when the ancients spoke they only said half a sentence. It was not the real enlightening words. Once some words were taken out of context and were regarded as a standard by the world, it could indeed save a lot of trouble in life. It was not that it was bad, but in the end it was still a fly in the ointment. For example, the book said again, "The merciful don't command troops. After grasping great power there must be great benevolence. The righteous don't command wealth. After becoming rich and powerful there must be great righteousness." Qin Pingon stopped and leaped onto a high branch. Sitting on the tree, he took out the carving knife and bamboo slip that he had not seen for a long time and engraved the 2 sentences on the bamboo slip. Thinking about it, he engraved the words he had said to the little rat in the Yangchang palace. The words about cultivating the heart and cultivating strength on another scroll. Qin Pingon put away the carving knife and held a bamboo slip in each hand. He raised it high and smiled brightly. Now it's the real book. It turned out that it was all Qin Pingon's nonsense. Probably in the whole world, only those bootlickers of the Luopa mountain would be willing to take these words seriously. Qin Pingon carefully put away the 2 bamboo slips. He was in a good mood. After that, Qin Pingon did not rush to the stinky copper city. Instead, he drank a few mouthfuls of wine. There was still a lot of wine left in the jug that he took from the Yangchang palace. Qin Pingon began to carefully count and calculate his belongings. This time he gained a lot from entering the Ghost Valley from the Skeleton Beach. However, the damage to the spring grass robe on him was not light. To really repair it to its original state, he estimated that he would need at least 5,000 to 6,000 snowflakes. When he escaped from the siege in front of the scholar at the earth-surging mountain, in order to appear weak, he did not dare to reveal the true strength of a pure martial artist. He could only purposely suppress the pure essential qi in his body. With just the robe, he took a heavy blow from the mountain-moving ape. Afterwards, at the bank of the Black River, he fought with the Thunder Divine General of the Jishao Mountain. He was trapped in a pool of lightning and the spring grass robe was seriously damaged by the lightning. This was not a small expense and it made Qin Pingon's teeth itch. Qin Pingon could only comfort himself. The world's smallest bag shop still needs some capital to do business. Your attitude of making money without any capital is not good. And in the pool of lightning, it was like frying one's skin and soul. This was the real Ghost Valley experience. Although compared to the torture in the Luopa mountain it was lighter, but the benefits were not small. Moreover, the pool of lightning was the most torturous cage in the world. There were other benefits to being tortured. Qin Pingon actually felt that his bones and soul had become slightly tougher. At the Crow Ridge, he took a snowflake robe from the white concubine of the greasy city. According to Fan Yunluo, the market price was 2 or 3 grain rain coins. If he sold it to the greasy city, he should be able to get a premium of 1 or 2 grain rain coins. But when he thought of the white concubine who liked to be mysterious, Qin Pingon felt depressed. At that time she changed her face and used it to bewitch people. This made Qin Pingon angry and guilty at the same time. In addition to the 5 skeletons that the lower 5 realms Dao couple carried out of the Ghost Valley, there were also the skeletons of more than 10 female officials and maids from the greasy city. As for how much they could be sold for after leaving the Ghost Valley, Qin Pingon did not know. Thinking of this, Qin Pingon could not help but look to the south. He did not know if the Dao couple had been sold for a high price. The so-called 1-month agreement. In fact, Qin Pingon did not take it seriously from the beginning. He just let the other party be at ease and collect the money. It was not easy for the Dao couple to earn money in the Ghost Valley. Qin Pingon did not care whether they would keep their promise for a month. Because the Dao couple had sold the 5 sets of Greasy City's white jade bones, whether they waited for a month or not, Qin Pingon would not appear in the market. Without waiting, they would abscond with the money. They were worried that they would be held accountable after the event. It was more or less a burden on their minds. If they waited for a month, it would be even better. They could leave with a clear conscience and let the lower 5 realms female cultivator break through the bottleneck to the cave realm. The immortal money should be more than enough to help her stabilize the cave realm. As for the remaining surplus, whether the male cultivator could take advantage of the situation to break through, it would be up to fate. As for why Qin Pingon was like this, the reason was very simple. Just like when Qin Pingon was at the goddess of the summer's underground vault, he had to collect the 2 sets of white bones. It was not for money. Qin Pingon not only did not covet the white bones and dragon robes of the emperor of Longxi country and the female cultivator from the Qingda sect. His only thought was to return to their homeland and find a place to bury their white bones amidst the green mountains and clear waters. He hoped that there would be lovers in the world, pairs, and finally married. He hoped that the people who had already passed away would live and die together. The Tao was long and the road to immortality was long. In the process of cultivation, other than diligently practicing the sword and fist, and not being afraid to fight against the strong, he did these small things that others were not willing to do. How could it not be a great joy in life? In the Guanghan Palace of the Peeling Mountain, There were gains from the goddess of the summer's boudoir and the treasury. He received more than 1,000 pieces of snow from the scholar. However, Qin Pingon felt that the most valuable thing was the piece of cold iron that acted as the door. It was meticulously built into a winter moon palace by the Mahist's mechanical master. As for the bottles and jars in the moon palace's boudoir, Qin Pingon was still very concerned about them. In the future, when he left the skeleton beach and continued his journey to the north, who knew if he would meet a few wealthy ladies or mountain fairies who had nowhere to spend their money? Perhaps they would be blinded by lard and would buy it at a high price. Zhou Xian had vowed that there was no woman in the world who did not want to be prettier. If there was, it was only because they had not met a man who was worthy of making themselves beautiful for the one who loves them. As for the big box of military books collected by the great demon hunter at the end of the sheep intestine palace's tunnel, Qin Pingon did not have the time to carefully flip through them. He planned to only flip through them one by one after he settled down in Qinglu town. They should be the books left behind by the two great dynasties and a dozen vassal states at the Skeleton Beach. After thousands of years in the sheep intestine palace, they just happened to be one of Qin Pingon's assets. However, he still needed to carefully select the best ones and place them in his own library on Luopa Mountain. When he thought about the future when a disciple of Luopa Mountain entered the library to borrow books and flipped through them, he would hear the old man of the library say that these books were the loot of their mountain lord when he traveled to the Skeleton Beach in the North Continent. The old man would embellish some nonsense and say that he must be careful when he flipped through the books because these were treasures found in the dragon's lair and the tiger's den. Wouldn't that disciple feel that he had to be even more attentive when he went back to reading? Then, under the lamp when he was tired of reading, he would more or less admire that young mountain chieftain, who had walked through thousands of mountains and rivers. Qin Pingon sat on the high branch and could not help but laugh. He continued to calculate. Similarly, an accountant wearing a green robe could only think of less losses at Bookslip Lake. In this ghost valley he could think of earning more. His days were getting better and better. In Divine General Qi Lei's territory Jiaoshao Mountain he dug out 5 golden lightning whips of different sizes. The true value of these treasured golden lightning bamboo whips was unknown for the time being. However, why did the monster with 2 golden eagle heads say that he was the thief who stole the thunder pool? Because of this, Qin Pingon was worried that something big had happened at Jiaoshao Mountain. After leaving the Black River he deliberately avoided Jiaoshao Mountain. In fact, Jiaoshao Mountain was the same as the old dragon's lair. If one was not afraid of death, one could explore to the end and perhaps obtain unexpected gains. Of course, in this way he would be like that pair of Dao companions who did not have a high level of cultivation. They were really risking their lives to earn money. In the ancestral temple by the Black River, he and the scholar sat on the ground to split the loot. They worked together to divide the cave treasury that the scholar built at the bottom of the river from the progenitor Fu Hai. 6 spiritual weapons. Qin Pingon gave up that so-called magic hairpin, and only wanted those pitiful 800 snowflakes to spend in the treasury of the underwater mansion. P.S. The 18,000 snowballs in the main body of the previous chapter has been revised. It should be 800 snowballs. In the small turtle's cave, the scholar conveniently swept away the items close to him. A pile of junk, similar to the collection of the Moon Palace's boudoir. Even after returning to Luopa Mountain from the Book Lake trip, Qin Pingon knew that his Dao was close to water. However, he still rejected the magic weapon that could only benefit cultivators who were close to water. Occasionally, a few pies would fall from the sky and hit his head. However, Qin Pingon did not believe that Yang Ning of Zhongxian Bureau used a mysterious Dao technique to condense all the evil in one's heart into a pure mustard seed. However, Qin Pingon was very curious about how this unique Dao technique of Yunshao Palace's Yu Yi Qing Xiang was able to refine the mind like refining an object. After Qin Pingon finished calculating, he discovered that he had actually earned so much from this trip to Guiming Valley. On the way, he discovered that the mountains and rivers at Mirror Treasure Mountain had collapsed. It was very likely that Yang Chongxian had finally obtained the mirror opportunity. Moreover, the thunder pool of Jixiao Mountain had been secretly moved to the sky. This was a great fortune. However, Qin Pingon didn't feel that the bountiful profits of others were enough to make him jealous. In reality, the scholar who schemed everywhere and lost to Qin Pingon in everything, on the other hand, when he left Guiming Valley, even if he did not mention the 3 mountains that Yang Ning painstakingly made for him, Just the golden fish in the small pond of the old dragon cave and the carving mother ancestral coin that a certain great hidden immortal of Qing descent had personally made, just these 2 items, he could already be considered to have returned from a fruitful trip. However, even if he knew the truth, Qin Pingon would not take it to heart. You walk your path, I walk my single plank bridge. You take your great fortune, I pick up my little junk. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed, a smile that could not be concealed. He said cheerfully, "This kind of junk, the more the better." Then Qin Pingon shook his sleeves and said, "Besides, you're not trash. You're all godly money." Moreover, in the big sleeve of the 100-eyed Taotai that he had taken from Yongning, there were still 3 talismans that looked extremely valuable. Qin Pingon jumped down from the high branch, his footsteps were cheerful, imitating Cui Dongshan's swaying sleeves and imitating Pei Qian's footsteps. Qin Pingon felt that he was indeed a little carried away. But so what, I am very happy now. Qin Pingon carried the wine jug. After drinking, he did not even bear to throw the jug away. After keeping it close to him, he felt a little regretful that he did not encounter any demons or ghosts along the way. It was similar to Mount Tongguan. However, just as he was about to leave the mountain, he suddenly discovered that at the foot of the mountain far away, there were 2 groups of people arguing. Both sides were facing each other with weapons pointed at each other. Qin Pingon quickly stealthily moved over with familiarity. He restrained all his qi and chose a place to hide. On a huge coarse carriage, although it was called a carriage, there was actually no cover around it. It looked more like a wooden raft with a throne. On it sat a burly man with bulging muscles. He was 2 feet tall, his fists were as big as alms bowls, and he held a huge wine bowl in one hand. He was drinking with his head tilted back. The wine casually poured out, and his dense chest hair looked like it was raining. Empty wine jugs were placed beside the burly man's feet. Beside the throne, a female demon with 2 pointy ears sat curled up. She held a big bowl full of wine with both hands. From time to time she secretly glanced at a certain person in the enemy camp. Her eyes were like silk. The carriage was carried on the shoulders of the 8 little demons. Near the carriage, dozens of demons were wearing iron armor, holding swords and spears, clamoring incessantly. Confronting this group of demons from the mountain were more than 10 tall ghosts in elite soldier attire. They were armed with swords and crossbows like elite soldiers on the battlefield. The leader was a general ghost in silver armor, his face full of anger. Beside him stood a living man who was a head shorter than him. Accompanied by the ghosts and demons, he was still arrogant and fearless. He was actually wearing a bright red civil official's uniform embroidered with a white pheasant on the chest. Inside he wore a white gauze shirt, white socks, black shoes and a jade belt around his waist. This young official was pointing a finger at the carriage, cursing incessantly. The burly man who was sitting like a small hill heard the man's long-winded curses. He lifted his leg and lightly kicked the woman beside his feet, asking in a low voice, "What are you talking about?" The charming woman smiled and said, "He's saying that you're not a human, master." The burly man was stunned for a moment. When was I a human? Between us and those skeletons in Stinky Copper City, which one is a human? Isn't this pale-faced scholar the only one who's a human? The woman lowered her head and covered her mouth, giggling. When the burly man threw away the wine bowl in his hand, she quickly raised it and caught it. The woman massaged his legs and laughed. "Master, the words of the scholars in Stinky Copper City are all so nonsensical. It's good that you don't understand. Even if you do you still want to go to Stinky Copper City to be an official?" The burly man grinned and said, "I actually want to be a sesame official for that prime minister. During the day I'll talk with her about books and at night I'll have a great battle with her. Listening to her moaning sounds like she's singing, just thinking about it is enough to make me ecstatic." That ghost general heard it clearly. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his face gloomy as he angrily said, "My family's prime minister is like a fairy. Is she someone that a beast like you who hasn't even shed all of its fur can insult?" The burly man did not take it to heart. After drinking half a bowl of wine, he spilled half a bowl of wine and smashed it outside the carriage. He wiped his mouth and leaned forward. As he reached into his mouth to pick his teeth, he smiled and said, "I'm the sworn brother of the great demon-catching Immortal. I'm also one of the adopted sons of the mountain-moving great sage. Eating a few woodcutters in your city Lord Tang's territory is nothing to me." The civil official loudly scolded, "You old dog, stop pretending to be stupid. We're here to ask you for that new grand scholar. This person is the Prime Minister's most valued scholar. Hurry up and return him, or else our stinky copper city will send an army to your border. We won't care about the relationship between neighbors anymore. You better weigh the pros and cons. Is your life tough, or is our stinky copper city's army sharper? Qin Pingon vaguely saw that the burly man on the carriage had the appearance of a mountain dog behind him. However, the image was very blurry, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The grand scholar of the great demon hunter? Could it be the rat spirit that stole the sharp knife at the entrance of the sheep intestine palace and then flicked him to death? Qin Pingon looked at the carriage. He was afraid of comparing goods to goods. Compared to Fan Yunluo's treasured carriage, it was indeed too shabby. No wonder he would become sworn brothers with that sheep intestine palace rat spirit. The new grand scholar from Stinky Copper City must be the one who was captured by the gentleman, with the fan to Peeling Mountain to claim credit, Yang Ningxing. Qin Pingon was more interested in the civil official. It could be seen that when he left Stinky Copper City this time, he had official business to attend to. But looking at the hint of schadenfreude in his expression, in the depths of his heart, he must still be hoping that the colleague who could compete with him for favor in the palace would be eaten by the mountain dogs and turned into fertilizer for the mountain. The burly man who was exposed was also furious. Spitting everywhere, he started to scold the Stinky Copper City official for being a short-lived person who couldn't enjoy life. Both sides cursed for a long time. Qin Pingon also didn't see anyone make the first move. In the end, they just went back to their own homes. Qin Pingon was also a little convinced. After patting the blade's strengthening gourd, he jumped down from the tree and followed the Stinky Copper City ghosts from afar. On the carriage, the burly man didn't move. He seemed to be unable to tolerate alcohol and was dozing off. When they returned to the cave residence and the carriage slowly landed, the charming woman suddenly screamed. It turned out that his master, whose divine power was invincible, had died suddenly and inexplicably. Only a bead of blood seeped out from between the brows of this Mount Tongguanshan's mountain dog that had transformed into a human form. When Qin Pingon got close to Stinky Copper City, he took out the Zhuang sect token and hung it on his waist. She also carried a large bag on her back, which contained the bottles and jars she had obtained from the Mountain Moon Palace's boudoir and the Black River underwater mansion. As for whether or not he would give himself away, Qin Pingon naturally didn't care. He hoped that the demons would follow the clues and seek revenge. However, that demon hunter didn't even dare to stay in his own sheep intestine palace. Why would he dare to come to this Stinky Copper City to die? Previously in the blade's strengthening gourd, Chu Yi didn't seem willing to show himself to kill demons. It was the demon that Flying Sword 15 killed. Qin Pingon held his bamboo hat and then covered the old man's face. Previously at the water god temple by the Black River, the scholar said that he wanted to keep the young man's face as a small memento. Qin Pingon didn't agree. The scholar took a step back and said that he was willing to buy it at a high price. Qin Pingon said that he could buy it, but the price was 10 grains of grain rain money. Since they were good brothers who had gone through thick and thin together, talking about money would hurt their relationship, so he gave a 10% discount. Only then did the scholar reluctantly return the skin of his face. He said that it was hard to find such a good brother in the world. Stinky Copper City was located in the southern part of the Ghost Valley. It was not a small city with tall walls and 3 city gates. Because the northern part of the city was built to look like a monarch's palace, a large number of ministers, civil and military officials, who were appointed by the city lord, lived nearby. There were more than 10 big and small markets in the city, and trade was flourishing. There were many detailed records in the Rest Assured collection written by the Linen Sect. It was written that if one entered Stinky Copper City with the Linen Sect's jade token, not only would there be no restriction on entering and exiting the city, all transactions in the city would also be treated well. From this, it could be seen that the Stinky Copper City lord who took root near Qinglu town and expanded his business was a person who knew how to conduct himself, to be a ghost. Sure enough, when the guards saw the jade token on Qin Pingon's waist, not only did they take the money and interrogate him, they also changed to a humble and respectful attitude. They bowed their heads and greeted him with a smile. Not only that, they also congratulated him in unison. "We wish the Immortal Master a prosperous future." This caught Qin Pingon a little off guard. After thinking for a while, he didn't leave quickly. Instead, he put on the air of a foreigner traveling around Qinglu town and flicked a snow coin to a ghost general who was in charge of the city gate. The latter hurriedly caught the snow coin with both hands and gently bit it with his mouth. Suddenly, he couldn't close his mouth. In Stinky Copper City, there were 3 big markets that were famous in Ghost Valley. One was the Daughter Square, which had many brothels filled with the smell of cosmetics. After all, the women in Stinky Copper City were very beautiful. In addition to some flesh business, the Daughter Square also sold human beings. They selected some beautiful girls and clearly marked the price there. In history, there were foreign immortal masters who took a fancy to the young girls in Stinky Copper City and took them away from Ghost Valley. It was said that one of the girls was a cultivation jade with pure 8 characters. Together with the benefactor who saved her from the fire and water, they joined the ranks of the Earth Immortals. In the world, the immortal mansions of the sects in the mountains went down the mountain to select disciples and examine the aptitude of others. Usually, each had their own strengths and weaknesses. It was very difficult to truly see through them. Not to mention, there were all kinds of strange opportunities in terms of bone structure. One person's honey was another person's arsenic. One person's jade was another person's mountain rock. Qin Pingon had a deep understanding of this. When he left Book Slip Lake and headed north, he accidentally passed by the gold and silver shop in the county town. There were 2 young men who did not know how lucky they were at that time. Because there were 2 old immortals who hid their identities and traveled the world watching them. The old cultivator with a higher cultivation chose the seemingly simple and honest young man to be the target of his teachings. The cultivator with a lower cultivation realm chose the clever young man to be his disciple. There was also a horse shop, mostly bartering. The jade and minerals in the Ghost Valley, spiritual flowers and herbs, white jade bones, as well as the various relics of the dynasty that one inadvertently obtained, could all be bought and sold here. After all, the cultivation of ghosts also had many things to pay attention to. On the road of cultivation, each higher cultivation realm meant that one could live longer. The last shop was the gold powder shop, which specialized in the secret treasures of the Prime Minister. Of course, the traveling immortal masters could also take out their own treasures and sell them to the sister of the city lord. This was the destination of Qin Pingon's trip to the Stinky Copper City. If he wanted to come here to be a bag shop, he had to practice and learn to be thick-skinned. Along the way, the ghosts walked freely in the daytime. The living men and women, old and young, were also fearless. They strolled and shopped, each having their own fun. It should be that the small world of the Ghost Valley had already refined the light of the sun and the moon. Especially the sunlight no longer hurt the ghosts. The gold powder shop was not big. Outside the shops on the street, most of them were scholars who had not yet passed the imperial examinations but had spread far and wide. This girl's idea of the Prime Minister was indeed a bold and imaginative one. Qin Pingon came to the first shop at the corner of the street. The shopkeeper was a young female ghost in luxurious clothes, and there were 2 little ghosts with snow-white faces, a boy and a girl. Seeing Qin Pingon with the hemp sex jade token hanging on his waist, the 2 little guys were a little scared. There were many disasters in the history of the Stinky Copper City, but they were all caused by these foreign immortals, killing and injuring countless people in the city. The girl's expression was normal and politely asked, "Old immortal master, do you want to buy or sell? Since this shop of mine can be opened on the street, naturally the goods are not bad nor are they fake." Qin Pingon changed his voice and said with a hoarse laugh, "If I came from that side, wouldn't it be the end of the street?" The girl smiled sweetly and did not mind. After all, the shop's business had always been up to the customers to decide whether to buy or sell. The 2 little guys, who were originally timid, looked at each other and smiled. This old immortal wearing a bamboo hat actually knew how to joke. Qin Pingon looked at the antiques and treasures on the shelves in the shop. There were very few that had spiritual energy flowing, and most of them were relics of the previous dynasty excavated from the ancient battlefield of the Skeleton Beach. They were similar to the armors and equipment at the Crow Ridge, except that one was well maintained and bright as new, and the other was lost in the wilderness, covered in rust. Moreover, the treasures on the mountain could not be called spiritual weapons just because they could hide some spiritual energy. Only when a cultivator refined them meticulously, could they be used to nourish Qi cultivators and nourish the Qi residents, could they be considered spiritual weapons. Furthermore, they had to be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and be able to refine it to make it pure. This was another difficulty and was the so-called shape of heaven and earth and spiritual weapons. There were many palace treasures in the world, and they were priceless in the eyes of ordinary teachers. However, the masters on the mountain did not pay attention to them, and regarded them as worn-out shoes because of this. However, the treasure of the shop was a well-deserved spiritual weapon. It was a featherless heavy iron arrow. Presumably, the owner of this object must have had astonishing physical strength when he was alive. He must have been a valiant warrior on the battlefield. The tip of the arrow was stained with blood. Even now, the blood had not faded and had soaked the arrow. The female ghost shopkeeper saw the man staring at the arrow and smiled. "Old immortal master, you have a good eye. This object is called mountain-breaking arrow, and it was once used by a general in the Longxi kingdom. That general was a military cultivator, and his natal item was a mountain-breaking bow. Together with 12 mountain-breaking arrows, one arrow could blow up a mountain, and its power was amazing. This mountain-breaking arrow is even rarer because the arrowhead was stained with blood, because it pierced through the eyeball of another military general. Therefore my master named it mountain-breaking arrow. Old immortal master, if you buy it, you can travel across mountains and rivers with the arrow, and you will be able to ward off evil spirits and ghosts." Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Where is the mountain-breaking bow now?" The female ghost shopkeeper said regretfully, "In the soul-stirring battle at the skeleton beach, it was pulled taut by my master on the battlefield. Not to mention the broken bowstring, the body of the bow was the same." Qin Pingon sighed, "What a tragic battle." The female ghost smiled, "If it was not so, how could we ghosts have the chance to come back to life? We have to thank those warriors on the battlefield who did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives." Qin Pingon nodded, "I'll walk around a bit more." The female ghost did not force him and let the old man with the bamboo hat leave the shop. Qin Pingon walked around all the shops on the street and found that they were all similar. Each shop had a spiritual weapon. For example, at the end of the street there was an iron pipa and it was in good condition. As for the rest of the scattered antiques, they weren't really up to standard. Even if Qin Pingon wanted to buy them at a low price and resell them at other places, he could not pick out one or two. Presumably, the real good things had been given to the girl, and the prime minister had kept them in the palace. Qin Pingon had learned a little from Ma Duyi and the old ghost from the book Lake about picking up scraps and discerning eyes. However, after seeing so many good things, Qin Pingon had some confidence in whether an item was good or bad. But as to how good it was, he still lacked experience and skills. In the end, Qin Pingon returned to the shop he first set foot in. The two little guys were no longer afraid of him and were sitting on the door sill, basking in the sun. They just moved their butts to make way for him. The female ghost shopkeeper smiled and asked, "Old immortal master, did you have any unexpected gains in our gold powder shop?" Qin Pingon shook his head, "I couldn't find anything with a suitable price." She glanced at the big bag Qin Pingon was carrying and asked, "Old immortal master, are you selling your treasures?" Qin Pingon nodded, "I'm just trying my luck. I don't know if it's good enough for you." She smiled, "Let's see first. If it's really good, I'm not afraid of spending money in this shop." Qin Pingon took off the bag and gently placed it on the counter and moved the items out one by one. This was only 30% of the items in the Lady of the Summer's room and the Lady of the Sea's mansion. It was obvious that Qin Pingon had the ability to scavenge 3 feet of the ground. It could be said that wherever he passed, not even a blade of grass grew. The female ghost had a strange expression at first. Because the first few items were all women's boudoir items, such as a powder jar, a makeup mirror, a silver box with inscriptions of mandarin ducks, and a woman's head ornament. It was only as big as a fist, but it was delicately carved with a cluster of dark red peonies and hundreds of dancing flowers. This old immortal master was really a shameless pervert. The guy with the bamboo hat seemed to feel that something was wrong. He stopped taking things out and finally began to rummage through the items. He took out a few items that were slightly normal. Only then did the female ghost shopkeeper's angry and embarrassed expression become slightly better. When Qin Pingon took out a pair of golden chopsticks, her expression changed slightly. Compared to the exquisite golden flower head ornament, she was even more tempted. In the end, Qin Pingon only took out half of the items in the bag. They were scattered and densely packed and had already piled up on the counter. He asked, "Shopkeeper, is there anything you like?" The female ghost shopkeeper's gaze casually swept through all the items, and only stopped for a moment on a powdered porcelain bottle. She seemed to be slightly tempted, but more than that she was greatly disappointed. Qin Pingon sighed, since neither of us can take out anything I like, I can only waste my trip to Stinky Copper City. The female ghost saw that the old man was about to pack up the bag. She gently stretched out a finger and pressed on the top of the powdered porcelain bottle. She said, "Old Immortal Master, may I know the price of this small porcelain bottle? I think it's small and cute, so I plan to buy it myself." Qin Pingon glanced at the small powdered porcelain bottle and deliberately revealed a hint of sarcasm. He smiled and said, "It's the least valuable among all my treasures. I'll just give it to you, shopkeeper." Qin Pingon was sure that it was really worthless. Noble ladies and women might like it, but it could only be sold for a few dozen or 100 taels of silver. The reason why the female ghost shopkeeper had her eyes on it was just one of a series of methods to lower the price. Qin Pingon did not know how to do business anymore, but he did not lack this bit of insight. In terms of shrewdness, could this female ghost shopkeeper of Stinky Copper City be compared to that scholar? Therefore Qin Pingon began to stuff the items on the counter back into the bag. He looked as if the shopkeeper was blind and he was determined to leave. As expected, the female ghost could not hide the anxiousness in her eyes. She asked again, "Old Immortal Master, my shop has not been open for a long time. How about this? If I pack up all the items in your bag, I'll pay you 90 snowflakes. How about that?" Qin Pingon once again glanced at the female ghost, who had a pained expression on her face. He reached out and pushed the pink porcelain bottle, but his hands didn't stop moving. He said in a bad mood, "I'm not a beggar, so I'll just give this to you. As for the rest of the real treasures, I'll go somewhere else to find a buyer with real money. I don't believe that in such a big Stinky Copper City, there's no one with good insight." The female ghost seemed to be angry from embarrassment. She did not pick up the powdered porcelain bottle, nor did she say anything to persuade the old man to stay. She let him put all the things he took out back into the bag and carried it on his back. Seeing that she did not pick up the porcelain bottle, the old man did not hold back. He took it in his hand. She did not want it, then forget it. Finally he stepped over the threshold and left. When the bad-tempered old man left the shop, the female ghost shopkeeper murmured a dozen times. Then she hurriedly waved her hand and called a little ghost girl to the counter. She said, "Follow that person. If he turns around and walks back to our shop, don't bother about him. If he walks all the way back and doesn't seem to want to go back to Golden Powder Shop, go up and tell him that our shop is willing to negotiate the price with him." About a quarter of an hour later, the little girl ran back to the shop with a sullen face. Her little face was wrinkled and she was about to cry. She said, "Sister Zhengguan, I followed that old grandpa secretly all the way and he really didn't notice me. I followed him for a long time, but when he passed by the daughter's shop, he turned into an alley. I didn't dare to follow too quickly, because I was afraid that he would see me when he turned around. In the end, when I stuck my head out and waited for him to leave the alley, I ran in and out, but he was gone. Sister Zhengguan, that old grandpa really disappeared with a whoosh. I ran up and down that street several times, but I still couldn't find him." The little ghost girl covered her face with both hands. She began to sob when she spoke of her sadness. The female ghost shopkeeper was worried and distressed. She hurriedly went around the counter and squatted down. She stroked the little girl's head and said softly, all right. It's not a big deal. Don't cry." The boy standing to the side made a funny face and gloated. He said, "Sister Zhengguan, if you let me follow that old man just now, he definitely wouldn't have been able to run away. Little K is stupid. Sister Zhengguan, you know that." The little girl finally managed to stop crying. Now she started bawling. The female ghost shopkeeper glared fiercely at the little ghost. Then she went behind the counter and took out a silver bell. She threw it to the little ghost. "I can't leave the shop. Take this token and remember not to lose it. Then quickly go to the northern palace gate and report to General Chu, who is guarding the gate. Say that an old immortal master from outside the village came to Gold Powder Shop earlier and has many treasures on him. Tell the Prime Minister not to miss this opportunity. It would be best if she could meet that immortal master in person." The little ghost boy nodded vigorously. "All right, Sister Zhengguan. Don't worry. I'm much more reliable than little K." The little girl cried even harder. The female ghost shopkeeper pointed outside the door and glared at the little bastard who kept adding fuel to the fire. Quickly disappear. Understood. The little boy immediately dashed out. A moment later, the shopkeeper, who was squatting on the ground and comforting the little girl, turned her head and was dumbfounded. Outside the shop, a tall woman was carrying the motionless little boy. She walked into the shop with a smile and said, "Xinguan, you don't have to look for me. Stinky Copper City has been very tense recently. Our city lord has ordered people to keep a close eye on all suspicious people coming in and out. So, when that old immortal master from outside the village walked into Gold Powder Shop, I got the news." The woman put the little ghost boy on the ground. She sniffed and looked intoxicated. She laughed and said, "Oh, what a strong aura of treasure light. Xinguan, you really missed out on a great deal." The young ghost girl said guiltily, "This servant wanted to help the Prime Minister lower the price. I didn't expect that old man to have such a bad temper and leave in a fit of anger." The woman waved her hand. "No matter. As long as he's still in our Stinky Copper City, we can find him. I've already sent people to invite him over." The woman was the sister of City Lord Tang of Stinky Copper City. Her name was Tang Jinxiu. For a long time she was like a child playing house. She built a court in the city and even prepared for the imperial examination. The city lord, Tang Jingyi, was an old gold core ghost, but he had never fought with anyone before. This was not surprising, as Pu Xing was the most powerful ghost in the 10 cities in the south. If not for his own sins, he would have been a shocking unpolished jade-level ghost sword cultivator. As for the other city lords, except for the Grand Tutor City's spirit near Lonmusk Town, none of them had reached the Yuanying realm. Further north, there was only one Yuanying city lord. He was the hidden backer of the goddess of the summer, the powerful spirit of the city of Unyielding. He was one of the 3 ghost commanders of the Divine Providence Kingdom who died on the battlefield. He was also the owner of the Mountain Breaker Bow in Stinky Copper City. He had personally visited the Gold Powder Shop and only took a glance at the Mountain Breaker arrow in the shop. Not only did he not take it, but the Jindan Ghost Commander did not accept it when the Stinky Copper City offered to return it. Tang Jinxiu said with a smile, "When he comes, I'll tell him that I'm the owner of this Golden Powder Shop, the one who really manages the money. Once my identity is exposed, that immortal master will raise the price to death." The female shopkeeper smiled and nodded. Tang Jinxiu glanced at the 2 little ghosts and scolded with a smile, "You 2 idiots, go play somewhere else." The 2 little ones quickly ran out of the shop. A slender figure appeared in the shop out of thin air. The surrounding yin-chi rippled. Tang Jinxiu was stunned. She smiled and said, "Brother, why are you here? If I remember correctly, this is the first time you come to my Gold Powder Shop." Alas. The young female ghost called Xinguan was already kneeling on the ground. She said in a trembling voice, "Greetings, City Lord." The middle-aged man said, "I'm here to tell you that you'd better not have any other ideas except doing business with that person." Tang Jinxiu smiled and said, "Isn't he just an old man? Why, are you afraid that I'll take a fancy to him? He's not a young handsome guy. I don't have any ideas." Tang Jingyi said helplessly, "This person just used some camouflage. If the spy is right, he should be the young sword immortal who made Fan Yun Luo and the demons in the mountain suffer a lot. I just got the news that the mountain dog is also dead. It was killed by a flying sword that pierced through its head. It was quiet and didn't even show up." Tang Jinxiu licked her lips. Tang Jingyi said seriously, "I don't care about you when you're just playing. But this time it's a serious matter. If you're not careful, you'll lose half of the Stinky Copper City. If you still dare to mess around, don't blame me for grounding you for 100 years. Tang Jinxiu felt wronged and said, "Since it's a serious matter, why don't you come out yourself?" Tang Jingyi laughed angrily and said, "Me? Do what? If word gets out, are you secretly planning to eliminate the other demons? Or are you ambitious and want to swallow up the surrounding cities? Or maybe I'll sit in this shop and eat melon seeds. I'll ask him for a sky-high price and bargain with him on the spot. Since he doesn't plan to make it public and only comes to our city to do business, even to hide your identity to prevent him from raising the price. How can I bargain with him here? He only needs a small amount of money for an item and I buy it with a grain of money? Otherwise, wouldn't our Stinky Copper City be disrespectful to a young sword immortal?" Tang Jingyi stretched out his finger and pointed at his ashamed sister. "Next, you just need to make sure that it's a business deal. Don't paint a snake with legs and don't deliberately curry favor with him. But if he keeps being aggressive, you don't need to be too afraid. Our stinky Copper City and Qinglu Town have signed an alliance agreement. Those Zhuang sect cultivators will definitely not sit by and do nothing. Tang Jinxiu said with resentment in her eyes. I know. Tang Jingyi turned to look at the young female ghost and reminded her. Remember to remind her not to be infatuated with him. Our stinky Copper City's prime minister really doesn't deserve a young sword immortal. Tang Jinxiu stomped her foot. Brother, how can you talk about your sister like that? The spirit of the city lord had already hurried over and quietly returned. About an hour later, a female ghost woman who purposely didn't wear her palace attire led the old immortal master to a shop on the corner of Gold Powder Lane. The female ghost, Zhen Guan, looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Tang Jinxiu was already standing at the shop's entrance with her hands behind her back and one hand gently pressing the air, indicating that the real shopkeeper behind her didn't need to be nervous. After the woman explained the situation, Tang Jinxiu looked at the old man, who wore a bamboo hat and carried a luggage bag and said with a smile, Old immortal master, you didn't enter Gold Powder Lane and hid to drink. It took us a long time to find you. Tang Jinxiu then began to introduce herself. I'm the shopkeeper of all the shops in Gold Powder Lane. Zhen Guan is blind and doesn't have much money in her pocket, so it's better for me to do business with you. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Okay, I hope you don't bully the customers. My old bones can't withstand a few knocks. I can't even listen to half a sentence of those threatening words. Tang Jinxiu cursed in her heart, but the smile on her face deepened. The shops in Gold Powder Lane are the youngest, but they are 400 or 500 years old. They have a golden signboard and a lot of returning customers. Old immortal master, don't worry. Qin Pingon entered the shop. Tang Jinxiu and the female ghost Zhen Guan stood side by side behind the counter. The woman who found Qin Pingon guarded the shop's entrance. Qin Pingon took off the bag and took out the items one by one, putting them on the counter. He still took 30% of the items first. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Tang Jinxiu picked them up one by one and put them down one by one. When she saw the beautifully carved golden flower jewelry with hundreds of peonies, her heart trembled slightly. She smiled and said, It's really a beautiful item. Even if it's placed outside in the market, it should be worth 10,000 taels of silver. After all, this item has a great origin. It was once the beloved item of a beautiful empress in Antian Kingdom. As long as the snow is crushed and money is dripped into all the stamens, it is said that a strange scene will happen. Well, I'll give you a small sum of money. Tang Jinxiu picked up the pair of golden chopsticks again. After carefully examining them, she knocked them against each other. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Then she nodded and said, It's really them. This object is also recorded in the history books. It was bestowed by the last emperor of the Magpie Mountain country to a famous minister, Song Jing. At a banquet, in order to commend Song Jing's honesty as an official, he specially ordered the immortals to make this pair of chopsticks. It's not made of ordinary gold but some secret treasures of the mountain. Therefore the knocking sound is like someone whispering, honest, and upright in the ear. Song Jing is worthy of this item. As a civil official he led the army to fight. He has outstanding military achievements and made great achievements in the battlefield. It's a pity that he alone can't resist the general trend. Qin Pingon suddenly said, In that case this item is not for sale. Tang Jinxiu was stunned. Old immortal master, why? I'm willing to give you a small sum of money. What's more, this pair of golden chopsticks can't be sold at such a high price elsewhere. Since I took the initiative to tell you the history before you named the price, you can see the sincerity of our gold powder shop. Can be said that we really treat people with sincerity. Sincerity is naturally very sincerity. Qin Pingon nodded and said with a smile, But I plan to give this pair of golden chopsticks to someone. Tang Jinxiu had to give up. Normally she would be tempted by this pair of golden chopsticks, but she would only offer 50 pieces of money. She would just treat it as the other party saving money for her. In the end, Tang Jinxiu bought about half of the items in the bag, including the golden flower headdress. The total was 9 small summer coins. Including the premium of the small summer coins to the snow coins, Tang Jinxiu bought about 920 small summer coins. Among them, there was an old gilded incense burner that Qin Pingon couldn't find any clues about. Unexpectedly, the price was the highest. Tang Jinxiu didn't explain in detail. She only said that she was willing to pay 4 pieces of money. Qin Pingan raised the price by 1 piece. Tang Jinxiu also hesitantly agreed. When she asked the female ghost Jin Guan to put away the small incense burner, Tang Jinxiu suddenly laughed and was very proud of herself. Qin Pingan knew that he sold it cheaply. But it didn't matter. Tang Jinxiu was earning money for her eyesight. In fact, including this package, Qin Pingan estimated that he could sell all the bottles and jars in the remaining items. At most he would be able to sell them for 500 snowballs. If he could sell 300 pieces of money, it would be a big profit. His trip to the Bagjai was originally a shady business of chopping the meat off the legs of birds and eating the fat in the abdomens of mosquitoes and flies. He didn't expect to make a fortune, he just wanted to accumulate small amounts of money. Tang Jinxiu endured for a long time, but in the end she couldn't bear it anymore. She took the small incense burner from Jin Guan's hand and rubbed it with both hands. She really loved it. She looked up and smiled at the old man, who took off his bamboo hat. The origin of this small incense burner is very complicated. It was once a great recluse immortal of Qing de sect when he was young. It's just that the seal script at the bottom doesn't show the Qing de sect's identity. However, this great recluse immortal once wrote a travel book that was handed down to the world. Although the incense burner isn't a magic weapon and is only a spiritual weapon, its real price should be 1 piece of money. Under the land immortal, no matter if it's a ghost or a demon, as long as they light a landscape incense, they can quickly calm their qi and enter the state of meditation. It's very rare. The female ghost Jin Guan was a little anxious and gently pulled her sleeve. Tang Jinxiu then resentfully stopped talking and didn't continue to show off her textual research. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "That means this thing is not destined for me, but it is destined for the owner." Tang Jinxiu handed the incense burner to Jin Guan and said, "Just because old man is so free and easy, I'll be generous this time and add 1 piece of money to make 1 piece of money." Tang Jinxiu took out 1 piece of money from the pouch on her waist and handed it to Qin Pingan. "The money and the goods are done." Qin Pingan took the immortal money and rubbed it with 2 fingers. After weighing it for a while, he carefully put it into his sleeve and nodded with a smile. "Both sides are happy, it's rare. If I get some rare treasures in the future, I must come to the owner's place to show them off." Tang Jinxiu pointed at the package and then covered her mouth with a smile. "Old Immortal Master, did you forget that there are still 60% of the items in the package?" Qin Pingan patted his forehead and said, "I haven't touched many pieces of money in my life. The owner of the musical house is laughing at me. I'll slowly take out the rest of the items and you can look at them carefully." Tang Jinxiu smiled and didn't say anything. She was very considerate. She sneered in her heart. You continue to act. As for the young female ghost holding the incense burner, she felt that it was an eye-opener. This young sword immortal who disguised himself with the camouflage skill was really born to do business. When Qin Pingan took out the items from the package, Tang Jinxiu didn't stay idle. She began to put the treasures she bought with money on the shelf behind her for the time being. As for the items that she failed to buy, she first moved them to the side of the counter. Her movements were skillful and she stacked them cleverly without any collision. Therefore, even if Qin Pingan took out more than 30% of the items, the counter still didn't seem crowded. Tang Jinxiu picked 3 items one after another, but this time the price was only 2 pieces of money. One was a mutton fat jade handpiece, and the other was a spear point inscribed with gold inscriptions. It was also because they were the relics of the emperors of the 2 dynasties. However, Tang Jinxiu frankly said that if the spear point was sold elsewhere, it might be sold for 2 pieces of money if it met a military cultivator who knew the value of the goods. However, in this ghost valley, the price of the spear point was not high, and it could only be a decoration. No wonder the golden powder shop didn't offer a high price. Qin Pingan didn't care and still chose to sell it to the golden powder shop. The counter couldn't hold the items, so Tang Jinxiu asked Jin Guan to put down the incense burner and then moved the items on the shelf behind the old immortal master. This time Tang Jinxiu picked out 4 small items. A silver duck goose bowl, a scroll with 2 peonies painted on it, a golden cricket cage and a pair of small boots. When Tang Jinxiu put down the scroll painting and picked up the small boot, Qin Pingan's expression was normal. It was all money. In the end, Tang Jinxiu spent 4 small coins on the most precious painting. It was a painting of 2 peonies leaning against each other, named Little Yellow Lady and Husband in White. They were 2 of the 10 most famous peonies in the Divine Strategies Kingdom. This painting cost 3 pieces of money, and the other 3 items were just pleasing to Tang Jinxiu's eyes. Because of the historical illusions of the skeleton beach in other countries, they were not worth a few pieces of money. Tang Jinxiu of the Stinky Copper City sold them to the old man in front of her. As for the painting scroll, the golden flower headdress, and the incense burner that she and Stinky Copper City had picked up, as long as one was not an old man from the Skeleton Beach or the Ghost Valley, no matter how good one's eyesight was, they would have missed it. After paying the bill twice, she handed out the pieces of money. Qin Pingon began to pack. His trip to the Stinky Copper City's bag shop was a little unexpected. It was 1 piece of grain rain money and 6 pieces of grain rain money. The rest of the items in the bag that could not be sold were not really junk. Even after leaving the Ghost Dawn Valley and the Skeleton Beach, there was still a chance to sell them for real money. Qin Pingon made up his mind. When he left the Stinky Copper City, he must reward the ghost of the gate officer with a piece of snow money. That guy must be blessed. His trip to the gold powder shop was a great way to make money. Carrying his bag, Qin Pingon put on his bamboo hat again. He took out the pink porcelain jar from his sleeve and placed it on the counter. He looked at the young female ghost and said with a smile, "Take this as a gift to express my sincerity. I wish the shopkeeper's business will be prosperous." The shopkeeper named Zhen Guan quickly glanced at Tang Jinxiu. Seeing that the latter had no reaction, the young female ghost accepted it with a smile. Qin Pingon left the gold powder shop and left the Stinky Copper City through the previous city gate. He threw a piece of snow money to the gate officer. The latter was overjoyed and bowed to thank him. Qin Pingon went to Qinglu town. He found a place to rest. In addition to recuperating, he also had to draw 2 golden distance shrinking talismans. After all, in the Ghost Valley, the only place that could be called safe was Longmusk Town. Only Qinglu Town was personally overseen by Zhu Quan of the Hemp Sect. Qinglu Town was not far from Stinky Copper City. It was just a detour. Qin Pingon did not fly on his sword. He walked on foot. After seeing the outline of Qinglu Town, he was slightly relieved. After Qin Pingon left the shop, Tang Jinxiu's finger gently tapped the counter with a smile. It was said that it was easier to invite a spirit than to send it away. Not only did she succeed in inviting a spirit, she also made a little profit. However, Tang Jinxiu was a little apprehensive. She was afraid that her brother, who rarely scolded her seriously, would scold her for drawing legs on a snake. The moment Qin Pingon walked out of the city gate, Tang Jinxiu came to the gold powder shop. Tang Jinxiu's gaze wandered. Tang Jinxiu smiled. "Very good. Your response was appropriate. You even made a good deal. How rare. You even know how to help Stinky Copper City earn money." Tang Jinxiu was relieved. Tang Jinxiu was proud. She asked, "Brother, do you think that guy knows my identity?" Tang Jinxiu's mouth twitched. At first he might not be sure. When he left the shop he should already have a good idea. Tang Jinxiu was puzzled. Did I give myself away? As the owner of Gold Powder Shop he should know so many historical stories. It shouldn't be a flaw, right? The few female officials by my side have followed me to read hundreds of years of books. They can also count them like family treasures. Tang Jinxiu glanced at the female ghost Zhen Guan and pointed at her. The fair-skinned female ghost was so frightened that her face turned even paler. She knelt on the ground with a thud. Tang Jinxiu exclaimed and said in hindsight, "That guy gave out the small pink jar. Was he deliberately testing Zhen Guan?" Tang Jinxiu seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Get up. It's not a big mistake. It's something that can't be hidden. For Qi cultivators the truth is often not important. It's far less important than the guesses in their hearts. Furthermore, as long as any cultivator of the outside world could reach this level, they wouldn't have lived in vain even if they had lived for a long time. Your words and actions and the final result are already the best. As the city lord and brother, I have no reason to be strict with you." Before Tang Jinxiu left, he said to his sister, "Remember to reward her with a small sum of money. If you can give some of the generosity of the men in Stinky Copper City to women, it'll be good." Tang Jinxiu rolled her eyes. On the other side, Qin Pingon had already taken off his mask and walked into Qinglu town. It was not big. It was even smaller than the market at Naiha Pass. There were only 2 crisscrossing streets. The total number of buildings was estimated to be less than 100. Moreover, there were no mansions or mansions. There were only a few pedestrians on the streets. However, there were tea stalls and restaurants. Those who sold tea and wine were all outstanding young women. They must be the women who made a living in stinky Copper City. Moreover, most of them had some cultivation foundation. It was a pity that they could not become cultivators of the linen sect. There were 2 immortal inns in Qinglu town, one in the south and one in the north. The one in the north was more expensive, cost 10 snowflakes a day and a night. The one in the south only cost 1 snowflake. Qin Pingon asked if it was because of the difference in spiritual qi. He did not expect the woman in the north to smile sweetly. She was very honest and said that there was no difference. It was just that the inn in the north was closer to the sect master's cultivation cottage. Rich immortal masters were willing to gather here. Moreover, immortal master Du lived in this inn all year round. Therefore they often met. Therefore Qin Pingon turned and went to the south. The woman blinked her eyes and seemed to be a little surprised. The cultivators and pure martial artists who were able to reach Qinglu town were all rich and overbearing. There really wasn't a single person who lacked money in their pockets. There were only 2 types of people who had money and those who had more money. How could the most precious vase under the heavens be thrown to the ground and not picked up just because of 9 snowflakes a day? After Qin Pingon asked for a room, he began to move the things in front of him in the bag. He exchanged them for some fresh things and put them into the bag. He planned to go to Stinky Copper City's golden powder shop in a few days. This was called catching a fat sheep and using all his strength to pull out the wool. If he missed this village, there would not be another shop like this. After doing all this, Qin Pingon continued to use snowflakes to repair the spring grass robe on his body. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Qin Pingon stopped. Repairing the robe was not something that could be done just by throwing money. It was a meticulous job. Qin Pingon began to practice the sword furnace stance. He still could not completely break through all the barriers of the 18-halt sword chi. 2 hours later, Qin Pingon drank a large mouthful of the deep stream water in the blade's strengthening gourd and began to refine the essence of the water to replenish his water mansion. It only took him more than 2 hours to refine 3 drops of spring water in one go and give them to the 3 boys in green clothes in the water mansion. Qin Pingon's shallow cultivation was already so time-consuming. Once he went into seclusion, he would not hear anything about the world. That was why there was a saying that the mountains did not know the weather of the world. When Qin Pingon took advantage of the time to rest and immerse his mind, his Eames spirit turned into a mustard seed and patrolled the water mansion. As a result, he was met with the resentful eyes of those little guys. They were probably saying that if his talent was mediocre, he should be more diligent in his cultivation. The clumsy bird flies first. Why was it that after building such a big mansion with such a key acupoint, not to mention fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, it was simply like fishing for a day and drying the net for a year? Qin Pingon felt guilty and left the water mansion awkwardly. The fire dragon condensed from the pure genuine qi of a warrior was at a fork outside the water mansion. It silently stared at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon was gloomy and did not speak. It swung its head and tail and quickly swam away. In the early years, there was a golden little man in a scholar's robe and holding a sword on its head. Together with it, they patrolled around and expanded the territory in this small world. They were invincible and complemented each other like the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Qin Pingon put away his thoughts and withdrew the inner vision. After he came back to his senses, he sat at the table and lowered his gaze. He was in a daze and did not speak. When it came to reasoning, it was not easy to convince others, but it was also difficult to convince oneself. Then why did he have to reason? A bowl of common rice and a boxing manual. Was it worth it? The price he had to pay was extremely huge and had hurt the foundation of the Great Way. But was his choice really right? What if it was wrong? Qin Pingon was not entangled in the first question that he already knew the answer to, and the question that he was destined to not know whether it was right or wrong. But Qin Pingon was afraid and his heart was palpitating because he did not know why he was thinking about these things. Qin Pingon suddenly took a deep breath and stood up. He left the table and turned upside down. His green robe fluttered. He closed his eyes and began to walk upside down with the heaven and earth pillar. On the lake there was a green bamboo raft. The youth from Sanlang Temple Yuan Xian was fishing as usual. This time there were no outsiders, so he was even more relaxed and carefree. The female martial retainer and the old Jindan sword cultivator each held a fishing rod. The young man had just returned and was a little disappointed. It was said that the young ranger who had made a name for himself in the Ghost Valley did not come. Zhou Xian glanced at the surface of the lake that remained still all along. He turned his head and asked, "Big Sister Fan Grandpa Lu, didn't you say that person was a pure martial artist? Why did everyone in Qinglu town say that he was a sword cultivator with an unfathomable realm? They were only guessing whether or not he had stepped into the Golden Core realm. Or was he a terrifying nascent soul realm sword immortal that concealed his strength?" The woman surnamed Fan looked embarrassed. "He should be a warrior." The old man was more experienced and knowledgeable. He smiled and said, "Little Fan and the cultivators of Qinglu town's guess may not be wrong. There are some strange people in the world who are both qi cultivators and pure warriors. But these kinds of proud sons of heaven, the further they go, the weaker they become. For example, on the path of martial arts, one has already reached the far travel realm, or on the path of cultivation, one has finally reached the nascent soul realm. This will be very troublesome. Unless one has great willpower and courage, decisively abandoning one of the paths, it will be extremely difficult to truly reach the peak. It will only be like fighting with oneself, reaching a dead end on both paths." Zhou Xian was speechless. If he is really a far-travel realm warrior who is only one step away from the peak realm, and also has the magical skills of a nascent soul realm cultivator, wouldn't he be invincible in the entire continent? Invincible? That's still far from it. The old man smiled and shook his head. Ordinary immortals in the pure jade realm, as long as they are not sword cultivators, would indeed have a headache when facing this kind of rare freak. But if it is a sword cultivator or an immortal realm cultivator, they would be able to handle him with ease. Zhou Xian's thoughts were like antelope's antlers, jumping thousands of miles away directly. He smiled and asked, "Grandpa Lu, you are a sword cultivator, then tell me, why is it that among the thousands of weapons in the world, only you people who use swords are so powerful and are even known as the #1 in killing power? Grandpa Lu, don't casually fool me. I know that sword cultivators are the most expensive, and the innate sword embryo is 1 in a million among us qi cultivators. These two reasons are not the entire reason." The old man laughed and said, "This is a very, very old almanac." The old man did not speak anymore, raising his hand and pointing to the top of his head. Zhou Xian glanced and nodded. The young man from Sanlang Temple who loved to get to the bottom of things actually did not ask anything this time, and began to fish quietly. But Zhou Xian still felt a little itchy. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out 3 fingers to the old man. The old man shook his head and stretched out his hand again, pointing to a higher place. Zhou Xian withdrew 2 fingers, leaving only 1. The old man smiled and still shook his head. Zhou Xian finally began to fish peacefully. On the contrary, the female warrior who was older than the young man was confused and did not understand what the old man and the young man were talking about. After an hour there was still no fish. Zhou Xian threw a handful of bait into the lake. There were water veins in the lake. The surface of the lake looked calm, but in fact there was a lot of attention to the bottom. The young man did not throw the bait casually. He asked casually, "I heard that the old turtle at the Black River raised a pair of golden fish that lived for at least 1,500 years. Grandpa Lu, if I tell Uncle Du, can we kill our way there and buy the fish from the old turtle?" The old man explained patiently, "Unless you kill it, otherwise, you are destined to not be able to buy such a spiritual creature. But the old turtle has lived in the Ghost Valley for so long. It is extremely difficult to kill it successfully, unless Lord Zhu personally takes action. Otherwise, if it hides in the depths of the old dragon cave, it will be difficult to find it again. Even your Uncle Du can't do anything." Zhou Xian sighed, "Forget about killing it. I won't do it even if I can. Everything in the world has its own reason. Cultivators are originally going against the flow. I always feel that it is not a good thing to kill again. I really don't know why those military cultivators can kill without blinking an eye and not be stained with karma." The old man smiled. As long as it can become a sect, a family, or a sect, it naturally has its own Tao root. It can stand firmly in this world. Zhou Xian scratched his head and said bitterly, "Grandpa Lu, our bait are more stable than the door god. Each one is more stable than the other." The old man laughed. The woman also laughed. Du Wenxi stood at the door of the inn in the north of Qinglu town. The woman who was born in Stinky Copper City but grew up here was no stranger to this Jindan cultivator of the hemp school. Du Wenxi was famous for his gentlemanly demeanor, so the woman in charge of the inn's door was not reserved. Seeing Du Wenxi standing at the door for a long time, she asked curiously, "Immortal Master Du, are you waiting for someone?" Du Wenxi shook his head and smiled. "It's stuffy inside, so I came out to take a breather." The woman was speechless but soon remembered something. Last time Immortal Master Du was also like this, standing alone at the door in a daze. A few years ago there was a young Taoist nun with an extremely high cultivation base. She acted domineeringly and did not enter the Ghost Valley through the archway. Instead she directly split open the sky with a sword. After she appeared she turned around and left. Then she split open the legendary indestructible barrier twice. The last time she happened to be not far from Qinglu town. Only then did she stop and landed in Qinglu town. Then she stayed in this inn. Immortal Master Du was the guest, and later, even Sect Master Zhou came. She trespassed into the Ghost Valley several times and attracted several heroic spirits to intercept her. The last time the Sect Master slashed out with his saber, but the female Taoist priest managed to block it. Moreover, Sect Master Zhu Quan was just a symbolic demonstration and did not use his full strength. After a few words, Zhu Quan directly returned to the thatched cottage and allowed the nun to enter, passing the test of the hemp sect. That nun only stayed in the inn for a day. When she left, she still split open the sky with a sword, very rude and unreasonable. However, compared to when she came, she was slightly more reserved. First, she rode her sword to the sky above a city in the north. Then she broke the barrier and left freely. Then Immortal Master Du stood at the door for a long time. When she asked him, it was still the same answer as before, stuffy inside, taking a breather. Immortal Master Du was really a gentleman, he did not even know how to lie. Later, she heard from the immortal guests in the inn that the Taoist nun who traveled here was a female cultivator from the Tongya continent. She fought with a cultivation genius named Lu Jinglong on the Zhuli mountain. Lu Jinglong was a genius among geniuses. Even a small rogue cultivator like her, who was just a gatekeeper, had heard of Lu Jinglong's great name. He and the Taoist nun from another continent fought fiercely on the Zhuli mountain, and both sides were injured. An average-looking woman with a sword slowly walked over from the street. The female cultivator guarding the door hurriedly held her breath and waited for the person to approach the inn. Then she called out in a trembling voice, "Sect Master." The woman with the sword smiled and nodded in return. Then she called Du Wenxi, saying that they would walk together. Du Wenxi and Sect Master Zhu Quan walked side by side. Zhu Quan smiled and teased, "That's enough. That Huang Ting said that when she returned south she would come to Qinglu town again. But whether she will come or not, when will she come? Is it something you can wait for at the door?" Du Wenxi's face slightly reddened. Zhu Quan continued, "I heard that the young sword immortal who caused a ruckus has already entered the small town?" Du Wenxi nodded and said, "He just came back from the stinky copper city and is staying in the inn south of us." Zhu Quan smiled and said, "This guy is very interesting. The first time the deer-riding goddess left the scroll, she went after him. I don't know why, but it didn't work. I don't know who didn't take a fancy to who, but in the end, the deer-riding goddess followed the youngest sect master in the history of the North Continent. This little girl actually stole my title. If I didn't meet her in this Ghost Dawn Valley, but somewhere else, I would definitely exchange pointers with her. If I win, only the heavens, earth, me and her will know. If I lose, she doesn't need to release the news. I will announce it to the world myself and make a name for her." Du Wenxi smiled knowingly. This was her sect master's temper. Zhu Quan suddenly said, "The treasure mirror mountain was completely destroyed. That fight caused a lot of noise, but I didn't have the face to peek, so I didn't know the details. That young man should be, as you said, the one ranked at the bottom, Yang Tu. It seems that he has already obtained the opportunity of the treasure mirror mountain. In any case, since he didn't cause any trouble in the Ghost Dawn Valley, he was allowed to return with the treasure. However, in the territory of Jishao Mountain in the Peel Mountain, because of this young man who entered the small town and a scholar of unknown origin, the two of them worked together and turned the place upside down. My goodness, they are quite capable and even more scheming. They played all the monsters in the palm of their hands. Guess what happened in the end?" Du Wenxi smiled bitterly. "Sect Master, how could I guess?" Zhu Quan said helplessly, "Your temperament is too boring, no wonder you are still single. It's not that I want to criticize you, but if you meet that Huang Ting again, if you like her, then say something. If she wants to leave, then you kneel and kowtow. What's the point of having a face? After she is tricked by you, when the time comes, Do you still need others to teach you how to deal with your wife in bed? I don't believe that even if you can't beat her in bed you. Forget it, since ancient times men can't beat women in bed. Alas, if that's the case, it's not wrong for her to look down on you. I originally wanted to be the matchmaker, but now it seems that I should forget about it. It's your fault for being useless. You say, why haven't you reached the nascent soul realm yet? Is it fun to crawl around the gold core realm like a turtle? Do you really think you are a relative of that old turtle? Then why don't you go and marry the old turtle's daughter? Du Wenxi's face flushed red, wishing he could dig a hole and hide in it. He angrily said, Sect Master. Fine, I won't poke your sore spot. I'm just worried about your cultivation. You always say that I am lazy as a sect master. I was just about to put in some effort, but look, you are unhappy. What do you want me to do? Du Wenxi began to rub his face. Zhu Quan patted Du Wenxi's shoulder. My condolences. I advise you to give up. When that Huang Ting comes to our Qinglu town, don't ask me to help you knock her out. Although I am the sect master of you melons, in the end I am not your parents. However, Wenxi, I think you are more pleasing to the eye than that young Lin. Why don't you try calling me mother? Maybe I, as both the sect master and your mother, will change my mind at the last moment. Even with Du Wenxi's good temper, the corner of his mouth began to twitch. Zhu Quan laughed heartily. He couldn't hold back his laughter for a long time. When he finally managed to stop, he muttered something that almost made this old lady laugh until her mouth split open. Her appearance was only average, so how could she find a handsome and smooth-skinned husband in the future? Du Wenxi could only remind him, Sect Master, can we get back to business? Your marriage, how is it not business? Zhu Quan coughed and nodded. The old monk from the Great Round Moon Temple and the Daoist from the small mysterious capital monastery both left the peach forest. As for where they went, I still follow the old rules and won't go look. But if you think about it, the young sect master of the drifting cloud boat, the deer-riding goddess, and that smelly bastard who threw the net and took the flying sword twice, as well as Pu Cheng's sudden appearance, plus the several big cities in the central part of the Ghost Valley colluding with each other. Wenxi, what do you think this means? Du Wenxi shook his head and sighed. Sect Master, you know that I have never been good at these kinds of schemes. Zhu Quan nodded heavily, seemingly very pleased. He slapped Du Wenxi, causing her to stagger. Very good, you are exactly the same as me. You just saw something interesting. At the end of the street, Zhu Quan took the lead to turn back to the inn. Du Wenxi also turned around. Zhu Quan didn't say anything else. Only when they reached the entrance of the inn did he slowly say, You're at the critical juncture of breaking through the Jindan bottleneck. So as soon as the battle starts, you should run back to the ancestral hall. There's no need to hesitate. Perhaps that old fellow who squats on the ferry all year round and drinks the wind might be right in saying that our hemp sect needs a sect master who can use his brain. So if others die in battle, including me, it doesn't matter. The cultivators of the hemp school still have this bit of responsibility. Only you, Du Wenxi, if you want to die, you shouldn't die in this foul Ghost Valley. It's best if you don't die in the Skeleton Beach. You should die in the north, even further north. Du Wenxi shook her head. Sect Master, I can't do this. Running away without a fight, even if I, Du Wenxi, give up my Dao in life, I will never. Zhu Quan suddenly gently pushed Du Wenxi's head. Her expression was calm as she indifferently said, Don't be silly, Du Wenxi. I'll put on the airs of a sovereign one last time and tell you something from the bottom of my heart. In this world, at least in my eyes, a real man with an indomitable spirit is one who can endure great hardships and even greater humiliation. Even if you're a mountain pressing down on me, my spine will always be straight. Du Wenxi stood in place. Zhu Quan continued to walk forward slowly. On top of the city's towering Jingguan city wall, a handsome middle-aged man was leisurely strolling. In the distance, two women and a skeleton stood on a horse path, looking to the south together. Dao sect master He Xiaoyang, the deer-riding goddess, and the owner of this city, Jingguan City's city lord Gao Cheng. The most powerful Yin spirit in the history of the Skeleton Beach and Ghost Valley was guarding this small world. It was almost comparable to an immortal realm cultivator who was good at fighting. But Gao Cheng's life experience and background were not recorded in the history books of later generations. It was not that the historians and the cultivators on the mountain did not want to trace back to the origin, but they really could not find any record in the archives of more than 10 vassal states of the two dynasties, not even a word. They only found the name Gao Qing in the lowest household register of a country's Ministry of War. Foot soldier Gao Qing. It was as if this ghost who stood up from the millions of bones in the skeleton beach was really a nameless soldier lying in the pile of corpses on the battlefield. It was as if when he stood up as a skeleton ghost he began to rise step by step. Gao Cheng's figure was not tall, and he still appeared as a snow-white thin skeleton. He just wore the most simple and damaged iron armor, and the saber on his waist was even more ordinary. Gao Qing asked, "He Xiaoyang, after you came to my Jingguan city, you only said that you wanted to take a look. Have you finished?" The young woman wearing a Daoist robe and a lotus crown smiled and said, "City Lord, are you going to drive me away?" Gao Qing said, "I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't leave, it won't be driving you away but killing you." The deer-riding goddess on the side was a little frightened. The evil spirit in the Jingguan city was too strong. The 5-colored deer god was a spiritual creature blessed by heaven and earth, and it could not stand the erosion, so she had already put it away. The goddess did not doubt that the city lord's words were not a threat. He Xiaoyang smiled and said, 3 days it is. When the time is up, I will leave the Jingguan city. Gao Qing glanced at Zhou Fei, who was walking on the wall in the distance. "This Jiang Shangzhen better not leave on your flowing cloud boat, or I'm afraid I can't help but use my saber." He Xiaoyang did not comment. Gao Qing walked down the wall. Jiang Shangzhen walked back to He Xiaoyang, and the deer-riding goddess jumped down the wall and said with a smile, "As long as Lord He still doesn't say anything and doesn't do anything, it's okay if you don't take me with you. At worst, I'll leave Gao Qing in the Jingguan city. Those white bone beauties have a different taste." He Xiaoyang asked in his mind, "What do you think this ghost valley lacks the most?" Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the wall and rubbed his buttocks. He also said lazily in his mind, "Of course it's a living person. In fact, the spiritual energy in the small world hasn't changed much, and it can't change anything. After fighting for so many years, it's just to let Gao Qing attach himself to Pu Cheng's body. However, living people with yang energy are too few. That stinky copper city, that precious land with good feng shui, is also closely watched by Qinglu Town and Zhuquan. It's clear that if Gao Qing dares to snatch it away, she will dare to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight." He Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Then what if Gao Qing can create his own reincarnation? In the Ghost Valley, so many immortals and gods can't gather the remnant yin qi of the scattered souls. Can he be reincarnated in the Ghost Valley? After 100 years, yin and yang will complement each other, and the Ghost Valley will jump 2 big steps. It can be said to be a different world and really become a treasured place with both a cave and a blessed place. What will happen then?" Jiang Shangzhen's face was dignified at first, and then he shook his head in relief. "Gao Cheng's cultivation is high, and I can't beat him in the Ghost Valley. I reluctantly admit that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. But if Gao Qing has another ancient forbidden secret method, but he can't master the method of reincarnation, I, Jiang Shangzhen, can also pinch my nose and admit it. But this lord of the Jingguan city just happens to have such a supreme celestial instrument in his hand that can bear the karma of heaven and earth. In the Ghost Valley of the world of the living, I don't believe that he can create a world like Fengdu for him." He Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Then let's wait and see." Jiang Shangzhen's face was gloomy. For the first time his mood became dignified. He Xiaoyang suddenly smiled and said, "Jiang Shangzhen, you actually guessed wrong about one thing." Jiang Shangzhen recovered his smile and said, "Lord He, please say it." He Xiaoyang did not say anything. Her expression was complicated. Jiang Shangzhen began to deduce silently in his heart. Unfortunately, there were 2 more barriers that could not be broken, and this was very troublesome. In the world, the slightest difference could lead to 1,000 miles of error. Because the Daoist of the small Xuandu temple and the old monk of the big round moon temple had left the peach forest one after another, and each used supernatural power to conceal the mysteries of heaven. One appeared at the southern cliff where the iron chain bridge was hung, and stood there for a night. The other appeared at the bank of the buried river near the water god temple. In comparison, the old monk came and went in a hurry. As for Qin Pingon, after arriving at Qinglu town, he could not watch. Jiang Shangzhen was like this, and presumably He Xiaoyang was no exception. As for Gao Qing, it was hard to say. Over at the inn of Qinglu town, although Qin Pingon was in a state of unease for a long time, he still forced himself to calm down, and wanted to draw 2 golden contraction talismans overnight. However, after picking up the brush, he realized that he could not move the brush, because he knew that if he forced himself to put the brush down, he would not be able to draw a talisman on the golden talisman paper, but he might be able to do it on ordinary talisman paper. Qin Pingon put down the brush, got up and practiced the sword furnace stance for 2 hours, but he was still unable to calm down. He pushed open the door and walked around Qinglu town in the night. After returning to the inn, he took out some bamboo slips, flipped them over and over under the lamp and looked at them for a long time. Just like that, Qin Pingon sat by the lamp for the whole night. At dawn, Qin Pingon put on his skin, carried the bag and went to Stinky Copper City. He was a little regretful that he did not see the familiar ghost of the gate officer. When he went to Golden Powder Shop, it was just opening. The female ghost shopkeeper was stunned for a long time, and let the little boy ghost hold the silver bell to call the shop owner. The little ghost was indeed clever and just nodded. Without saying anything, he went to the North Palace gate to find the gate god general. Soon Tang Jinxiu carried him to Golden Powder Shop. Entering the shop, Tang Jinxiu saw that the counter was already full of items. Tang Jinxiu smiled. "Old Immortal Master, you're here again? Is our ghost Dawn Valley full of treasures? Can you fill a sack with anything you pick for a night?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Isn't it? It's really a good place." Tang Jinxiu was speechless and both sides started to buy and sell according to the old rules. But this time Tang Jinxiu looked through the items in the bag, only bought 2 items and took out 2 small coins. It was not that she was stingy with the immortal money, but in fact it was so. If it was not for the fact that the other party was a young sword immortal, she would have been honest with the old and the young by paying 1 small coin. Qin Pingon took the money and left Stinky Copper City. He did not feel that he had taken a wrong path. 2 small coins was not a small amount. Returning to Qinglu town, Qin Pingon continued to practice the heaven and earth stance in the inn. He planned to practice this strange fist stance 1,000,000 times in addition to the walking stance. That day he only had 1 meal. At dusk he went to the wine shop to buy a pot of wine. There were few customers, so Qin Pingon sat there and drank the wine and just finished a dish with wine. He still could not draw talismans overnight, but compared to the day before it was much better. Qin Pingon did not practice the heaven and earth stance in the second half of the night. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes to rest, thinking about the past. The more he thought, the more time passed until he went up the mountain to pick herbs in his youth. Unknowingly, Qin Pingon fell into a deep sleep. After dawn, Qin Pingon suddenly woke up and felt refreshed. He packed a new bag and went to Stinky Copper City again. This time he finally met the ghost captain at the city gate. Qin Pingon was more anxious than the other party, so he threw a snow to spend money. Under the guidance of the ghost general at the city gate, he heard the familiar auspicious words, "Money roll in." Qin Pingon went straight to Gold Powder Shop. This time Tang Jinxiu was already waiting at the door of the shop. When she saw Qin Pingon, she smiled and said, "Old Immortal Master, give me a definite answer. Are you coming tomorrow or not? If you're still coming, I'll sleep on the floor in the shop today." Qin Pingon laughed and said, "After today there will be no more treasures to sell for the time being. It's my fault. After drinking yesterday I fell asleep immediately. That delayed me from going out to pick up things at night. Nothing could be better than being greedy for wine." Today, after Tang Jinxiu looked through all the items, she picked 6 and gave him 5 snow coins. Although it was not as good as the first day, it was better than yesterday when they stared at each other in the shop and asked with a look, "Are you sure you don't want to buy it?" Again and again he answered with a look, "I really can't bear to do that shabby scene." Today's business was much more festive. After Qin Pingon put away the snow coins in parcels, Tang Jinxiu walked him to the door and joked, "Old Immortal Master, are you really not coming tomorrow?" Qin Pingon adjusted his bamboo hat and turned his head with a smile. "Tomorrow, Prime Minister, you can sleep in peace." Tang Jinxiu was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Okay." Qin Pingon thought for a moment, then turned around and cupped his fists to bid farewell. "Sorry for the inconvenience." Tang Jinxiu also curtsied and said with a smile, "Senior Sword Immortal, take care. Come again when you have time." Qin Pingon nodded. Tang Jinxiu suddenly could not hold back and said with a smile, "Sword Immortal, in the future, don't barge into a woman's boudoir to plunder. It's degrading." This time, Qin Pingon didn't even turn his head as he quickly left. Tang Jinxiu held her stomach with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. In the end, she did not dare to laugh out loud. She was afraid that the thick-skinned young sword immortal would turn around and give her a flying sword. When Qin Pingon left the city gate, he did not forget to give the guard a snow coin. When he was a few steps away from the city gate, Qin Pingon inexplicably stopped and looked back, muttering to himself. Then without hesitation he took out another celestial coin and threw it. This time it was not a snow coin but a snow coin. Qin Pingon laughed heartily and said, "General, you can treat us brothers to the best wine in the city." The ghost guard felt as if he was dreaming. He repeatedly looked at the snow coin in his hand, then laughed loudly and said, "That's great. In our stinky copper city, this thing is really the ancestor of celestial coins. It's more valuable than anything else." When Qin Pingon returned to Qinglu town, he had nothing to do anyway, so he began to practice the 6 steps stance. After all, the heaven and earth stance was too strange. The more he walked, the calmer he became. Unknowingly, Qin Pingon arrived at Qinglu town. After laughing, he continued the 6 steps stance to the inn. Anyway, there were only a few steps left. When he arrived at the inn, he put the whole package into his near-hand item. This package house was more or less the same in the Ghost Dawn Valley. When he thought of the snow coin he gave at the end, Qin Pingon took a deep breath. Qin Pingon sat at the table and took a deep breath again. It seemed that because he had made up his mind, he no longer had any distracting thoughts. He once again took out the brush, ink and 2 pieces of golden talisman paper from his core item and began to draw the contraction talisman. In one breath. After resting for a moment, he shook his wrist and got up to continue the 6 steps stance in the room. After sitting down, he once again drew the second contraction talisman in one breath. After drawing the 2 contraction talismans, he carefully put them into his sleeve. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and began to think about all his experiences in the Ghost Dawn Valley again. From himself, Sanlang Temple, Yuan Xian and the others, and that pair of Dao companions walking through the archway, Crow Ridge, Mirror Treasure Mountain, Peach Forest, Peel Mountain, and finally landing on the bank of the Black River. The old monk once said, "Repent and be saved." Previously, at the city gate, Qin Pingon had thought of these 4 words for no reason, which was why he had given the small sum of money. After Qin Pingon opened his eyes, he squinted his eyes. After a moment, he took out some new things from his core item and put them into the package. For example, the paintings of immortals fighting in the goddess of the summer's boudoir and the 5 golden bamboo whips. After leaving the inn, Qin Pingon did not go straight to Stinky Copper City. Instead, he went to the small town's wine shop and asked for another bowl of wine. When the old shopkeeper put the wine bowl on the table, he could not help but laugh. "Little sword immortal, what's wrong? You just finished your business in Stinky Copper City and now you want to earn money again?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Immortal money doesn't grow legs. What's in other people's pockets won't move. I can only rely on myself to run a few more steps." The old shopkeeper had served him a bowl of wine before, so he knew that this young sword immortal in front of him had another young face. He joked, "Have you seen the city lord's sister, Tang Jinxiu? If you want to earn more money from her, I suggest you don't rely on that old man's face." Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine and joked, "Forget it. Otherwise, if she takes a fancy to me, wouldn't it be troublesome?" The old shopkeeper laughed. "That's true." The old shopkeeper looked at Qin Pingon sitting there drinking wine and asked, "You are a sword immortal. How many times have you been to Stinky Copper City to be a bag shop for those wild cultivators? Aren't you afraid of being tainted by the stench of copper?" Qin Pingon smiled. "I should be able to earn more this time. The previous few times were just to warm up my hands and hook her appetite." After Qin Pingon drank his wine, he went to Stinky Copper City, only to find that the ghost general at the city gate was no longer there. Qin Pingon seemed to be very disappointed. He asked a ghost soldier at the city gate where the general went. The ghost soldier grumbled, "This old immortal teacher, it's all because you rewarded that piece of snow with money. The general went to Daughter's Square to have fun by himself. We as servants didn't get to drink wine anyway." Qin Pingon looked speechless. He sighed and turned to leave. Then he turned back and threw a piece of snow to the ghost soldier, exhorting, "Remember to tell your general that I will come to your Stinky Copper City tomorrow. You must be there." The ghost soldier was overjoyed after receiving the money. He nodded and bowed, shouting, "Don't worry, old immortal master. Tomorrow I will bring the general here even if I have to tie her up." After Qin Pingon returned to the inn in Qinglu town, he continued to shut himself in. Jingguan City in the north of Ghost Valley. The city lord Gao Qing, who was sitting on the white bone throne, slowly withdrew his hand. When the young man didn't see the lucky star ghost at the city gate, he returned to Qinglu town in disappointment. The city lord of Jingguan City sneered. At this moment, Gao Qing no longer looked like a skeleton. He returned to his appearance when he was alive. However, his appearance was still ordinary. Go to Stinky Copper City tomorrow? Gao Qing thought of the blade-strengthening gourd hanging on the young man's waist. It gently pressed on the hilt and began to wait for the female sect master to leave. Gao Qing could see some of the scenery inside Qinglu town. To be precise, there were 2 places, but every time he spied he had to be extremely careful. Firstly, strictly speaking, Qinglu town actually did not belong to the small world of Ghost Valley. Secondly, there was Zhu Quan watching over there, and there was also a precious treasure of Linen sect. Therefore, when he used the divine ability of Mountain and River View, it was very vague and could only be barely seen. However, even if those 2 pawns revealed their whereabouts, it was still worth it. Gao Qing actually hoped that the young man could leave Qinglu town and take a few more steps to the north. It seemed that the guy would continue to travel north. Now he just had to wait for that little Daoist nun to leave Ghost Valley. She was in Jingguan City. In addition, there was also the notorious Xianxia. The situation would become extremely complicated. Gao Qing closed his eyes. His hands gently pressed on the armrest of the throne. It was the heads of 2 fallen emperors. Night fell. The drifting cloud boat slowly rose to the sky. Gao Qing stood up and instantly arrived on the boat. Xiaoyang looked at the lord of Jingguan City with a faint smile. Gao Qing suddenly thought of a vague truth. He laughed loudly, pounded his chest with his fist and said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know why you are doing this, but I don't care about these crooked things. In short, as long as it succeeds, my Jingguan City will reward you handsomely in the future." Xiaoyang ignored him. He still didn't do anything. He didn't say anything. Gao Qing didn't delay the boat any longer. He left Ghost Valley and quickly returned to the throne of Jingguan City. He waved his hand and took the initiative to open a large door between Ghost Valley and Skeleton Beach in the direction the drifting cloud boat was heading to. On the wall, Xianxia indeed didn't take the drifting cloud boat. Instead, he continued to stroll on the wall. He looked up at the door-like hole in the sky. The drifting cloud boat flashed away. After returning to the Skeleton Beach, the large door behind him instantly closed. The deer-riding goddess asked cautiously, "Master, why is that?" Xiaoyang said indifferently, "In the world, Daoist companions always rely on each other. And I, Xiaoyang, am even more blessed and famous in the 2 continents. So wherever I am, if I have a Daoist companion, then he will naturally be blessed. The closer the 2 sides are, the more so. And I'm in Jingguan City where our Daoist skills are worn down. Naturally it's not a good thing." The deer-riding goddess was a little speechless. "So I walked out of the picture scroll? Is that why Master deliberately came to this Ghost Valley and left tonight?" Xiaoyang didn't say a word. The deer-riding goddess' face was pale. Xiaoyang, who was in the sea of clouds above the Skeleton Beach, suddenly turned his head and slightly opened his mouth. Her face was full of emotions. Finally, she calmed down and looked deeply at the south. The deer-riding goddess was trembling with fear. Xiaoyang turned his head and only said one word, "Let's go." In Jingguan City, after Xianxia caught a glimpse of that inconceivable scene, he fiercely wiped his face. "I'm really convinced this time. How could he think of this and do it?" Gao Qing suddenly stood up and roared angrily, "Leave the flying sword." In the great round moon temple, the old monk looked up at the moon and put his palms together. He smiled and said, "Good." In Qinglu town, after 2 flashes of golden light, a young swordsman who had changed into a golden robe appeared near the sky screen in an instant. With a sword in his hand, he split open the sky screen and rode his sword straight to the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Draped Hemp sect. Zhu Quan held the hilt and stopped in the air, looking to the north. Not only did the master of the Drape sect not stop him, but she also helped the young sword Immortal, who secretly came to her and made a big deal with her to keep an eye on the north. In Jingguan City, a white-bone swordsman more than 10,000 feet tall suddenly appeared. He was going to split the barrier between heaven and earth and go out of the Skeleton Beach to chase after the young sword Immortal. Xianxia laughed and threw out a net bigger than the previous 2 snowy spending nets. The previous 2 were only children's nets, but this one was the ancestor's net. The big net instantly wrapped around that mountain-like white bone ankle and fiercely pulled it down. Xianxia leaped up and used a willow leaf to open the sky. He had actually completely abandoned that big treasure net that was worth dozens of grains of Guyu money. When he flew out of the hole in the sky, Xianxia turned his head and laughed. "You skeleton, come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. If you don't come, you'll be the obedient grandson of Zhou Fei." Even though Xianxia was spouting vicious words, it did not hinder him in the slightest. In the Ghost Valley, Zhu Quan swung his sword. A white rainbow went from the south to the north and cut the huge white bone's waist. There was also a rainbow sword that came from Baigong City and cut the white bone's skull. Zhu Quan was surprised and asked, "Bones Poo, what are you doing? You've been coveting my beauty for a long time, so you follow your wife's lead?" The white bone in the green robe said indifferently, "We swordsmen are unrestrained by heaven and earth." Zhu Quan and Pu Meng swung their swords and sabers respectively to stop the white bone from tearing the barrier. Outside the skeleton beach, Qin Pingon rode his sword all the way to the ancestral hall of the Drape sect. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and grinned. "I'm also the one who broke the sky curtain with one sword. Awesome." For 98. The ancestral mountain of the Drape sect was called Muyi. It was a towering mountain, but there were no luxurious buildings. Due to the scarcity of Drape sect's cultivators, it seemed even more deserted. Only a plaque with a Dharma idol, hanging on the mountainside, was used to entertain guests. 3 days ago, Muyi Mountain was sealed off and no longer entertained guests. Not only that, the archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley was also cordoned off. Those who came for training could only leave but not enter. From the Naiha Pass Bazaar to the Mural Town to the Swaying River and to the entire Skeleton Beach, no one felt that this was unreasonable. Because they had already seen more unreasonable things. First, the 3 paintings of the heavenly official and goddess in the Mural Town turned into white paintings on the same day. Compared to the great changes that followed, this was nothing. Many cultivators at the Skeleton Beach were still immersed in the loss of the 3 blessings. Not long after, they witnessed a thrilling scene with their own eyes. In the middle of the night above the Skeleton Beach, a huge white skeleton appeared out of thin air. It was as tall as a mountain. It appeared in an invincible manner. It should be the Dharma idol of the Ghost Valley's Jingguan City Lord, Gao Cheng. It used brute force to open the barrier between heaven and earth. When the white skeleton Dharma idol that was supposed to be hiding in the underworld appeared, it clashed with the Yang world. The white skeleton and the Skeleton Beach's spiritual chi rubbed against each other, creating brilliant sparks. The white skeleton Dharma idol was like an ancient fire god descending to the human world. That white bone was obviously chasing after a streak of golden light that was rushing south towards the ancestral hall of the Woodcloth Mountain. Although Gao Cheng was being delayed by the blade and sword of the Ghost Valley, the person who wielded the blade was hovering in the air, confronting the 1,000-feet-long white bone. The person was as small as a grain of rice, but every time he wielded the blade, the wind and thunder would shake violently, and the brilliance would skyrocket. The attack from a distance was like a long bridge. Looking at the aura, there was no doubt that it was the head of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan. But there was still a sword. Its momentum was not inferior to that of Zhu Quan of the Jade Primitive Realm. The white bone Dharma form with its crooked shoulders seemed to be restrained by another force in the Ghost Valley, but it still raised its palm high and slammed it down heavily. Suddenly, a thick sea of dark clouds rolled up. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The sea of clouds seemed to be piled up with dozens of ghosts that could not be reincarnated, struggling bitterly in the sea of bitterness. The sea of clouds pressed down on the Hempen sect's ancestral hall rapidly. Soon after, the Hempen sect's protective formation was activated. Thousands of armored puppets rushed out from the Muyi Mountain. Each of them was dozens of feet tall and wore talisman armor. Golden light and silver threads swirled around their bodies as they crashed into the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was constantly being thinned, but it still had the momentum of falling. In the Muyi Mountain, groups of armored heroic spirits advanced dauntlessly. In the end, the sea of clouds and the thousands of Hempen sect's heroic spirit puppets fought each other. At the same time, a ray of light spread down the mountain from the ancestral hall of Muyi Mountain, like thunder and lightning. It intertwined into a bright formation at the memorial archway. Then a 5,000-foot-tall golden body god rose from the ground, holding a giant sword, and swept the sword toward the waist of the white skeleton Dharma idol. Jing Guancheng's white skeleton Dharma idol's attack failed. At the border between the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach, another golden body Dharma idol suddenly attacked. The giant white skeleton grabbed the sword with one hand, and golden sparks fell on the ground like rain. For a moment the whole Skeleton Beach shook. The white skeleton Dharma idol swung its arm to shake off the giant sword, and its body fell down into the shadow of the earth. It should have returned to the small world in the Ghost Valley. The golden body Dharma idol also returned to the formation. The ray of light also returned to the ancestral hall of Muyi Mountain, and condensed into a precious pearl in the mouth of a bronze flood dragon statue in the ancestral hall. The night of the Skeleton Beach slowly returned to silence. In the Immortal mansion halfway up the mountain, Pang Lanshi, the young man whom the hemp sect had high hopes for, sat beside a stone table and stared at the young ranger sitting opposite him. The young ranger was reading a yellowed military book that he had plundered from the sheep intestine palace. Although Pang Lanshi was young, his seniority was high. He was the only direct disciple of an ancestor of the Linen sect. Several practitioners of the Gold Core realm had to call him youngest uncle. As for the practitioners of the middle 5 realms, they could only call him youngest uncle master. In the past 3 days, the green-robed swordsman in front of him was the only guest in the mansion. Pang Lanshi had been here several times. Out of curiosity, he talked about what he wanted to talk about and asked what he wanted to ask. The other party was very sincere and did not deliberately beat around the bush. However, after Pang Lanshi thought about it, he did not seem to get to the point. It was hard to imagine that the person in front of him was the poor painter who had cheekily bargained with him in the mural town. At that time, Pang Lanshi, who was his childhood sweetheart, had to run out of the shop to remind this person to avoid showing yellow and white objects in Jianghu. It turned out that they were all fooled by this guy. The ancestor of the sect who was in charge of the discipline in the ancestral hall did not want to reveal the secret of heaven. He said that he would wait until the master returned to Muyi Mountain. However, before he left, he sighed with emotion that with such a low realm, he could escape from Gao Qing in the Ghost Valley. Pang Lanshi became more and more curious about what had happened in the Ghost Valley. How did the person in front of him provoke the governor of Jingguan City? Qin Pingon put down the military book written by a general of the Divine Prowess Kingdom. He thought of something and asked with a smile, "Lanshi, the 8 murals in the mural town have all become white paintings. What will happen to the business of the shops at the foot of the 3 goddesses, riding deer, hanging inkstone and traveling in rain?" Pang Lanshi was also a little troubled. She said helplessly, "What else can we do?" Xingzi was worried to death. She said that there would not be any business in the future. Now that the mural town has lost the 3 blessings, the number of customers will definitely decrease. What can I do? I could only comfort her. I told her some great principles that I had heard from my senior martial brother and junior martial nephew. However, not only did Xingzi not appreciate it, she became angry with me and ignored me. "Qin Pingon, why is Xingzi like this? I was clearly being kind, why is she unhappy?" Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Do you want to know why?" Pang Lanshi nodded and said, "Of course." Qin Pingon's smile became even wider. "Lanshi, I heard that your great-grandfather still has a few boxes of complete sets of the goddess paintings. Furthermore, they are the most time-consuming works of your great-grandfather. They are the proudest works of his life." Pang Lanshi was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she said resolutely, "As long as you can help me clear up my doubts, I will steal the paintings for you." Qin Pingon was a little speechless. He stretched out his hand and gestured for Pang Lanshi, who had already stood up, to quickly sit down. "A gentleman does not take what others like. I also do not covet those sets of goddess paintings. I only hope that you can persuade your great-grandfather to draw 1 or 2 sets of goddess paintings that are not too inferior. I will spend money to buy them, not for you to steal them. 1 set is enough. 2 sets would be better. 3 sets would be the best." Pang Lanshi was a little doubtful. "Just like that?" Qin Pingon nodded. Pang Lanshi was still a little hesitant. "There are pros and cons to stealing. The downside is that you will definitely be scolded. You might even be beaten up. The upside is that it is a one-time deal. However, if you are shameless enough to pester my great-grandfather to pick up the brush, it will not be easy to truly paint the paintings. Everyone in the Linen faction knows that my great-grandfather has a strange temper. He always says that the more effort he puts into the paintings, the more similar they will be to the paintings. Therefore, if you buy the paintings from a vulgar man, you will offend the 8 goddesses even more. Qin Pingon nodded. Sincerity is the key to success. Without this sincerity as a foundation, your great-grandfather might not have been able to draw that kind of charm. Otherwise, how difficult would it be for a so-called master painter to copy a painting to the finest detail? But why is it that your great-grandfather is the most marvelous one? It is because your great-grandfather's state of mind is pure. Perhaps the 8 goddesses even saw it in their eyes back then. Their minds are connected and the paintings are naturally marvelous. Pang Lanqi blinked her eyes. Was he speaking the truth or was he just flattering? Outside the mansion, a tall white-haired old man with a brush and inkstone hung on his waist turned to look at his best friend, the Linen faction's patriarch. The latter was putting away his hand. The white-haired old man asked, "With this kid's state he should not know that we are eavesdropping, right?" The patriarch smiled. "I helped you conceal your chi so he should not know. However, there are countless spells in the world so there might be accidents. Just by seeing how he could escape from the Ghost Valley, we can't judge him with common sense." The white-haired old man stroked his beard and smiled. "No matter what you said has won my heart." The Linen faction's patriarch was the one who followed Jiang Shangzhen into the secret realm of the mural. "Are you really willing to sell it?" Pang Lanqi's great-grandfather Pang Shanliang had a great ambition when he was young. He swore to paint the most spectacular mountains in the world. However, for some reason he settled down in the Linen faction. Pang Shanliang asked softly, "Let's wait and see. I'd like to hear how this outsider boy will guide Lanqi." The patriarch frowned and said unhappily, "He is a guest. I couldn't persuade you so I used some skills. If I continue to eavesdrop, it will not be in line with the Linen faction's hospitality." Pang Shanliang glared at him. "Lanqi has already lost the chance to be a deer-riding goddess. If she stumbles in love again, I would like to see how Lanqi's master will scold you." The patriarch sneered. "He is good at scolding people but I am better at beating people up. Every time he scolds someone he will be bedridden for a month." Pang Shanliang suddenly smiled. "I will give you a hard copy of the goddess painting later. It is worthy of the title of Wonderful Blossom." The patriarch raised his hand and looked at the mountains and rivers. He smiled. "I was waiting for you to say that. You're too slow, so annoying." However, the patriarch quickly retracted his skills. Pang Shanliang was puzzled. "Why?" The patriarch smiled. "He's not very happy. Let's stop while we are ahead. Otherwise, when we go back to the faction master and complain to him, I will have to bear the consequences." After such a big commotion in the Ghost Valley, Gao Qing finally took the initiative to show his Dharma form and left his lair to appear at the Skeleton Beach. Not only did the faction master take action, we also used the mountain guarding formation. However, we only managed to reduce his cultivation by 100 years. The faction master must be in a terrible mood when he returns to the mountain. Pang Shanliang was a little worried. For the past 2 days, the Ghost Valley had been completely isolated from the outside world. Although the natal lamps in the ancestral hall were still lit, this meant that there were no casualties in the Linen faction's Qinglu and Lanqi town. However, only God knows if Gao Qing would fight to the death with the Linen faction in a fit of anger. The confrontation between the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley for 1,000 years would be broken in an instant. Pang Shanliang was afraid that at any moment, the natal lamps in the ancestral hall would be extinguished one by one, and the speed of extinguishing would be extremely fast. At that time no one could guarantee how many would be left. Neither the faction master Zhu Quan nor the gold core Du Wenxi were an exception. If there was really a big battle with the style of the Linen faction cultivators, the first ones to extinguish their natal lamps would be the great cultivators like them. The patriarch guessed Pang Shanliang's thoughts. He smiled and comforted him. This time, Gao Qing has damaged his vitality. It is reasonable that he would be furious. However, there is still some good news in the Ghost Valley. The one who attacked was Pu Chong from the White Cage City. There is also the nascent soul spirit from the Xianxia kingdom. He has always been at odds with Jingguan City. When the sky was broken, I saw that he seemed to want to interfere. Don't forget, there is still the Peach Forest in the Ghost Valley. The 2 otherworldly masters in the temple, and the temple will not let Gao Qing kill as he pleases. Pang Shanliang nodded slightly. I hope so. At the mansion, Pang Lanqi did not care anymore. His childhood sweetheart Apricot was the most important. She said, "Well, you can say it. But I must think it is reasonable. Otherwise, I will not go to great-grandpa to ask for a scolding." Qin Pingon first raised his hands and cupped his fists, indicating that the immortal masters outside should not push their luck. Then he gently placed one hand on the military book and stroked it gently. After leaving the Ghost Valley, he found that most of the books carefully collected by the demon-hunting Immortal in the Yangchang Palace were well-maintained and in good condition. These were rare books that had existed for thousands of years, and some were even the only copies. Thus, he was in a good mood and began to explain to the young man in front of him. He chuckled softly and said, "Lanxi, do you think it is difficult for you to enter the Jindan realm and become a land immortal in the eyes of a mortal master?" Pang Lanxi said sincerely, "Qin Pingon, I am not boasting. It is easy to reach the Gold Core realm but not the nascent soul realm." Qin Pingon nodded. What Pang Lanxi said was the truth. Over the past few days in the mansion of the Linen Sect, Qin Pingon had a rough idea of Pang Lanxi's position in the Linen Sect through chatting with the young man in front of him, as well as Yang Lin, a gold core cultivator from the Mural City. It was very likely that Pang Lanxi was groomed as a future sect leader, or at the very least, someone who would be in charge of the Linen Sect. Moreover, Pang Lanxi was talented, pure and kind. Whether it was his innate talent or his acquired temperament, he was very compatible with the Linen Sect. This was the wonder of the Great Way. If Pang Lanxi was born in the Book Lake, the same person, his achievements in the Great Way would not be high. This was because the Book Lake would constantly wear down Pang Lanxi's original temperament, which would affect his cultivation and opportunities. However, in the Linen Sect he was like a fish in water. It was like a match made in heaven. Perhaps this was the so-called, one's own environment nurtures one's own people. Some people blamed the heavens and blamed others, but they were not completely ignorant. There were times when they were unlucky. Seeing Qin Pingon in a daze, Pang Lanxi could not help but remind him, "Qin Pingon, don't be muddle-headed. 1 or 2 volumes of filler stories are waving at you. Why are you daydreaming?" Qin Pingon apologized and then asked, "You are an immortal on the mountain who is destined to live a long life, but your Miss Xingzi is a commoner at the foot of the mountain. Have you ever thought about this? An ordinary woman will have some white hair when she is 40 years old. When she is 60 years old, she may already be an old woman with white hair. At that time, how do you expect Miss Xingzi to face Pang Lanxi, who may still be a teenager or at most a young woman?" Pang Lanxi's heart skipped a beat. He murmured, "I can deliberately follow the heavens and people and not let my appearance stay there forever. I will still become a white-haired old man." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "You are wrong again and again." Pang Lanxi raised his head with a blank face. Qin Pingon said, "Let's not talk about the fact that you, Pang Lanxi, will still be an old man. Let's not talk about it." Qin Pingon paused for a moment and asked softly, "Have you ever put yourself in the shoes of Miss Xingzi, whom you have been thinking about all this time? Some things, no matter how you think about it, no matter how you think about it, no matter how kind your intention is it really good? Is it always right? Have you ever thought that giving true kindness to the other party is never our wishful thinking?" Pang Lanxi wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon slowly said, "At the Mural City, I was just a passerby who had met by chance. Since she allowed you to chase after me out of the shop and reminded me to be careful, she must be a good girl who is worthy of your affection. Previously, when I was observing the two of you in the shop as a bystander, I could roughly see that Miss Xingzi is a person with a meticulous mind and a broad-minded state of mind, which is extremely rare. Therefore, just because you are already an immortal who lives on the mountain and she is only a merchant at the foot of the mountain who deals with money all year round, she would not feel ashamed of her own inferiority when interacting with you." He did not feel that way. "Do you really know how rare and how good it is to have such a state of mind?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "You don't know." Pang Lanxi was stunned and speechless. Her lips moved slightly. Qin Pingon said, "So all these years it was actually her who took care of your state of mind. She hoped that you could cultivate in peace and climb up the mountain step by step. If I didn't guess wrongly, every time you went down the mountain to help out in the shop, when you parted she would not show too much reluctance. After that you would be a little depressed and worried that she did not like you as much as you liked her, right?" Pang Lanxi's eyes were a little sore and she pursed her lips tightly. Qin Pingon sighed and took out a pot of wine. It was not some immortal wine, but the rice wine from Longquan County that was sold to Dali's capital. Qin Pingon took a sip and said, "You have never really thought about her thoughts but always thought about what I should do. Is this good?" Pang Lanqi shook her head. "No, it is very bad." So this time the painting of the goddess in the mural city lost its fortune and the shop might not be able to continue operating. You only think that it is a small matter because to you, Pang Lanqi, it is naturally a small matter. How much money can a shop in the marketplace earn in a year? How much money do I, Pang Lanqi, receive from the hemp sex ancestral hall in a year? However, you don't know how big of a deal it is for a young girl in the marketplace to open a shop at the foot of the hemp sex mountain. Without this business, even if it is just moving to the Limbo Pass market to her, wouldn't it be a big deal? Qin Pingon took another sip of wine. His voice was soft and mellow and the content of his words was like the wine. He said slowly, "The thoughts of a young girl are always more far-sighted than those of the same age. How should I put it? The difference between the two is like the thoughts of a young man walking on a mountain and only looking at the top. The thoughts of a young girl are like a meandering river that bends and flows into the distance." Pang Lanqi furrowed her face. It was unknown what sad scene she was thinking about. Just thinking about it made this young man who was originally carefree feel worried. There were already some tears in her eyes. Qin Pingon glanced at her and sighed softly. It could be said that Lu Laoqing of Gonglu Island, who had a tough Dao heart and seemed to have a heart of stone, had also taken a big tumble when it came to love. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. "What are you afraid of? Now that you know more, you should do a better job in the future and think more for her. If you feel that you are not good at figuring out a girl's thoughts, then I'll teach you the stupidest way. Tell her what's in your heart, don't feel embarrassed. A man's face is not lost outside, but when it comes to the girl you like, there's no need to force yourself." Pang Lanqi nodded and wiped her face. She smiled brightly. "Qin Pingon, how do you know so much?" After all, she was a cultivator. After being enlightened, Pang Lanqi's state of mind became clear again. Qin Pingon raised the wine pot in his hand and shook it. "When I travel in Jianghu, I drink wine." Pang Lanqi asked curiously, "Is the wine really that good?" Qin Pingon did not speak and just drank. He was still patiently waiting for the news from the Ghost Valley. In fact, there were some things that Qin Pingon could explain to the young man more clearly. However, once he did, it might involve the Great Dao. This was a big taboo for cultivators on the mountain, so Qin Pingon would not cross this line. Moreover, the young man and woman's love was muddle-headed, which was a kind of beauty. There was no need to break it down too much. Pang Lanqi said goodbye and left. She said that she would get at least 2 copies of the goddess painting. She just had to wait for his good news. When Pang Lanqi was about to leave the courtyard, Qin Pingon suddenly called the young man and said with a smile, "Oh right, remember one thing. If you feel that what I said to you makes sense, you still have to think more before you do it. It doesn't mean that it will suit you." Pang Lanqi waved her hand and smiled. "I'm not really stupid. Don't worry, I'll think about it myself." Qin Pingon got up and walked around the stone table to practice the 6-step stance. That day in the twilight, Qin Pingon stopped his stance and turned his head to look. From the direction where the white bone apparition and the golden armored deity appeared at the skeleton beach, there was a figure riding on the wind. When an earth immortal didn't hide his aura deliberately and flew away with the wind, there was usually a thunderous rumble, causing a huge commotion. However, after reaching the upper 5 states and merging with heaven and earth, they could do it quietly, even without ripples of qiji. The figure that rushed to the Mui mountain should be the master of the school, Zhu Xian, who was in the jade primitive state. However, he still caused such a big commotion. Either he was deliberately showing off his power to intimidate some forces lurking in the skeleton beach, or he was in the Ghost Valley, where the master of the draped hemp school was seriously injured, causing his state to be unstable. After the figure rushed into the Mui mountain, he suddenly stopped and then shot toward the mansion on the mountainside like an arrow. In the small courtyard, the strong wind blew, making Qin Pingon's sleeves rustle. It was Zhu Xian who cultivated in Qinglu town. Qin Pingon clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, Master Zhu." Zhu Xian waved his hand and sat by the stone table. He saw the wine pot on the table and waved his hand. "If you are sincere, quickly treat me to a pot of wine to satisfy my craving." Qin Pingon sat opposite him and took out a pot of rice wine. "It's just rice wine from my hometown, not the wine from the mountain." Zhu Xian opened the mud seal and drank a big mouthful. He wiped his mouth and said, "It's a bit bland, but it's wine and not water." She glanced at the young man sitting opposite her and asked, "Are you familiar with Bones Poo? When you were traveling in the Ghost Valley, even when you were running around with Yang Ningxing, I didn't see you. I don't know how powerful you are to make Bones Poo fight for you." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I'm not familiar with him. To be precise, we have some conflicts. At the Crow Ridge, I had a conflict with the female ghost in the Greasy City. It was Poo Poo who stopped me from killing Fan Yin Luo. Later, Poo Poo appeared to find me again. I saw him wearing green clothes and wielding a sword, so I asked him why he didn't covet the long sword on my back." Zhu Quan said that the rice wine was bland, but he drank a lot and soon finished it. He slammed the wine pot on the table and asked, "Then what about Bones Poo?" Qin Pingon smiled but didn't say anything. Zhu Quan exclaimed, "These two are really the same kind of people? What, wearing green clothes and using the same sword? Then you're so great." However, Zhu Quan glanced at the wine pot. Forget it. Since he had already drunk his wine, he had to be polite. Besides, any man who came from another place would be a good man in Zhu Quan's eyes if they were compared to Jiang Shangzhen's dog shit. Moreover, the young man in front of her had said, "Qin Pingon of the Cloud-Splitting Mountain in Dali," to get straight to the point. Zhu Quan had heard of the Cloud-Splitting Mountain in Dali, and she had even heard of Wei Pai a few times. There was no other way. The hemp sect's source of income in other continents depended on the cross-continent ferry. Moreover, she believed the second sentence of this Qin Pingon. The young man said that he owned half of the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, so for the next 500 years, the hemp sect's ferry would dock without spending a single snow. Zhu Quan felt that this long-term deal, which she didn't need to spend a single copper coin, was definitely worth it. If this spread out, who would dare to say that she, the sect leader, was a spendthrift? But Zhu Quan was still a little annoyed. The guy in front of her was too similar to her archenemy, Skull Pui. She smiled and said, "Actually, your actions were superfluous. Previously, when you found me, you didn't need to give me any conditions. As long as it was against the north, not to mention Jingguan City, even if it was any skeleton I didn't like, I would stop them. Do you feel heartache now? Is your little heart trembling?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Sect leader Zhu is heroic and righteous. This is the demeanor of the hemp sect. But I am a guest and a junior, so I have to behave. The proper etiquette should still be shown." Zhu Quan rubbed her chin. "Your words are good, but why do I feel that they are not pleasing to the ears?" Qin Pingon took out another pot of wine. Zhu Quan nodded and smiled. "Your words are not pleasing to the ears, but you are much more pleasing to the eyes." Qin Pingon picked up the unfinished pot of rice wine and slowly drank it. Zhu Quan glanced at the way the young man was drinking and shook his head. He was not pleasing to the eyes again. No need to take out more wine. Zhu Quan finished the second pot of wine and put the empty pot on the table. Skull Pui really angered Jingguan City this time. He won't have a good time in the future. But this guy never cared about these things anyway. Gao Qing was also annoyed by him. If he didn't use his full strength, he could really kill Skull Pui. But Jingguan City would lose some vitality. He had no choice but to fight. After all, Gao Qing lost face this time. First, he failed to kill you and was caught by that dog thief Zhang's broken net for half a day. When Gao Qing returned to the Ghost Valley, guess what? He couldn't bear to tear that broken net into pieces, so he could only pinch his nose and put it away. Haha, before Gao Qing became famous at the Skeleton Beach, perhaps he was used to doing this kind of thrifty business, but after he became famous, he never thought there would be a day like this. Jiang Shangzhen, this rotten maggot, actually did a good thing in his life. Zhu Quan felt satisfied and laughed. He naturally stretched out his hand. Qin Pingon sighed in his heart. He took out the third pot of rice wine and put it on the table. Zhu Quan began to drink. He probably felt that it was not right to ask for more wine, so he also began to drink in small sips, drinking sparingly. Sure enough, it was the Lord of Jingguan City, the most powerful spirit in the Ghost Valley. Previously, when Qin Pingon decided to escape from the Ghost Valley, he also had a guess. He carefully selected all the nascent soul ghosts recorded in the Rest Assured collection in the north. Jingguan City's Gao Qing naturally thought of it, but he felt that the possibility was not big because just like the two masters of the White Cage City, or the Great Round Moon Temple and Small Xuandu Temple in the Peach Forest, the higher the realm, the higher the vision. Qin Pingon said by the Black River, "To achieve this, one must have this heart." In fact, the scope of application was not narrow, of course, except for the wild cultivators, and then there were many accidents in the world. There was nothing inevitable in the world. Therefore, even if Qin Pingon felt that Jingguan City's Gao Qing was the least likely of Yang Ning's so-called spying in the north, Qin Pingon just happened to be a person who was used to thinking of the worst. He directly regarded Gao Qing as an imaginary enemy. Otherwise, Qin Pingon was already in Qinglu town, and the leader of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan, was just a few steps away from him. Why would he need to spend 2 golden material contraction talismans to break through the sky and leave the Ghost Valley? Moreover, before this he began to believe that Jingguan City's spies were hidden in Qinglu town. He also deliberately made an extra trip to Stinky Copper City. This self-rescue plan, from the time he threw a small coin to Stinky Copper City's guard officer, Gui Jiang, had already begun to quietly operate. In fact, in the depths of Qin Pingon's heart he had already found a hidden line, a network. On this line, there would be many key points. For example, at the cliff's iron chain bridge, Yang Ning spoke of her feelings. On the bank of the Black River, the old monk looked at the opposite bank, sang a Buddhist chant, and said a seemingly casual sentence, "Repent and be saved." Logically speaking, after entering Qinglu town, which was the most stable place in the Ghost Valley, he was unable to put down his brush and draw talismans. The kind of restlessness where he could not even set up his sword furnace was extremely rare. If he were to look further ahead, it would be Tu Fuan, the heavenly official of the city of murals. The deer-riding goddess walked out of the painting and went to the crossing of the swaying river, turning into an old woman to test him. The city of murals could be said to be the first place Qin Pingon set foot in the North Continent. Yang Ning's pure evil thoughts were refined into a mustard seed. The scholar once said unintentionally in the ancestral temple by the water, that he had never won against Qin Pingon even once. In the world, fortune and misfortune always came hand in hand. Qin Pingon was deeply touched by this. If his mind was blindly immersed in the endless good fortune, what would the consequences be? At this moment, even though Qin Pingon was already far away from the Ghost Valley and was in the Linen Sect's Moi Mountain, he still had some lingering fear. Just imagine if he became the Bagjai in the Stinky Copper City. Under normal circumstances he would naturally continue his journey to the north. This was because the previous journey was filled with constant disturbances, but it was frightening without danger. Instead he picked up scraps everywhere. There was no great fortune at hand, but he was lucky again and again, earning a little here and there. Moreover, the deer-riding goddess had nothing to do with him, the thunder pool in the Jiexiao Mountain had nothing to do with him, and the fortune in the Mirror Treasure Mountain had nothing to do with him. He, Qin Pingon, seemed to rely on his own caution and a little bit of luck. This seemed to be the most comfortable and least dangerous state for Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and drank the rice wine in the pot in one gulp. Zhu Quan glanced at the long sword on Qin Pingon's back and gently shook his head, thinking that it should not be this item. Although Jingguan Qing was the archenemy of the entire Linen Sect, the previous masters of the Linen Sect all acknowledged this spirit master of the Ghost Valley. Whether it was cultivation or ambition, he was not bad and could be called a hero among ghosts. Therefore, even if this young man was really carrying a half-immortal weapon, Jingguan Qing would not be so covetous, nor would he be so flustered and exasperated. It was rare for Zhu Quan to prepare a draft before speaking. After a while he said, "I won't ask why Jingguan Qing is against you, and you don't have to take the initiative to say it. This is a grudge between the two of you. Of course, fighting to the death with Gao Qing and Jingguan Qing has always been the duty of us Zhuang sect cultivators. There is no resentment between life and death. Similarly, you don't have to feel that you must get involved in the future just because you escaped this time and hid in my Mui Mountain. There is no need for you to do me a favor. There is no need for you and I to be so polite." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Okay." Zhu Quan smiled and said, "Good boy, you're really not polite." In the peach forest of the Ghost Valley, inside the small mystery capital temple, the old Daoist stood under the towering peach tree with mist around his feet. Then a huge landscape painting was slowly unfolding. When the painting showed a scholar walking into the Stinky Copper City to participate in the imperial examination that was like child's play, the little Taoist boy Suku, who was holding a horsetail whisk, was frightened and said in a trembling voice, "Master, is this the legendary time scroll horse painting?" The old Daoist nodded. The sect master of the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan Dynasty's Zhou Xian Bureau personally wrote a letter to our small Xian capital temple, asking me to help protect Yang Ningxing's Dao. Since I wanted to do good deeds to the end, I drew this painting. But don't worry, this is only a copy of the real time scroll horse painting. The price is not too high. Others can only see it 3 times. The reason why I showed it to you once is because I want you to learn a thing or two. You can learn from others, so look carefully. Suku was shocked and said, that young heavenly lord of the Zhou Xian department has that brother to retrieve the item from the mirror treasure mountain. Yang Ningxing is just here to play in the Ghost Valley. Why does he have to do this? The old Taoist smiled and said, I was also confused at first, but I guess that it was related to the Battle of the Great Dao. When you finish looking at this painting, the truth will come to light. Suku widened his eyes, unwilling to miss a detail in the painting. However, what Yang Ningxing did in the stinky copper city was really unsightly. If this painting was not a time scroll horse painting, Suku would think that his master was making a fuss over nothing. The headmaster of the Cloud Palace was worried for nothing. But when Suku saw the goddess of the summer of Peeling Luo Mountain being turned into black smoke and swallowed by the scholar, and the young swordsman squatting on the wall, Suku's expression turned solemn. After that, many things happened. Suku's heart trembled with fear as his thoughts fluctuated. When the painting finally ended and turned into a painting scroll, his master gently held it in his hand. The old Taoist smiled and said, What do you think? Suku blushed with shame and said, If I were that good person, I would have died in Yang Ningxing's hands many times. The old Taoist nodded. If you were that person, you wouldn't be able to escape from the Ghost Valley. Suku thought of the commotion in Qinglu town and the battle between immortals that followed. This little Taoist boy was a little discouraged. The old Taoist looked at this proud disciple and smiled. Why? Do you feel that you are inferior to him? If I were to tell you that this wanderer's true age is only in his early 20s, would you still want to bang your head against a peach tree and die? Suku's forehead was covered in sweat. The old Taoist shook his head and sighed. Silly child. In a situation where fortune and danger coexist, is it really a good thing to take the risk every time? Being trapped in the mortal world and being entangled by karma, it is very scary for a cultivator. Taking a step back, if you are really inferior to this person, do you not cultivate and comprehend the Tao? If you become me, will you be disheartened and tell yourself to forget it when you think about the Tao ancestor at the top and the 3 sect masters at the lower level and the ascended immortals in the Bakokekyung building? Suku raised his head, his eyes blank. The old Taoist bent his finger and lightly touched Suku's forehead. We Taoists cultivate our own kung fu and our own affairs. Our greatest enemy is the cage of rules and regulations, not others. What does the rise and fall of others have to do with me? In my opinion, perhaps the true Tao is not to be fought for, but forget it, there is no point in talking about it. Su Ming took a step back and cupped his fists. Master, this disciple understands. The old Taoist nodded. That's enough. Originally, every mural was a door in the immortal mystic realm. As the 8 murals became white paintings, the immortal cave lost more than half of its spirit chi. It was reduced to an ordinary mystic realm with insufficient grotto heaven and plenty of blessed land. It was still a place with good feng shui, but it was no longer breathtaking. Jiang Shangzhen walked in it again, feeling very disappointed. After he cut open the sky with his natal item, the willow leaf, and returned to the skeleton beach, he did not leave the North Continent. Instead, he quietly came to this mystic realm. There were some things that would make one's heart itch if one did not understand them. Moreover, hiding here was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, it was safer than hiding in Mui Mountain. Secondly, he was worried that if he became enemies with He Xiaoyang, the repercussions would be more terrible. That ruthless woman was a person of great fortune. Once she hated him, it was very likely that as long as Jiang Shangzhen was in the ordinary North Continent, he would inexplicably suffer a calamity. It would not be a disaster, but it would be very disgusting. For example, Jiang Shangzhen was very worried that if he casually showed his face at the Skeleton Beach or Mui Mountain, he would meet an old lady who was wandering in the south. Then she would cry her heart out to him. Jiang Shangzhen really could not stand this kind of reunion. However, as Jiang Shangzhen lay among the flowers in this secret realm and thought, sitting on the bed with beautiful bedding, leaning on the dressing table with a lingering fragrance, and sitting on the railing of the tall building where the fairies must have leaned on, there were still some things that he couldn't think through thoroughly. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, about 3 days had passed. If he could not figure it out, he could just ask. Jiang Shangzhen controlled his natal item and kept knocking on a door. Soon the familiar elder of the hemp sect came. When he saw this person, he was furious. He shouted angrily, Jiang Shangzhen, why are you still here? Our hemp sect has no dogish *t for you to eat. Jiang Shangzhen sat on the railing and looked down at the hot-tempered old man. He smiled and said, "Don't be like this. Let's talk nicely. I'm your hemp sex ally now." The hemp sex elder did not talk nonsense and was about to start fighting. Jiang Shangzhen quickly raised his hands and said seriously, "I have something to discuss with your sect leader Zhu Quan. Of course, there's also the guest on your mountain. It's best if they come here for a chat." The elder had already controlled his natal item. Judging from his posture, it was not as simple as stretching his muscles and bones. Jiang Shangzhen patted the railing with both hands and said helplessly, "This is a precious property of your hemp sect. Won't it be your loss if we fight here?" The old ancestor sneered. When the life-bound wooden tablet appeared, there were already 4 heavenly king statues standing around. Their limbs moved slowly and golden light condensed in their eyes. Jiang Shangzhen was afraid that the North Continent's cultivators would do this, so he decided to fight them first. If it was back then, Jiang Shangzhen would have fallen for this trick. Back then, Jiang Shangzhen was only in the Golden Core realm, but he dared to claim that he was the best at causing trouble, the best at fighting and scolding, and the best at running away when things went south. He claimed to be one of the top 3. However, after this trip to the North Continent, Jiang Shangzhen had no intention of returning to the Jianghu. Jiang Shangzhen glanced up and heaved a sigh of relief. In a sea of clouds high in the sky of the mystic realm, sect leader Zhu Quan's embroidered shoes appeared again. At first they were as big as a hill and covered the sky. The moment they landed, they returned to their normal size. Qin Pingon was beside Zhu Quan. The two of them appeared in the corridor on the top floor of the towering pavilion. Zhu Quan asked the elder to return to Muyi Mountain. The elder cursed and put away his natal item and the 4 heavenly kings. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and jumped down from the railing. "Little Quan, they say that a day apart feels like 3 years. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Did you miss me? I know you didn't miss me at all, right?" Zhu Quan couldn't be bothered to look at him. He said to Qin Pingon, "Don't worry. I'll rush over if there's trouble. I'm more excited to kill this pervert than to flatten Jingguan City." Jiang Shangzhen didn't mind. He leaned against the railing and fanned himself with his hand. He smiled and said, "Little Quan is just as lively and cute as before." Zhu Quan disappeared in a flash and returned to Muyi Mountain from the Sea of Clouds. After the Hempen sect's ancestor and sect master Zhu Quan left, Jiang Shangzhen waved his sleeve. Strange magic treasures appeared one after another from his sleeve. He actually sealed the Sea of Clouds gate that led directly to Muyi Mountain and the other 8 small doors with murals. Then from the Sea of Clouds came Zhu Quan's muffled voice, "Jiang Shangzhen, are you looking for a beating?" Then the Sea of Clouds shook. Zhu Quan probably started to smash the door on Muyi Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen waved his sleeve again, causing numerous magic treasures that flowed with dazzling lights to constantly fly out of his sleeve and completely block the entrance to the Sea of Clouds. After that he swore loudly, "If I commit murder here, then I'll kill you, Zhu Quan, as soon as I leave this place." Qin Pingon was indifferent to this. He took a pot of wine and threw it to Jiang Shangzhen. He said, "Thanks." Jiang Shangzhen no longer had the joking expression from before. He sighed and said, "I'm curious. Have you guessed who attacked you?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Wasn't it Gao Qing?" For the first time, Jiang Shangzhen didn't make any jokes. He just stared at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon gently jumped up and sat on the railing. Jiang Shangzhen also sat on the side and drank. Qin Pingon said, "Since you asked, I'm sure." Jiang Shangzhen said doubtfully, "Then I'm even more puzzled. I've investigated your past through various channels. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have such a deep grudge with her." Qin Pingon first said something off-topic. "Sect Master Zhu told me before that after Pu Tong of Bailong City attacked Gao Qing, he replied to her with a sentence, 'When a swordsman does things, heaven and earth will not restrain him.' That was really well said." Jiang Shangzhen drank a big mouthful of wine. His cheeks moved slightly and made a gurgling sound as if he was gargling. Then he raised his head and swallowed. Jiang Shangzhen raised his head and drank another mouthful of wine. He was still not in a hurry to swallow it. He had only lost a broken net worth 70 or 80 grain rain coins in the Ghost Valley. But he had watched such a good show from beginning to end. He didn't lose anything. To talk about money with me, Jiang Shangzhen, is he trying to humiliate me? The reason why you're involved with He Xiaoyang is unclear. Qin Pingon was expressionless. He slowly said, It's that bastard Luchin who tricked me. Jiang Shangzhen spat out a mouthful of wine. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.